Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Premonition by C.M. Sutter, narrated by Nicole Zanzarella. Chapter 1. Kate. She ran for her life as soon as she got her footing. One shoe had come off during the fall. The ride she accepted on the lonely stretch of road that cold night was a horrible mistake, and that split second of bad judgment could very well be her last. The hard fall momentarily knocked the wind out of her when she hit the gravel and tumbled. She had no other choice, fall and run or get killed in that psycho's truck. While traveling at 30 miles an hour, she grabbed the door handle and jumped. Sharp gravel stones from the road's shoulder tore open her hands and face and embedded themselves in her flesh. She heard the truck screech to a stop, then the sound of the shifter being ground into reverse. She was already running for cover, and her knees ached from the impact. Should I scream for help or stay quiet and hope he doesn't find me? She heard the truck door open and slam closed. He's after me. I have to run. Her frantic, gasping screams echoed through the dark fields, but the panicked cries went unheard, except by the man closing the distance between them. She had hoped the cornfield, still unharvested, would give her cover, but instead the dried stalks, taller than she was, scraped against her skin and crackled with noise. Their sounds gave her away as they slapped her face and poked her eyes. The furrowed row tripped her, and she stumbled to the ground. She waited motionless and hoped he'd give up. She wasn't ready to die. Her only chance at survival would come from the cover of night. Remaining still was difficult. She knew he was only feet away. She heard him call out, taunting her. He promised to find her and end her life. Her nostrils flared and her lungs burned as she sucked in much-needed oxygen. Nothing but acres of corn lay ahead. There were no farmhouses or beacons of hope to run to, and her only ray of light was the crescent moon. Movement several rows back perked her ears. She held her breath. He was too close. She felt the cool smoothness of a rock in the dirt and wrapped her fingers around it, grasping it tightly in the palm of her hand. She threw it with all her might, hoping for an extra 20 feet between them. Did he turn left? It was now or never. She had to run. If she stopped, she would most certainly die. He was closing in, and he had a knife. She thought about the deadly mistake she'd made only 20 minutes earlier. After sputtering for the last mile, her car had slowed to a stop. Half asleep and worn out from the drive, she had forgotten to fill it with gas when she passed through the last town. Now, after being detoured off the interstate by construction, she was stranded on that desolate 2-lane road in the middle of farm country, out of gas at nearly 3 a.m. Darkness surrounded her as she stepped out of the car and slammed the door. She panned the surroundings for house lights, but saw nothing. Anxiety and the late-night cold clouded her judgment. Those approaching headlights were a welcomed relief when the truck slowed to a stop. She was thankful. The driver who offered her a ride was a godsend until she climbed in and they disappeared down that long stretch of road. The sounds closing in brought her back into the moment. Focus. Run. There's no time to think. She stumbled when the cornstalks hit her from behind. He was only steps away, and it was too late. She felt his hot breath on her neck and fell to the ground when the knife sliced through her throat. Her life slipped away seconds later. The alarm buzzed its loud, annoying sound on the side table, and the nightmare abruptly ended. Kate's eyes bulged open with fear. Her heart thumped triple time in her chest. She could hear it in her ears. Once she got her bearings, she realized it was a dream, and that nonstop buzz in her head was the clock. She rolled to her left and turned it off, then squinted at the numbers. 7 o'clock. With a heavy sigh, she sat up and ground her fists into her eyes. Her temples pounded out her heartbeats. She wiped her clammy forehead with the back of her hand. Her flailing in bed mixed with perspiration had tangled her normally beautiful black ringlets into a knotted mess. The pillowcase with its ivory crocheted edge was wet to the touch. She stripped it from the pillow and dropped it to the floor. Was the nightmare just that? or a premonition. The detail made it seem so real. As she sat on the edge of the bed, Kate needed a moment to regroup. Then she rose and slipped on her white chenille robe. In the bathroom, she turned the cold water handle on the faucet and held a washcloth under the stream. She squeezed the cloth and pressed it against her face. The sharp cold diverted her anxiety for a second, then she sighed. Kate had lived in North Bend for only a few years, and that furnished efficiency apartment above the hardware store downtown worked well enough for her needs. She hadn't decided whether or not she'd stay and put down roots in this bedroom community 40 minutes north of Milwaukee. So far, friendships hadn't come easily. The conservative town of under 30,000 people had plenty of skeptics. Atlanta had been Kate's home for her first 23 years, but as a cautious person, she knew she couldn't remain there anymore. She needed to be somewhere safe and far away from the reach of Robert Lynch and his associates. The North Bend Sheriff's Department personnel had scoffed last year when she'd offered her services as a psychic investigator on several of the county's missing person cases. She explained to them how she had been instrumental in assisting with cases in Nashville and most recently Chicago. She had the newspaper clippings to prove it. In Washburn County, the buttoned-up nature of North Bend's law enforcement won out, and her help wasn't encouraged or welcomed. Kate's sole income in the last few years had come from one-on-one private readings in her living room, lectures, and psychic booths she operated at local fairs. Other than the lectures, which were usually offered twice a year and held in Milwaukee or Madison, the readings and fortune-telling were considered sideshow amusements and hardly taken seriously. She dried her face on the towel, pulled her hair back in a barrette, and left the bathroom. Her shearling slippers were warm and silent against the hardwood-floored hallway as she walked to the kitchen. She cinched the belt on her robe a little tighter when a shiver fluttered up her spine. The windows in that old brick building were in serious need of replacement, and they chattered when the wind blew in from the north. Next month she would tape plastic over them to keep out the winter chill. The galley kitchen was compact, and with her arms outstretched she could touch the walls on either side. An off-white Formica countertop covered with tiny mid-century modern blue and yellow starbursts held the coffee pot and a mixer she never used. Covering much of that space were rings of coffee stains that wouldn't come out no matter how hard she scrubbed. The apartment-sized refrigerator, two-burner gas stove, and the single sink with barely enough room to set a dish drainer on the counter filled the rest of the kitchen. A place setting for 4 was all she had space for in the cupboard above the sink, and it was all she needed anyway. The cabinets consisted of a silverware drawer, towel and hot pad drawer, 2 cupboards above the sink for dishes and glasses, and 2 cupboards below the counter for cookware and large bowls. A broom closet in the corner incorporated a small makeshift pantry and held 3 shelves for food storage. Kate was thankful she lived alone in that small space. In that tiny apartment, she could live on the cheap and still have the ability to make a speedy exit if the need ever presented itself. Mr. Myers, the building owner, had collected the first and last month's rent as well as a security deposit when she moved in. She never understood why. The apartment was far from a nice place to live. With the paper filter in place, Kate pulled the plastic lid off the coffee can and dropped 3 scoops of Colombian roast grounds into the basket. She thought about the dream again as she turned on the faucet and filled the carafe with 6 cups of water, then poured it into the reservoir and flipped the switch. As she sat at the kitchen table, Kate picked up the yellow legal pad that was always within reach. She jotted down the date and what she remembered from that dream. She massaged her forehead and dug deep into her mind's eye. She briefly saw orange road construction barrels and a detour sign. She wrote that down. The color of the car was white or tan, or possibly pale yellow. Void of any street lights, that dark road and inky black night made the car's color hard to distinguish, but she was certain it was light. Was it large or small, 2-door or 4? Kate closed her eyes again and saw the young woman exit the vehicle and zip up a fleece jacket while she paced and took in her surroundings. The car was a 2-door with a hatchback. She wrote that down, then tried to focus on the car's plate number, but it was in the shadows. Steam rose from the coffee Kate poured into the poppy-red ceramic mug. She took a sip and tried to recall what the woman looked like. With her eyes pinched tight, she saw anxious fingers twisting long blonde hair. The woman wore a turquoise and silver ring on her right index finger, and she had coral-colored acrylic nails. The fleece jacket popped back into Kate's mind, pink with an embroidered crown on the left front. Where did she run out of gas, and where did she come from? Kate heard music playing, but it could have been the car's radio meant to keep the woman awake at that late hour. For the last time, she closed her eyes and pressed her temples. What did the man look like? What color was the truck he was driving? She scratched out what she could remember and looked over her notes. With her memories on paper, she made the call. Chapter 2. I turned into the sheriff's department parking lot and glanced at the clock. 7:30 on the nose. I killed the engine, pulled my travel mug from the cup holder, grabbed my purse off the passenger's seat, and exited the car. The cold morning air bit my cheeks, and the wind swirled in my hair. I walked to the building at a quickened pace, my head down and my shoulders stiff and raised. I wasn't fond of the cold. Never was, never would be. Since my dad had moved to Southern California, living in Wisconsin had lost a lot of its appeal. I missed him more and more every year. As a child, we'd rake leaves together in late October and drink hot cider. In November, we'd have the huge Thanksgiving spread and eat leftovers until nearly Christmas. December would bring the snow and ice. Dad and I would bundle up from head to toe, then trudge outside looking like the Michelin Man and build a snowman. Other times we'd go ice skating at Regner Park. As an adult, I justified living in the Midwest during the cold months because of those two family holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas. I wanted Amber to have a sense of family unity. After the holidays, all I wanted was heat. I wasn't an outdoor enthusiast anyway, unless curling up in the sun like a snake and basking for hours counted. Maybe I could do that in my next life. So far in this one, I hadn't had the luxury of time. Jack hadn't arrived yet, and his parking spot was still empty. He'd started making an attempt to get to work before 8 a few months back, and even beat me there on several occasions. I was impressed, but he was slowly slipping back into his old habits. It must have been the cold. Lingering in a warm bed didn't sound half bad now that I thought about it. I entered the building with the wind at my feet. Dead leaves swirled through the first set of doors and settled in the corners of the vestibule. Inside at the reception and dispatch counter, I chatted with Jan and Peggy for a bit before punching the security code into the panel next to the door and entering the bullpen. I did a quick scan of the room. Jameson and Horbeck were packing it up. Their shift was over and Billings had already arrived. Through the wall of glass, I saw Clark sitting at his desk. Behind the closed door, he read the morning paper and held a styrofoam cup of coffee between his hands. The steam swirled above the cup. This was his 15 minutes of normalcy before the beginning of our workday, which oftentimes turned hectic. He looked up and nodded a good morning through the glass. I nodded back. The mountain of paperwork on my desk multiplied daily. I could barely remember the color of the desktop buried under that mess. I had already made up far too many excuses, saying it was organized clutter, but nobody bought it. I needed to dig in. Jack and I had to head over to the courthouse at 10:30 to appear in front of Judge Cocker as witnesses for the prosecution in the Mandy Blakely case. Her trial was scheduled for 11 o'clock, and as usual, the media was in a frenzy preparing for the event. Mandy had been locked up in our jail for the last 2.5 months, awaiting her trial, and I was sure she would plead insanity when all was said and done. No matter what, I felt bad for her. Under the influence of her mentally unstable mother, Mandy had been brainwashed into killing. Even though 3 deaths were at her hand, I felt she was somewhat of a victim herself. The beeps of someone entering the security code sounded from the other side of the door. I looked at the clock. 7:45. If it was Jack, I'd be impressed. Clayton entered and headed for the beverage station. I snickered. "What's with the snicker?" "Nothing. Maybe someone should be assigned to pick up Jack for work." "Like a school bus?" I chuckled. "Yeah, like that." My desk phone rang. "Hello, Sergeant Jade Monroe. How can I help you?" "Sergeant Monroe, it's Kate Pierce." My smile instantly soured, and I was sure my impatience came through in my voice. I didn't have the time or energy to tolerate Kate's alleged premonitions. In my opinion, she was one of the most recent North Bend kooks. I drummed my fingers on an unfiled stack of papers and checked the time. She'd get 5 minutes and not a second more. "Good morning, Kate. What's up?" "Can I come in and talk to you? The dream I had last night was so vivid and terrifying. It has to be a premonition. I have a bad feeling about this one." "Kate, you've had a bad feeling about the last several dreams you called in, and nothing came of them. I have a busy day ahead of me." The silence on the other end of the phone line was deafening and made me uncomfortable. I'd dealt with our local paranormal on several occasions, and in my mind she was a charlatan and a cheesy psychic at best. The booth she had at every carnival, festival, and work party proved it to me. I did better working with real people with real issues, not ghosts, dreams, and hunches. "This dream was different, Sergeant. It's not my intention to waste your time. Please, just give me 10 minutes. I've already written everything down." "Send it to me in an email, and I promise to read it. I have court today and a mountain of paperwork to clear off my desk." "I suppose if there's no other way. It's about a young woman who ran out of gas on—" "Kate, just email it to me. I really have to go. Goodbye." I clicked off just as Jack entered the bullpen. Billings was still laughing as he filled my coffee mug and his own. "What did I miss?" Jack asked as he plopped down on his chair. "You'd know if you weren't the last to arrive at work every day." "Ouch." Jack gave me a frown, then looked at Billings and Clayton. "What's up her rear?" Clayton rolled his eyes. "Kate Pierce, that's what." Jack ducked when I threw a piece of balled-up paper at him. He laughed when I missed him and hit Billings square in the face with it. I apologized. "Sorry, Adam, that wasn't meant for you." I made a face at Jack. "Why doesn't she call you instead? She's single, you're both cute and close in age. Sounds like a match made in heaven to me." "Or not. I consider myself someone with at least half a brain and would hate to be ridiculed for lacking sound judgment. She's kind of flaky, you know?" Jack took off his sports jacket and slipped it over the chair bag. He filled his brown ceramic mug and returned to his desk. "Anyway, back to you. Looks like you have quite the messy desk, Sergeant. Need any help clearing it?" Jack's dimpled grin always softened me. "Sure, thanks, partner." I handed him a stack of papers to file away, then dug back in. 10:15 arrived before I knew it. After a decent dent was made in my filing, thanks to Jack's help, my desk phone rang. John from upstairs was calling to say they were loading Mandy into the van to take her to the courthouse. I thanked him, clicked off, and told Jack we had to go. With the courthouse being at the west side of the block of county buildings, it was a 5-minute walk outside before we'd enter a long corridor filled with government offices. All of the courtrooms were on the second floor. "We're leaving soon, Jack, just a heads up." He nodded and took a stack of files to the records room down the hall. 15 minutes later, with my jacket collar pulled up around my neck and the buttons securely fastened, Jack and I headed into the mid-morning chill and took the long sidewalk to the courthouse annex. I had seen Mandy several times since her arrest early in September. With the jail located on the second floor of the sheriff's department, I had stopped in to talk to her twice at her request. She'd asked if her family had received proper burials, and I had explained how Mariah and Alice, her sister and mother, had been cremated at the county's expense. Her father, Dean, on the other hand, had been transported to Medford, where his sister and brother-in-law laid him to rest at the cemetery in town. That bit of information seemed to satisfy her. She also wanted to know what would happen to her after the trial. I explained that those were questions she needed to discuss with her court-appointed attorney, not me. Jack pressed the button for the up elevator. 4 people stood against the walls and nodded when we entered, and the doors closed behind us. Courtroom 2E was the 5th courtroom down the marble-floored hallway on our left. Hushed conversations lingered in the halls as people waited outside their courtrooms for their cases to be heard. I checked the docket on the wall next to our courtroom door, and Mandy's case was still set for 11 o'clock. Jack and I took a seat on a nearby bench and waited. Chapter 3. I checked the time on my cell phone before powering it down. I reminded Jack to shut his off, too. The courtroom door would be opening any minute, and we'd be ushered in. The crowd of people gathering in front of courtroom 2E grew as we waited. Some were family members of the victims, and some were curious strangers wanting to hear morbid details as the evidence was presented. They wanted seats at the trial of the year. I was surprised they didn't show up with bags of popcorn in hand. I recognized several people waiting to enter along with us. The families of victims Larry Taylor, David Smith, and John Leiter were all there. Betty, the post office clerk who had helped in apprehending Mandy, and the postmaster, James McHenry, were among the crowd. Jack and I chatted with a few of them while we waited. Farther down the hallway, reporters were preparing to make their initial broadcasts. This trial was front-page news in every newspaper in southeast Wisconsin. The courtroom door opened and people funneled in. The bench seats filled quickly. From a side door, Mandy entered, led in by a deputy. She wore an orange jumpsuit, white socks, and black rubber sandals. Shackles caused her to shuffle into the courtroom with slow, small steps. Her dyed blonde hair had grown out a bit, and dark roots covered the top of her head. She appeared haggard and older-looking than her young age. I saw her search the crowd of people for a familiar face. She smiled when her eyes met mine. That tugged at my heartstrings, yet I knew I had a job to do. Innocent families wanted justice. Mandy's handcuffs were removed once she was seated next to her attorney, and a plastic cup of water was placed in front of her. Court was called to order, and everyone rose when Judge Cocker entered the courtroom and took the bench. The first day of Mandy's trial began. The testimonies Jack and I gave covered that eventful day several months back. It began with the scene at the post office, with Mandy's sister, Mariah, holding me at knife point, and ended when Mandy shot her own mother in the Blakely home. Betty from the post office was called to testify and had to relive the events from that day as well. Mandy's taped interview in the interrogation room at the sheriff's department was played for all to hear. The psychiatrist Mandy had been assigned to, Deanna Livingston, also testified as an expert witness. Her opinion, as well as my own, was that Mandy was a deeply disturbed young lady and should be committed to an institution rather than a prison for hardened criminals. Jack and I returned to the bullpen at 3 o'clock and told the condensed version of how the trial had gone that day.
Your desk phone rang a half-dozen times since you've been gone, Jade. You probably have a few messages,
Clayton said, giving me a heads up. Thanks, Chad. I chuckled and rolled my eyes when he grinned from ear to ear. He wasn't used to me calling him by his first name. Anyone want coffee besides me? I really need some right now. They mumbled their affirmative responses. I started a 12-cupper, then dropped back into my chair. I picked up my desk phone and listened to the messages. Whatever. With a jiggle of the mouse, I woke up my computer and logged in. Using the roller wheel, I scrolled down until I found Kate's email from that morning. Jack raised his right brow in question.
What's wrong?
The messages were all from Kate Pierce, wanting to know if I've read the email she sent this morning. I told her I had a busy day ahead of me, yet she takes it upon herself to leave 3 messages asking if I've read it yet. She's seriously getting on my nerves. Billings winked at me and piped in.
Well, have you read them?
I shot him the stink eye. Guess I am now. I'll let her know to contact you from now on.
Don't you dare.
Billings smirked and filled my mug. I thanked him and took a sip. As I leaned in and rested my head in my hand, I went over the 4-paragraph description of the dream Kate had last night. Geez, there's a lot of information here for a dream. Thank goodness she isn't credible. If she were, we'd be chasing bad guys nonstop. Jack tapped his pen against his desk and huffed.
We already do, don't we?
So what's she saying? Clark asked as he joined in on our conversation. It's her typical ranting, boss. A young lady's car runs out of gas in the middle of the night on a remote country road. She's picked up by a stranger in a truck. A bad guy, of course, and that leads to him slitting her throat in a cornfield somewhere. I looked back at Clark leaning against the doorframe of his office. I groaned. Fine, I'll check to see if there's been a young blonde woman reported missing in the last 24 hours. Thanks, Jade. You just never know. One of these days she might surprise you with something credible. Clark returned to his office and sat at his desk. His chair let out a sigh. I checked the missing persons reports for the city and county during the last 48 hours just to be sure. Nothing popped. I went back to my cleaning. At 5 o'clock, I slung my purse over my shoulder, nodded with approval at my sparkling clean and organized desk, and packed up to go home. My workday always exceeded 9 hours, and that was on a good day. When we had real cases to work on, 15-hour days weren't unheard of. I was going to take advantage of the opportunities to go home on time when I could. Night, guys. See you in the morning. I bundled up and looked toward the sky as I walked to my car. Puffy gray clouds against the darkening palette reminded me of the cold months that lay ahead. The short winter days and bone-chilling nights were right around the corner. Chapter 4. Kate. Kate tossed and turned throughout the night. Her sleep was fitful, interrupted with horrific nightmares. A man appeared, relentless in his pursuit and hungry to kill. His eyes were dark, beady, and full of malice. He chased a woman and never tired. She'd hide and he'd find her. Her screams went unanswered as she cried out for help. Once again, Kate woke, soaking wet and gasping. She reached for her neck to make sure she wasn't bleeding, then turned toward the clock. 2:57 a.m. With a reach across the bed, she twisted the knob on the milk-glass nightstand lamp and illuminated the room. She rubbed her temples, then got up. For the second time in 2 nights, Kate stripped the wet pillowcase from the pillow and replaced it with a dry one. She opened the 3rd drawer of her dresser and pulled out a clean flannel nightgown and slipped it over her head. In the kitchen, Kate opened the bottom cabinet and pulled out the tea kettle, filled it with filtered water from the refrigerator, and set it on the stove. She turned the burner to the highest flame, opened the box of Sleepy Night tea, and placed 1 tea bag in a waiting cup. Her fingers instinctively went to her neck. She touched those raised scars, and a rush of memories came back. Why was she dreaming of him again? It had been years since that night. 10 years to be exact. She pulled the calendar off the wall and checked. 10 years to the week since he randomly attacked her and tried to end her life. Her mind took her back to that fall night, a night impossible to forget. If only she hadn't decided to walk home from the bar alone. Her apartment was close, only a few blocks away, but they were the longest blocks of her life. He appeared out of nowhere with a knife. She tried to fight him off, but he was strong and vicious. Robert Lynch tried to kill her and nearly succeeded. She had the scars to prove it. She wondered if these recent dreams manifested themselves because of her anxiety about his upcoming release, or if they were actual premonitions. As a psychic that had worked with law enforcement in the past, Kate felt an obligation to report her dreams to the local authorities, even though they dismissed her as unbelievable. In the morning, she would call the prison in Atlanta. She knew he was due to be paroled in a few days. She drank her tea and reluctantly went back to bed, hoping for sleep. After a restless night, Kate woke to a seemingly normal morning. She sat at the small 2-person table wedged in the corner between the kitchen and living room and looked over the notes she had written 4 hours earlier. The violent dreams she'd had lately weren't typical, and they shook her to the core. With his description written on paper, she knew the man in last night's dream wasn't Robert, or at least the man wasn't how she remembered him looking. She flipped the page back to the entry from the morning before and realized the man's description was the same in both dreams. Although the dreams represented the nightmare she had lived through when she was 23, maybe the dreams weren't about her after all. She wondered if there actually was a killer out there now committing those same types of crimes against innocent women. In the bathroom, she lingered in the shower. The hot spray pelleted her back and relaxed her knotted shoulders. A bowl of cereal was plenty for breakfast. She had somewhere to be. If a face-to-face with Sergeant Monroe was the only way to get her attention, that was what Kate intended to do. Chapter 5. "What you doing?" I asked. Amber sat at the breakfast bar, her hand a flurry of motion as she wrote. I leaned over her shoulder and took a look. "You're planning the Thanksgiving dinner menu already?" "Of course I am. It's only 10 days away. I want to make everyone happy, meaning Dad has to tell me his favorite side dishes, and so do you. Is anyone else coming over?" "Not that I've planned, unless you want to go all out and have a real family turkey day." Amber smirked. "If you mean having Dad and Bruce together at the table, I'll pass. Dad knows how much Bruce creeps me out. Or do you want to invite Lance and Cassie, your ex and his girlfriend, to spend the day with us? Maybe all of them?" "Yeah, I don't think so. How about you, me, and Dad? Easy peasy, right? We can have the usual fare, turkey, stuffing, and pie. That sounds perfect to me." "I'm still going to call Dad and see what his favorite sides are. I can't wait until he's here. I'm going to pick his brain about everything related to law enforcement." I laughed. I'm right here. You can pick my brain whenever you want. Anyway, shouldn't you be getting ready for school?" I glanced at the clock on the microwave. "Yeah, in a second. I have to feed Spaz. Thanks so much for putting up that outdoor pen for him." I watched fondly as my sister stroked her beloved cat. "He's really come around, don't you think?" She grinned. "Yep, and we aren't going to go through that again, are we, Spaz? You're such a naughty cat." The cat purred and rubbed against Amber's leg. I headed down the hallway, entered my bathroom, and turned on the shower. As the water heated, I picked out my wardrobe for the day. 40 minutes later, I called out to Amber as I packed my necessities, filled my travel mug with coffee, and headed to the garage. "See you later, sis." Her response echoed down the hallway, even though I couldn't make out her words. I assumed the gibberish was Amber saying goodbye and making sure Spaz was indoors. The meow coming from the living room told me he was safe and secure on the couch. I closed the kitchen door tightly behind me and grumbled as I got into my Mustang and cranked the heater up to the highest setting. I backed down the driveway and sped away. Thoughts of next spring and the type of flowers I would plant near the woods popped into my head. I imagined a new patio set, too, and chairs that had thick floral cushions. The image made me smile until I saw tiny flakes of snow hit the windshield of my car. Maybe I'd pick my dad's brain, too, but not about law enforcement. I wondered what it would feel like to live somewhere with 12 months of summer. The San Bernardino area sounded really good, especially this time of year. I pulled into the parking lot, killed the engine, and entered the sheriff's department. Jan was already sipping her morning brew, and it smelled delicious. I noticed a bud vase on the counter. A single red rose stood elegantly in the slender glass tube. "What's that about?" I grinned when Jan blushed. "I had a date last night, that's all. I'm not making a big deal about it yet." "Well, in my opinion, he's on the right track. Make the woman feel special right out of the gate. You'll keep me posted?" A wide grin spread across Jan's face. "Of course I will." We exchanged our usual morning gossip and talked about the cold morning. Then I tapped the code into the security door and entered the bullpen. I dumped my purse off at my desk and hung my coat in the closet. Jameson and Horbeck updated me on the overnight activities. They had nothing much to report other than checking on an alarm that went off at Safrany Auto Mall and a domestic disturbance just outside Jackson City that several of our deputies took care of. The night had been quiet, they said, and I was thankful for that. Jack entered the bullpen at 8 o'clock, and I had to do a double take. He gave me the "sorry, partner" expression when I noticed who followed him in. Kate Pierce was right on his heels. I felt my face flush red-hot as I stood. I'd nipped this unexpected visit in the bud before she had the time to consume my morning. Everyone stopped what they were doing, including the lieutenant, and watched to see how I'd handle her. "Kate, what can I do for you?" I was sure my voice sounded agitated. The anxiety I saw in her eyes softened me for a split second. She appeared to be deeply concerned about something. If you could give me a few minutes of your time, please." I sighed and let the breath out slowly. "Fine. Follow me. We'll go into the conference room." I didn't offer her coffee. I had no intention of letting her get too comfortable. With my cup in hand, I led the way down the hall. "In here." I opened the door and pointed at a chair. I sat at the opposite side of the table and looked her in the eyes. I drummed my fingertips impatiently as I watched her remove her coat, hang it on the chair back, and take a seat. "Kate, why does this dream have you all spun up?" "There have actually been nightmares 2 nights in a row, and this is why they bother me so much." She took a deep breath, untied the silk scarf double wrapped around her neck, and nodded in the front, then let it drop to the table. Tears clouded her eyes as she looked into mine. I couldn't find my voice as I stared at her neck. In an instant, I felt sorry and stunned at the same time. The thick double scar that covered the width of her neck startled me beyond words. The scars were red, ragged, and from their appearance, the result of a vicious attack. "Oh my God, Kate. How did this happen to you?" I rose and closed the conference room door, then opened the supply closet and pulled out a box of tissue. I set it on the table in front of her. Even though for the last several years I'd thought I disliked this woman, I never had a legitimate reason to. All I knew about her was that she worked as a psychic, and in my closed-minded opinion, that was reason enough to think she was nuts. We'd never had a real conversation. We never talked about our personal lives or even exchanged pleasantries. I wasn't on the welcoming committee when she moved to North Bend. I didn't know her story, and according to the scars, she had a horrific one to tell. I didn't know a damn thing about her other than my own smart-mouthed skepticism regarding her occupation. Now I felt like a total jerk. Even though Kate looked to be my age, I felt like a mother comforting a child in that moment. Instinctively, I reached across the table and took her hand in mine. I felt the sting of tears fill my own eyes. "Do you want to tell me what this is really about?" She nodded. "How about something to drink before we begin?" She smiled weakly. "Tea sounds nice." "Okay, stay put. I'll be right back." I got up, walked out, and closed the door behind me. As I turned from the hallway into the bullpen, the conversation stopped, and my colleague stared at me. Clayton grinned. "Got rid of her already? Damn, that's a record even for you. I bet you weren't in there more than 5 minutes." I cleared my throat and dabbed at my eyes. I put a cup of water in the microwave, then turned toward them. "Yeah, guess I'm the jerk of the year. This woman has a real story to tell me, and I've never given her the time of day." Jack stopped what he was doing and spoke up. "What's going on? Is she okay?" The microwave beeped, and I pulled out the cup of hot water. I grabbed the basket of tea samples and sugar packets, then placed them on a tray along with a cup of coffee for me. "This might take a while. I'll let you guys know what's going on once I hear her story." I gave them a solemn look and turned toward the hallway. From what I've seen so far, it isn't going to be anything good. Chapter 6. "And that happened 10 years ago?" I shook my head in disbelief as Kate told me her harrowing story. Now I understood why she'd moved away from the South. Anywhere in the Atlanta area was too close to Robert Lynch's family and friends. They'd come looking for her. According to Kate, Robert's last words to her before he was sentenced were that she'd pay in the end. Now he was due to be released from USP Atlanta in a few days. She went on to say his upcoming release might have triggered the nightmares, but she had a deep feeling that they were real premonitions. I explained to Kate how I'd done a county-wide search in the missing persons database over the last 48 hours and found that nobody had been reported missing. What if the woman wasn't local? She could have been from a neighboring county. That's true, but then our hands would be tied in Washburn County. It wouldn't be our jurisdiction, and we couldn't do anything at the county level. If a crime crosses county borders, the state police would become involved. Then, of course, across state borders would be the FBI's case. The thing is, I thought I was reliving my own nightmares until I looked at the descriptions I had jotted down. The killer doesn't look like Robert, and neither of the women in the dreams looked like me. I wrote down the information about Robert Lynch. I wanted to check this man out for myself. Have you seen him at all since he went to prison? No. I imagine his appearance has changed in the last 10 years, but I'm sure the man in my dreams wasn't him. That man was hairy and bigger than how I remember Robert. I could get my hands on a recent picture of him if you want to be certain. People sometimes change dramatically in prison. Guys work out a lot and can get pretty big. That could help, but the thought of seeing him again, even in a photo, unnerves me. Tell me more about the dreams and the descriptions of the women. Okay. Like I wrote in the email, the first woman was blonde and young, maybe early 20s. The second woman was petite with red hair. She looked to be in her 40s. She wore a locket on a delicate gold chain. Dan was engraved across it, possibly a boyfriend or husband's name. I remember how terrified she was. She hid from him throughout the dream. He'd find her and she'd run again. I remember hearing trains. Trains? I wrote that down. Yes, then the chase continued, but I'm not sure how it turned out. I woke up before the dream ended. You mean before she was killed? Yes. Then I went into another dream that took place in a town setting. Several garbage cans stood against the walls of a dark, narrow area around older brick buildings. Could it have been an industrial area or a warehouse, maybe? Was there anything familiar about the buildings? Did you recognize the street or any houses in the neighborhood? Was there anything about the town that stood out? Kate buried her face in her hands. I don't know. It was vague, hazy in a way. There was a blue dumpster with graffiti on the side. I remember that. The first dream was much more vivid. Okay, let's focus on that one then. I pushed back my chair and excused myself. I'll fill our cups. There's a ladies' room at the end of the hall if you need it. She nodded a thank you, and I walked out with her teacup and my mug in hand. When I returned with the hot beverages, I took a seat on her side of the table. Kate unzipped the black, soft-side briefcase she had lying on a chair next to her and pulled out a yellow legal pad. She showed me what she had written down, even though she had previously emailed me the details. She said she added more memories of the first dream than what she had originally sent. The woman's hair was in a ponytail. It was long enough that she could pull it around her face. I remember seeing her twist it nervously. Kate took a sip of tea and swallowed, then paused as if she were deep in thought. I waited silently for a minute so I wouldn't interrupt her thoughts. Okay, what else? She wore a turquoise and silver ring on her right index finger, and she had brightly painted acrylic nails, coral-colored, I think. She wore a pink fleece jacket that had an emblem on the chest. Really? I wrote that down. Did you get a close look at the emblem? Yes, it was similar to a crest, like a gold crown in silk embroidery thread. And your email said her car was light-colored, and you thought it was a two-door with a hatchback? Yes, that's correct. I couldn't see the plates, though. Okay, and the second woman was an older redhead? Not old, but older than the first woman. And yes, a redhead. He chased her everywhere. But then, like I said, I woke up. I'm not even sure if the buildings and dumpster were a continuation of that dream or not. Do you think you can give a good enough description to a forensic artist to get pictures drawn of them? I could send them out to law enforcement across the country. We do that kind of thing all the time. Oh, yeah, I paused. You were going to say, except? I took in a long breath. Yeah, except we usually have an actual missing person first. Maybe we should wait on sending the sketches out. I'd still like to have drawings rendered as long as the images are fresh in your mind. I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself since I had no idea what to do with this information. I had never worked with a psychic in my life. Kate, how has this worked in the past cases you've helped with? I mean, did law enforcement call you in as a consultant, or did you have dreams and visions and contact them? Both. I'll admit there have been times where my visions haven't helped. I could have seen something real in my dreams, but the crimes weren't local to Nashville or Chicago. I'm thinking you're leaning toward that theory. Our local database didn't show anyone missing, and nobody has called in on the hotline. Kate's furrowed brows showed defeat and anxiety as she studied her notes. The dreams were even more real than usual. But you admitted that Mr. Lynch's upcoming release may have triggered those dreams. I know. It's possible. Think hard, Kate. Is there anything about either woman that seems at all familiar to you? Somebody from your past, maybe? Could they be a distant relative, co-worker, somebody from the bank or grocery store? Kate pressed her temples and thought hard. No, neither of them seem familiar. I don't recognize either of them. Sergeant Monroe, I'd like you to go over my case history. I swear I'm not a nut. I want you to read the newspaper articles where I've helped find missing people and locate murder victims. She pulled a red folder out of the briefcase and handed it to me. Here. What's this? I asked. It's my validation. I want to assure you I'm not here to waste your time. Read it. Take it home and go over it. There's somebody out there slashing women's throats, or he's preparing to begin soon. How do you know, Kate? Sergeant? How do you know if he's going to commit a crime or already has? That's the sad part. Short of being the criminal myself, I don't have a name to give you, only a description. We usually find the victim after it's too late to warn them. Kate put the scarf around her neck and stood. She slipped her coat on and buttoned it. I don't want to take up any more of your time. Call me after you've gone over my files. Feel free to contact the police departments in Chicago and Nashville and discuss me with them. I know you think I've led you on a wild goose chase in the past. Not every prediction of mine leads to an arrest or a found body. But these dreams are different. I stood too and pushed in my chair. I understand. Give me several days to read this information, make a few calls, and think this over. Kate? Yes, Sergeant Monroe. Did you ever find out why Robert Lynch tried to kill you? He never said, but do psychopaths need a reason? I guess I was in the wrong place at the right time, for him. She turned to the window and twisted the wand on the blinds. I watched her as she gazed out at the sky beyond the glass. Looks like we might get snow. You have my number, Sergeant Monroe. I hope to hear from you soon. Kate reached for her briefcase and walked out. I picked up the red folder she left behind on the conference table, then glanced down the hallway. She was already gone. Back in the bullpen, I dropped the folder on my desk and exhaled a loud, confused sigh when I sat. All eyes were on me. Well, what did Miss Nutjob have to say? Jack chuckled. There's a chance she isn't a nutjob after all. I found out she's lived through a pretty horrific experience. Clayton perked up. Okay, now you have our attention. What gives with her? Those nightmares, or premonitions, as she calls them, are about women having their throats slashed. Turns out 10 years ago she was attacked by a stranger who slit her throat. She showed me the scars, 2 jagged rows across her neck, ear to ear. No shit. I turned in my chair and looked behind me. Clark stood there, leaning against the open door of his office. Yeah, boss. No shit. Chapter 7. We were in luck and had a quiet month so far. No violent crimes that I was aware of had been committed in the last few weeks. We had been spending time closing out old cases and, of course, preparing for and testifying at the Mandy Blakely trial. The lull in action gave me the opportunity I needed to hunker down at my desk and dig into finding out who Robert Lynch really was and why he tried to kill Kate Pierce. I pulled up his police records and was surprised to see the amount of criminal activity he had been involved in. Robert Lynch was a career criminal that started his illegal habits as an enterprising teenager that sold drugs to school kids. As time went on and he became more brazen, his crimes escalated into numerous burglaries, aggravated assaults, 2 rape charges that didn't stick, and, finally, Kate's attempted murder. Up until the attempted murder charge, he had racked up 6 years behind bars for a handful of different crimes. According to his statement logged in the police records, Kate Pierce was wrong, and it was a case of mistaken identity. He swore he wasn't her assailant and said he had a steadfast alibi. He admitted guilt only after 15 long hours of interrogation. He stated that the cops railroaded him into a false confession. Robert Lynch was known on the streets of Atlanta, along with his brother, Tony, and the thugs they associated with. Robert had a bad reputation, and according to his statement, the cops wanted him locked up no matter what. I read through everything that was available online, short of having his complete police jacket in front of me. His brother was his alibi the night of the attack, but with the type of people Robert ran with, that alibi didn't hold a lot of weight. Several days after Kate's attack, Robert had been picked up on an unrelated charge. The description Kate gave a sketch artist of her attacker looked too much like Robert to go unnoticed. The police picked him up and held him in custody on robbery charges while they built a case against him for attempted murder. Weeks later, after Kate was released from the hospital, she picked him out of a police lineup with no hesitation, and he was charged with her attempted murder. "Wow, that's quite a story," I said after reading the contents of the folder Kate had given me earlier and everything I could find online about the man. "Bad news?" Billings asked. "Oh yeah, he's a career criminal from the sound of it, and Kate happened to be the unlucky person in his path that night. He was sentenced to 15 years, but he's being released at 10 in a few days for good behavior and because of prison overcrowding. No wonder Kate is having nightmares. At least she lives far away from Atlanta now." I put my computer to sleep temporarily and got up from my desk. I stretched, cracked my neck, and headed out. Jack perked up when I walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" "To the lunchroom. I need my chocolate bar fix. Do you want something?" "Yeah, I'll have a bag of chips." I jerked my head toward the door. "Sure, come on, you can get your own." I looked back as Jack's smile soured, but he got up and joined me anyway. We stood at the vending machine, mulling over our choices. Jack fed a $5 bill through the slot and hit the button for corn chips. They fell to the bottom of the machine. I pulled his change out of the coin return and fed it back into the machine. He jerked his head at me and laughed. "Wow, you really suckered me into that one." "Sure did, partner." I pointed at my choice. "Go ahead and press A7. Dark chocolate, peanuts, and caramel, 3 of my favorite foods." I handed him the $2 bills that slid out of the paper money slot. I unwrapped the chocolate bar of decadence and bit into it while we walked the hallway back to the bullpen. Jack tore open his bag of chips and grabbed a handful. "So, what's next?" We returned to our desks, and I tossed my candy bar wrapper into the nearby garbage can. I regretted not having Jack by me, too. "As long as I have the time, I think I'll dig into Kate's psychic world a bit. I'm going to call the Chicago and Nashville police departments and get their take on her. As traumatic as her past is, I'm not completely sold on the premonition thing. Until I hear their stories of her uncanny, accurate predictions, I'm not believing everything written in the newspaper. If they give her an A+ rating, I'll do a statewide missing persons search for both women. Her description of the first woman is detailed, even down to what she was wearing." "And the second?" "I have height, hair color, and approximate age, but that's all. I'm thinking of having Marie work with Kate to see if she can put together facial sketches from her dream memories. It can't hurt. Somebody might actually know these women. They might be missing from another state. Meanwhile, the names of the detectives she worked side by side with in Nashville and Chicago are in the folder she gave me." Clayton bent his fingers back and cracked his knuckles. He peeked over the row of framed family pictures lined up on his desk. "How old are those cases?" I pulled the newspaper articles out and checked the dates. "It looks like she helped on 2 cases in Nashville 9 years back and another 7 years ago." I flipped to the Chicago articles. "The first one there goes back 6 years, and the other was from 3 years ago. I guess she hasn't helped law enforcement since." Billings smirked. "That's because she moved here and we aren't that gullible." I wasn't so sure anymore as I read them over for the second time. Well, according to these news articles, she's the real deal. Hopefully the police she worked with are still on the force. I found a comfortable spot in my worn chair, looked up the Metro Police Department's phone number in Nashville, and dialed. I explained to the officer that answered the phone who I was and who I was hoping to speak to. She said Detective Amoroso was indeed still at that location, and she would transfer me to his phone. I thanked her and waited for a few brief seconds before a deep voice picked up, introducing himself as Detective Joe Amoroso. After making my own introduction, I told him why I was calling. Kate Pierce was living in North Bend and had been for the last 2 years. I explained to Detective Amoroso how she had confided in me about several disturbing nightmares of women being murdered. The dreams were very detailed, down to the clothing worn by one woman in particular. I wanted his opinion of Kate and whether I should take her premonition seriously.
Ah, yes, we remember her well. I'm not quite sure why Kate moved away, but it seemed like she was always looking over her shoulder, as if something bad was about to happen. I never asked about her personal life, but she reminded me of a tortured soul.
I understood what he meant now that Kate had explained her past to me.
I don't think she wanted to settle here for the long term anyway. She seemed a bit introverted. Nashville is a party town, but she was very helpful to us on several cases.
Well, that's why I'm calling. I'd like your opinion of her work.
Kate certainly has a gift. It's amazing how some people are that fortunate. Although I've heard others call it a curse.
That's what you consider it? A gift? He laughed into the phone.
You sound like a skeptic, Sergeant Monroe.
I felt my face blush, but admitted he was right. Detective Amoroso excused himself, and I heard him talking to someone in the background. He returned to the phone a few seconds later.
Sorry about that. We just got another missing persons call. I wouldn't mind having Kate back here right now. It seems like these kind of cases never have happy endings.
Unfortunately, you're right. Detective Amoroso continued.
Anyway, her visions didn't work out all the time, but I'd say in 3 out of 5 cases they did. She was instrumental in helping us find an abducted child. That was one case that did have a happy ending. She helped us locate a missing woman that was unfortunately found murdered. On another case, she actually tracked down the perpetrator that was beating and raping college girls. He's still behind bars. If you give her the tools she needs and actually believe in her capabilities, you'll be surprised. I can't explain her gift, but she has proven herself to us, and I wish she would have stayed in our community.
He chuckled.
We even had a nickname for her.
Really? Which was?
We called her our psychic investigator. Give her a chance, Sergeant. She may have a valid concern.
I thanked Detective Amoroso and hung up. The next call was to the lead detective at the Chicago Violent Crimes Division, a Detective Bill Branson. His account of Kate was very similar to Detective Amoroso's. Kate had been a big help in the cases she'd assisted them with. I hung up with a sense of relief and a certain amount of anxiety. If her visions were accurate, there was a dangerous person out there who had already committed vicious crimes, or was about to. We just didn't know the who, where, or when. Chapter 8. I went home that night with Kate Pierce weighing heavily on my mind. I wasn't sure whether working with her would be like opening an enormous can of worms or not. If I gave her the go-ahead, we could possibly be spending our days chasing down every shadowy figure in her dream world. Had the crimes in her nightmares actually been committed? And if they hadn't, there wasn't a way to prevent them anyway. We didn't have a perpetrator to go after. I wasn't going to let Kate Pierce take the lead in our investigations. Want a glass of wine? Amber closed the dishwasher after stacking the dinner dishes inside. She stood at the counter and poured a glass for herself. She waited, the bottle suspended in her hand, to pour a second glass. I stared at her, but hadn't heard a word she'd said.
Hello, Earth to Jade. Is anyone home in that head of yours?
Sorry, I have a lot of thinking to do. What did you say?
I asked if you wanted a glass of wine, but never mind, I poured you one anyway. Here. Carrying 2 glasses of Chardonnay, Amber walked around the breakfast bar and handed one to me. Thinking about the Mandy Blakely case? No, that'll go on for another week before they wrap things up. I might sit in on more of the trial, though, since work has been relatively quiet. Dean's sister from Medford and the minister from Madison are going to be testifying sometime this week. I took a sip and gave Spaz a thorough 3-minute scratch behind his ears. He purred as he lay curled between Amber and me on the couch. I wish they'd just finish things and put her in an institution where she belongs. They can't bring back the dead, and the media is on a feeding frenzy about this case like a herd of piranhas. Amber chuckled. I think they'd be called a school of piranhas, but I get your drift. So what's bothering you? Have I ever mentioned Kate Pierce to you? You mean the local psychic? Yeah, that's the one. I'm not quite sure how to handle her. Nashville and Chicago police departments tell me she's legit and has been helpful on some of their cases. Amber stretched her long legs out across the coffee table. Okay, so what's the problem? We don't have a case to bring her in on. She's bringing her cases to us. What does that even mean? She's having dreams of violent crimes and wants us to do something about them. But we have nowhere to go. We don't have any victim or perp names to start the process with. Do you want my take on things? I grinned and picked up my wine glass from the end table. Absolutely. Go ahead and do your psychology criminal justice thing on me. I snuggled deeper into the couch cushions and waited. You have no victim, no location, and no perp. There's really nothing anyone can do with that information because there isn't any. Once there's a case to work on, call her in and see how she does. You can't solve a case that hasn't happened. What do you think of psychics? Do you believe they actually have merit? Amber shrugged. The cops in Nashville and Chicago do. There are some things that common logic can't explain, Jade. Damn, I'd love to have that ability. Really? Hell yeah. Could you imagine being an FBI profiler and having psychic powers, too? Man, I'd rock the law enforcement world. I laughed. Leave it to you. Anyway, what do you think of having a sketch artist render pictures from Kate's dreams? Amber appeared to ponder that bit of information. That may not be a half-bad idea, but what would you do with them? I'll enter their descriptions on the National Unidentified Persons Database and narrow down the search by approximate height, weight, age, and hair color and see if anything pops. Better yet, I'll bring Kate in and have her go through the photos herself. If she finds someone that looks like the ladies in her dreams, we might have something to work with. This could be my only opportunity to see if Kate's premonitions are real. I have enough free time to dig into this now, but if a real case comes up, it would have to take precedence, and Kate's stuff would go on the back burner. I went to bed that night with a plan of action. In the morning, I'd call Marie, the sketch artist, and have her sit down with Kate and come up with real faces to go forward with. Chapter 9. 1 piece of peanut butter toast and a single cup of coffee was enough for me. I was anxious to get to work and get busy. Kate would have to prove herself to me before I'd become a believer, but my mind was gradually opening up to the possibilities. I fed and watered Polly and Porky, gave them each a kiss, and headed to the door with my travel mug in hand. I yelled out a goodbye to Amber as I hit the garage door opener and left. I passed the bank clock, then checked the time in my car. They matched, and I gave the dashboard an attaboy pat. Billings and Clayton pulled into the parking lot right behind me, and we walked into the bullpen together. With my coat hung and my purse and gun at my desk, I sat and listened as Horbeck and Jameson updated us on the overnight activities. Jack walked in at 7:30, surprising all of us. With a fresh cup of coffee on my desk and everything I'd needed within reach, I dialed Kate Pierce's phone number. Hello? The voice on the other end sounded like Kate's, although raspy and groggy. Kate, it's Jade Monroe. What's wrong? You sound awful. I waited for her response and heard her clear her throat. Sergeant Monroe, hang on, please. I need a glass of water. She returned to the phone a few seconds later. Sorry, I had a terrible night. Bad dreams? Horrible ones. I called the prison yesterday and they confirmed Robert's release. He's being paroled today. I guess that prompted the non-stop nightmares last night. Did you get any sleep at all, as in restful sleep? She groaned through the phone line. I don't feel like I did. Anyway, what can I do for you? It must be important for you to call this early. I'm sorry, Kate. I wouldn't have called if I'd known you didn't get any sleep. No worries, I'll live. I'd like to run something past you. Are you able to come down to the station this morning and talk? Sure thing. I'll be there in an hour. I clicked off and called Marie Ashton, the sketch artist who worked with law enforcement in North Bend. She agreed to come in at 9 o'clock and try to put Kate Pierce's dream faces on paper. At 8:30, Jan called my desk phone and said Kate had arrived. I ushered Kate through the bullpen door, where she greeted my colleagues. At the beverage station, I offered her a choice of coffee or tea. She decided on spearmint tea, so I made 2 cups. Something different now and then couldn't hurt. Let's have a seat in the conference room. I glanced at the clock above the door. Marie was scheduled to arrive in a half hour. That would give me enough time to explain to Kate what I had in mind and hear the details of her latest nightmares. I grabbed a folder off my desk and jammed my cell phone into my pocket, then led the way down the hall. We entered the conference room, and I closed the door at my back. Kate sat on the 3rd chair on the left. I closed the blinds and took a seat across from her. Do you want to talk about your dreams from last night? Kate sighed, as if even talking about them would zap every ounce of her energy. That's okay, we don't have to. I just thought. I know, she said. You thought I'd be gushing about my dreams and sending you on a wild goose chase again. I kept silent. If she wanted to tell me, she could, and if not, so be it. I'm sorry, I snapped. I'm just exhausted. I dreamed about Robert, of course. This time it actually was him, and he found out where I lived. He came after me, and... And what? And he caught and killed me. I saw tears spring up in Kate's eyes, and I felt her pain. She was scared to death of this man. What did he look like, Kate? Was he exactly as you remembered him, or had he aged in 10 years? She squeezed her head between her open palms as if she needed to keep it from falling apart. His features were familiar, except older-looking, of course. His temples were grayin', and his hair was buzz-cut. He had prison tats, too. He didn't have tats 10 years ago? Nothing that was visible. Could you make out what they were? I opened the folder as she closed her eyes. I hadn't told Kate about the current photo of Robert Lynch I had printed out from the USP Atlanta Inmate Registry. Her eyes opened, and I could see she remembered. He had the word revenge on the back of his right hand, and 2 teardrops under his right eye. Can you describe them? Just that they were small, tattooed tears, and the word revenge was in block letters. They were done in dark ink. I wrote the descriptions she gave of him and his tattoos in my notepad. I knew most prison tats were done in black or dark blue ink. They weren't given the luxury of colored ink in most penitentiaries. And you said you haven't physically seen him or a picture of him in 10 years? No, I'd rather forget that face forever. So you don't want to see what he looks like now? Are you going to make me? Of course not. I could barely contain myself as I closed the folder. Would you like another cup of tea? Sure, if you're making one for yourself. Okay, I'll be right back. I picked up the folder and our cups and left the room. Jack looked up from his desk when I entered the bullpen. What gives? You're as white as a ghost. Clark walked out of his office, pulled out my guest chair, and sat. Billings and Clayton stopped filing reports and stared at me. I shook my head in disbelief. How is this possible? Take a breath, Jade. What's going on? Clark asked. She just gave me a description of Robert Lynch from the nightmare she had of him last night. He's being released today, and she thinks that anxiety led to the dreams. Jack scratched the back of his hand. And she didn't know I printed out a recent photograph of him from the USP Atlanta Inmate Registry. Her description was dead on. But she doesn't have access to that list, Clayton said. Exactly my point. She actually is a psychic. I opened the folder and showed the guys the printout. Clark stared at the photograph.
You do know what those teardrop tats signify, don't you, Jade?
I nodded. The outlined tattoo means attempted murder, and the filled-in one means he has actually killed someone.
But his record doesn't show any accusation or arrest for murder, Jack said.
I filled our teacups and headed toward the hallway. There might be a lot more to Robert Lynch than we actually know. Chapter 10. I had 5 minutes left to explain my plan to Kate before Marie was scheduled to arrive. I placed the tea on the conference room table and apologized for taking so long. So here's what I'd like to do, Kate, if you're on board. Our sketch artist will be here in a few minutes, and I want to get the images of those 2 women on paper before they start fading from your memory. Soon they could be nothing more than dream characters with red or blonde hair. We need to preserve everything you can remember about their features. Kate leaned in with curiosity. But then what? Then I have a job for you. I'll show you how to use the nationwide unidentified persons database instead of the missing persons database. That way we can enter their names as Jane Doe, since we don't actually know who we're looking for. All I need is for you to find faces that match as closely as possible to the sketches Marie will draw. It's a way to narrow down our pool of potential women. Are you willing to do that? Absolutely. A knock sounded on the door, and I got up to answer it. Marie greeted me and walked in with her satchel of supplies. I made the introductions, explained to Marie what we needed, and excused myself. I'd let those 2 work together and do what they did best, without any interruptions from me. Just let me know when you're finished. I'll be in the bullpen. Jack rose when I walked in.
Want to tag along? I'm caught up on my paperwork for the week.
Going to sit in on Mandy's trial?
Yep. Today the owner of Unhappily Hitched, Inc. has to testify about his confidential client list. That ought to stir the pot with plenty of people.
Sounds interesting, but I better pass. I want to be here when Marie and Kate finish up. Jack nodded and exited the room. It seemed as though I was glancing at the clock every half hour. Patience wasn't my strongest trait. I drummed my fingers on my desk, then got up and poured a cup of coffee for Billings, Clayton, Clark, and myself, and went back to fidgeting.
So what do you make of Kate Pierce now, after that description of Lynch?
Billings asked. I don't know. I've never put much credence in psychics, and her visions baffle me. Detective Amoroso in Nashville calls it a gift. What I don't understand is, does she see things that have already happened, or is she predicting things to come?
Pick her brain, Jade, and find out. She might come in handy once in a while, just like Marie does.
Good idea, Adam. I will for sure. At 10:30, I heard a set of footsteps walking toward the bullpen. They were finally finished. I rose from my desk when Marie peeked around the corner. I think we're done, Jade. Would you like to come back and take a look? Sure thing. I walked with Marie back to the conference room and took the same seat I had sat in earlier. Several open books containing female facial features, as well as partial pencil sketches on white drawing paper, lay scattered across the table. Wow, you've been busy. 2 completed sketches on paper lay in front of Kate. She stared down at them. It's weird, you know? What is, Kate? How my dreams are now real. These ladies actually exist somewhere. May I? Kate slid the drawings across the table toward me. I studied them and saw how the blonde woman was far more detailed than the redhead. I don't know if we can get a positive ID on her. I tapped on the drawing of the redhead. You did say the woman moved around a lot and was in the shadows most of the time, but we'll do the best we can. These sketches are pretty remarkable, and they're as close as you remember in your dreams. The blonde woman is exactly how I remember her. That's good, really good. I stood and thanked Marie for her help. She closed the door at her back and left. You look spent, I said to Kate. Want to take a break? We can grab a snack in the lunchroom. I think you need a caffeine jolt, too. That's a great idea. We walked down the hallway to the lunchroom and studied the contents of the sandwich vending machine. We agreed on 2 turkey wraps that still looked edible. I slid in a 5, pressed B2, and the sandwiches dropped to the door at the bottom. I pressed E4 and 2 bags of chips followed. The small 6-cup brew station pumped out the coffee while we talked quietly over our food. We were the only people in the lunchroom, and the privacy was nice. I needed to know more about Kate Pierce. I was intrigued. I listened closely as she answered every question I threw at her. I heard the lingering southern drawl when she spoke. I had always thought of Kate as pretty from a distance, with her curly black locks, but I never studied her features. I chalked it up to me never giving her more than 5 minutes of my time. She had strikingly pale blue eyes, almost icy, yet beautiful. Her skin was porcelain white. She mustn't be a sun worshipper like me. She was tall and slender. The word willowy came to mind. I wondered if she had any friends, if she ever did anything that wasn't work-related. I'd seen her at the summer village picnics in her psychic tent doing personal readings, but what did she do in her downtime? I couldn't fathom a life spent alone with the only company being the victims in her nightmares. Did you grow up in Atlanta, Kate? Is your family there? My mom is. My dad left us when I was young, and I don't really remember much about him. Faint images of him pop into my head now and then. I have an older sister that lives in Portland. Maine or Oregon? She smiled. Oregon. Too bad that's so far away. It's okay. We aren't close and haven't kept in touch. She thinks I'm a wacko. Her words stung. I had thought the same thing for the last 2 years. So where do you live? Downtown in an efficiency apartment above Myers Hardware. I groaned. Does old man Myers even heat that building? Kate chuckled. Barely. I swear in the dead of winter I can take an ice scraper to the north windows. I've learned to put plastic over them. We both laughed. I was beginning to like this woman. So what really happened that night 10 years ago? I got up and poured 2 cups of coffee, then returned to the lunch table. I live near the Atlanta Technical College, where I went to school. My friends and I were out on a Friday night, our typical routine. Charlie's was a fun dive bar on a busy corner. There was always action around there, and I knew the neighborhood well. I felt safe. I watched Kate's expression go to a dark place. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand. It's okay. Take your time. She nodded and cleared her throat. Anyway, I decided to go home a little earlier than the rest of my friends. We normally stayed out until closing, but I had a headache that night. Against everyone's protests, I left alone. My apartment was only a few blocks away. The streets were well lit until you reached the apartment complex. There, the winding brick sidewalks through the trees looked charming and peaceful during the day, but at night it was dark and shadowy. I could see my building straight ahead on the right. I had a ground floor unit, and each apartment had a dusk-to-dawn porch light for safety. They were all illuminated, but I never made it that far. I handed Kate a stack of napkins from the dispenser on the table. Tears that seemed to have horrible memories attached to them slid down her cheeks. She dabbed her eyes and thanked me, then continued on. Around the last curve of the sidewalk, and only 50 feet from the building, he sprung out of nowhere. Being close to the apartments like that cast enough ambient light to see his face. There had been a few rapes in previous months throughout Atlanta, and I'm sure that was his intent. He began ripping at my clothes, but I struggled with him and fought hard. I began to scream, so he covered my mouth with his stinky hand. Describe stinky to me. His hands smelled like cigarettes and grime, like he hadn't washed them in ages. Anyway, I don't think he was expecting someone to fight back so fiercely. Lights were coming on in the apartments from the noise, so instead of raping me, he slit my throat twice. I fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, while trying to hold my throat together. I saw him run into the darkness. Then everything became foggy, and I passed out. I can't believe you survived that. It was horrible luck and good luck at the same time. Horrible that it even happened, but good that he didn't hit my carotid artery either time. I would have bled out in seconds otherwise. The next thing I knew, it was the following afternoon. I was in ICU at Northside Hospital, and my mom was sitting next to my bed.
What did the police say at your hospital interview?
Kate took a sip of coffee and made a face. Yuck, this is cold. Hang on to your thought, I'll warm these up. I got up and carried the cups back to the counter and topped both of them off. I placed them in the microwave for 30 seconds, flipped the switch to turn off the coffee maker, and returned to the table with 2 piping hot coffees. Okay, go ahead. Thanks. Anyway, the cops told me what I expected. They interviewed every apartment resident facing that side of the complex. Nobody actually saw the man except me. The residents only heard my screams. I guess a few of them ran outside and called 911 as soon as they saw my condition. The cops had their forensic team out there, but they didn't find any trace evidence.
Not even under your nails?
I didn't have any nails. I bite them off. All they had to go on was my description of him, and that didn't come right away. I think I was in shock for a while. I finally had a nightmare of the attack and saw his face again. That's when they brought in a sketch artist to work with me.
Do you think he's going to come after me, Sergeant, now that he's free? I don't want to make you unnecessarily fearful, but he could track you as far as Chicago if he really wanted to. Even though you moved away from Atlanta, you never changed your name. I thought about the newspaper clippings and my online search. Keep in mind those newspaper articles written about how you've helped the Nashville and Chicago police departments were flattering, but it was a way to track your location, too. It was public information easily found on the internet. I did it, and anyone else can, too. Maybe it's a good thing we never pulled you in on a case. You've had no publicity in Wisconsin. Chapter 11. So, are you up for starting the unidentified persons search today? The analog clock on the lunchroom wall showed it was 11:45. I have a private reading at 1 o'clock, Kate said, but I could come back later. That would be great. We can get started this afternoon and see if anything pans out. From the expression on Kate's face, it looked as though she had more to say. Is there something else on your mind? Actually, there is. I want to thank you, Sergeant Monroe, for finally believing in me. She smiled. It took a while. What changed your mind? I hesitated, not knowing whether it was wise or not to show her Robert Lynch's current photograph. It would prove her psychic abilities were right on and her dreams had real significance, but she said she didn't want to see it. There were also the teardrop tattoos. I didn't want to frighten her even more if she asked what they meant. Whether or not Robert Lynch actually murdered someone before he went to prison would be hard to find out, and I didn't want that weighing on Kate's mind. I spoke with the detectives in Nashville and Chicago that worked with you years ago. They gave you high praises and said you were the real deal. I respect their opinions. I believe it's time I opened up my mind a bit. Oh, one more thing, Kate. Yes, Sergeant. Please, call me Jade. It isn't necessary to be formal with me. She smiled widely. Okay. Should I call you when I'm ready to come back? Yep, that's perfect. I'll show you how to use the database, and we'll see if anything shakes out. I escorted Kate to the vestibule at the front of the building and watched as she walked to her car. She turned back and waved goodbye. Back in the bullpen, I had a call come in on my desk phone from Jack at the courthouse. He said there was a big commotion at the Mandy Blakely trial. Did they already break for lunch? What's going on? I looked at the clock. 12:05. I had just put on my coat and was on my way out to run some errands when Jack called. Nah, this started about 20 minutes ago, but it's escalating quickly. I think we're going to need to escort a few people to jail. Apparently, Whitney Smith went crazy and attacked the owner of Unhappily Hitched, Inc. when he was called to testify. She jumped on Mandy, too, and broke her nose. You're kidding, right? Wish I was. They've already cleared the courtroom, and everyone is in an uproar. People are out in the hallway, screaming and shoving each other, and the media is loving every second of it.
We need you guys over here to lend a hand. The ambulance is loading Mandy up to take her to St. Joe's. 2 deputies are there to escort her, but she's begging for you."
"Oh, for Pete's sake. Okay, hang tight. We're on our way." I clicked off. "Sorry, guys. It looks like your lunch break is going to have to wait. There's a brawl at the courthouse. Jack needs us." Clark hung up the phone and came out of his office.
"I was just informed, too. Let's go."
I strapped on my shoulder holster, and Billings, Clayton, and Clark did the same. We took off out the door and told Jan where we were going. Walking would have been faster, but we needed the cruisers in case we had to transport unruly people to the jail. We parked behind the courthouse and entered on the ground level, then took the back staircase to the 2nd floor. When we opened the stairwell door, the scene in front of us was surprising. The mob of people that had been jam-packed in the courtroom was now out in the hallway and creating quite a disturbance. Family members of the victims were at each other's throats, blaming everyone that looked as though they deserved to be yelled at. The religious zealots in the middle of the mayhem had their say, declaring that the owner of Unhappily Hitched, Inc. was destined to hell and deserved the punches Whitney Smith laid on him before the deputies pulled her off. Every spectator spewed their hatred for Dean's extended family, Mandy, the owner of the Cheaters website, and every man or woman that had ever accessed it. I saw Jack at the opposite end of the hallway with 3 deputies. 4 people sat side by side on a bench next to them with their hands zip-tied behind their backs. He waved us over. I called out to him. "What do you need us to do, partner?"
"Get these people out of here. We've got 6 more that were throwing punches in cuffs. They're against that side wall. Seems that everyone has an opinion about this case. Mandy is gone, Whitney Smith is with an officer in a back room behind the judge's chambers, and Mr. Jacobs, the owner of Unhappily Hitched, Inc., is in the courtroom with another police officer. We need to disperse this crowd and shut down the floor. The other courtrooms have already been emptied. Some of these people are spillover that took it upon themselves to get involved. We need the media out of here, too. They're just fueling the fire." I nodded that I heard him through the noise. "Got it."
I turned to Adam. "Billings, call John and tell him to get a bus over here. There are too many people to put in the cruisers. Clayton, have those officers escort Whitney and Mr. Jacobs over to a holding cell for now. We'll deal with them later. Boss, do you want me to go to St. Joe's or help clear the floor?" I saw Clark wave down Lieutenant Colbert from the North Bend PD.
"Go ahead, Jade. Between the city boys and our guys, we can handle this."
I pushed my way over to Jack. "I'm heading to St. Joe's to check on Mandy. Once the doctor gives her the okay to leave, I'll drive her back myself."
"Okay, keep me posted."
I took the 2 flights down the stairway and exited the back door. I called Kate Pierce as I drove and postponed our online unidentified persons search until tomorrow. It was only a 10-minute drive to St. Joseph's Community Hospital on the southern outskirts of North Bend. The campus was a beautiful place, with the hospital and hospice center only 6 years old. The staff was friendly and warm, and they knew me well. I entered and approached the reception counter.
"Hello, Sergeant Monroe. What can I help you with?"
"Hi, Liz. I'm here on official business. A couple of deputies brought Mandy Blakely in less than a half hour ago. She was involved in a scuffle, and I've heard she has a broken nose. Where can I find her?"
"Yeah, she's in emergency in one of the cubicles in the east hallway. I'll take you back."
"Thanks. How are the kids?" Liz's eyes lit up.
"Oh, they're fine and growing like weeds."
"I bet they are.
Behaving?"
She laughed.
"Do 6- and 8-year-olds behave?"
"Yeah, I guess you got me there. Haven't had any yet."
"Here we are."
She pointed down the hallway.
"Mandy is in the 2nd room on the left."
"Thanks, Liz. Take care." I approached the deputies that were sitting in the hallway by the sliding glass doors to Mandy's room.
"Lincoln, Gates, how's she doing?"
They both stood. Gates nodded and addressed me.
"Sergeant Monroe, the doctor said another half hour and she should be ready to go back to the jail."
"Sounds good." I knocked on the glass and pulled back the curtain slightly to get a peek. Mandy saw me and waved me in. I waited.
"Is it all right to come in?"
The doctor turned to see who I was.
"Do you want visitors, young lady?"
"Yes," Mandy said. "Sergeant Monroe can come in."
"How's she doing, Doctor?"
He chuckled.
She'll make it. She has 6 stitches, a broken nose that I've just set, and 2 eyes that will turn black and blue by tomorrow. Other than that, she'll be fine. I'll be done here in a few minutes."
I took a seat next to the exam table Mandy was lying on and pulled out my notepad. "Want to tell me what happened? Did you provoke Whitney Smith?" Mandy scoffed. "You can ask anyone. There were at least 200 witnesses there. That wackadoodle woman jumped the guy from the website right as he passed her to go testify. I was minding my own business and sitting next to my attorney. The deputy yanked her off the website guy and she flew back against our table. That's when she punched me in the nose. Everyone saw it. Talk about a psycho." "I would watch my tongue if I were you. You're far from innocent, Mandy. Why did you want me here?" "Because you're the only person I trust. I'm not very popular in this town, you know. I think most people would like to see me dead." "You'll be safe at the jail. I doubt if the rest of the trial going forward will be in open court." The doctor washed his hands. "Okay, I've done all I can. The nurse will come in with instructions for Miss Blakely and set up her next appointment. She'll need a prescription for pain pills. I'll see her in 10 days to remove the stitches and check if her nose set properly. Have a nice day." "Skip the prescription. She'll be fine with aspirin." I thought it was in Mandy's best interest not to take any form of opioid. She already had enough problems. The doctor nodded. "If you insist." The nurse wrote down Mandy's next appointment, handed me the card, and we left. "Could I sit in the front seat with you?" she asked as I led her to the cruiser. "Yeah, I don't think so. I'll find out when your trial is going to resume and let you know. Until then, you go back to your daily activity." "Which is doing nothing." "Doing nothing is a lot better than being in prison, Mandy. Count what few blessings you have left." I drove to the sheriff's department and led Mandy upstairs and handed her off to John. "I'll let you know about the trial when I hear more." Chapter 12. Robert. With the 7 pages of paperwork read and signed, Robert Lynch was given a cloth sack and 5 minutes for a final gathering of his personal belongings from the cell. He pulled 10 years of faded photographs off the walls and rubber-banded the 24 letters he had saved. He dropped a few toiletries and several magazines into the sack and had a final look at the 6-by-8-foot space that had been his home for the last 10 years. He nodded and was escorted to the discharge holding area where his clothing, wallet, and watch had been stored for a decade. Robert signed the final release papers, changed into his street clothes, and dropped the wallet into his pocket. He shoved everything else into the sack, then continued on with the guard. They reached and passed through 4 sets of heavy steel doors before the final one opened to the freedom that awaited him. "Good luck, Robert," the guard said. "I hope we don't see you back here again." The command to open the 2-story outer door was confirmed, and USP Atlanta prisoner number 440286F no longer existed. Robert Lynch walked out to his first day of freedom in 10 years. The solid steel door groaned as it closed loudly at his back. He opened his wallet and checked the contents as he walked out. $8 and an expired driver's license. His smile widened when he saw the rusty red and white pickup truck idling in the outer courtyard of the visitors' parking area. The driver's side window opened, and Tony, his younger brother by 2 years, popped his head out and grinned. He looked up from the driver's seat and flipped off the guard, watching them from the tower. "It's about damn time I see you in something other than that ugly orange jumpsuit. Get your ass in the truck. We got a lot of catching up to do." Robert pulled open the door on the 1995 Dodge Ram and climbed in. "I can't believe you're still driving this hunk of shit." "Hey, it's a ghost truck. It isn't registered to me, and the plates are stolen. It's perfect as long as I don't get pulled over. I stay off the main roads anyway." Robert jammed his belongings into the footwell and gave his brother a hearty slap on the shoulder, then grabbed the pack of menthol cigarettes off the dash and shook one out. He lit it, inhaled deeply, and blew the smoke out slowly through his nose.
He stared at Tony for a moment, then laughed. "What's with the hair?" "Always a critic." Tony pulled the visor down and checked himself in the mirror. "What's wrong with the way I look?" "Just giving you shit, man. Don't get so defensive. It's just that I've never seen you with a full beard and hair that long. And I've never seen you with a buzz cut. Was that their going-away present to you?" Tony pointed at Robert's temples. "Looks like there's some gray coming through, too." Tony cranked the steering wheel to the right and peeled out onto the street. "Has to be the anxiety." Robert rubbed his forehead and heaved a sigh. "It's damn good to be out of that hellhole. I'm looking forward to making up for lost time. But first I want a greasy burger and fries." "You got it, man. Ma's on pins and needles waiting to see you, though, so we better use the drive-thru. Don't mention we ate. She's putting snacks together." Tony leaned toward Robert and looked down at his leg. "No tracker?" Robert chuckled. "No tracker, and my first parole meeting isn't for another month." Tony slapped the steering wheel and laughed. "Sweet!" He tapped a cigarette out of the pack and lit one for himself. "Sounds like we have a plan, dude. There'll be plenty of time to get the job done, have a little fun, and be back in Atlanta before anyone knows we've left." He pulled up to the window of the fast food restaurant and ordered. At the house on the southeast side of downtown, Robert and Tony's mother, Leah, their cousin Mark, his wife Pam, and their uncle James would be waiting, according to Tony. Robert had pictured them surrounding the table in that cramped kitchen and watching anxiously out the window for the truck to return. An hour after he'd left, Tony pulled into the driveway and parked. "Looks like our company's already here," Robert said when he noticed several vehicles parked at the curb. "We have to celebrate your homecoming, dude. Come on, Ma's waiting." Tony and Robert entered the modest white bungalow they grew up in and into the waiting arms of Leah, their mother. The family matriarch and only remaining parent hugged her eldest son and wiped the tears clouding her eyes. "Bobby, you're finally home, and nobody is ever going to take you away from me again." Robert embraced his mother and kissed her cheek. "That's right, Ma, but justice still needs to be served." Leah swatted the air. "Let the good Lord handle that. I just want to enjoy seeing you here every day." James, Leah's brother, slapped Robert on the back. "It's been a while, Bobby. Let's have a seat outside and get reacquainted over a beer." The men gathered on the patio. They sat on mismatched chairs under the sun-faded umbrella, each holding a cold beer and a lit cigarette. James stared at the ground as if he were counting the cracks in the aged cement. "You know, I worry about your ma. She's the only sister I have. Tony has done a good job helping out since your old man got sent up for the second time. You heard he died in the can." "Yeah, and I don't care. Just tell me what you're getting at." Robert glared at his uncle as he took a swig of beer. James was an outspoken man, and someone Robert had never liked. He had a way of sticking his nose in places it didn't belong. "Well, you're a lot like your pa. I guess the apple didn't fall far from the tree, with the both of you spending years in prison. There's something in your blood, the two of you. You have an itch that can't be satisfied. Your old man never took care of your ma when he was around. He beat her regularly, and he was a mean drunk. You need to be there for your mother, Bobby, and you need to control your temper and impulses, or you'll be back in prison sooner than you think. I don't need your advice, old man. Stay out of my business." Robert stood and clenched his fists. Tony grabbed Robert's arm. "Hey, bro, take it easy. Sit back down. This is supposed to be a homecoming party. You don't want Ma to see you upset." "I'm not trying to agitate you, Bobby. Leah's my sister, and she needs both of you. The woman isn't getting any younger. I don't think she'd survive it if you ended up back in the joint. That's all I wanted to say." Pam opened the screen door and peeked out. "The food is ready, guys. Come on in." Tony pulled Robert aside before they entered the house. "We'll talk later after everyone leaves. Right now, just be cordial for Ma's sake. That man has an issue with me. He likes to get under my skin. Always has."
By 4 o'clock, the visitors had left, and Leah retreated to the living room to relax on her favorite corduroy recliner and watch TV. Robert and Tony sank down on the couch and got comfortable, their feet resting on the coffee table.
"What do you want to watch, Ma?"
With the remote in hand, Robert channel surfed until Leah told him to stop on a nature show. They watched the program with her until she dozed off. Robert turned off the television when Tony stood.
"Let's talk in the garage,"
Tony said as he glanced at his sleeping mother.
"We have plenty to discuss privately."
Robert nodded and quietly closed the kitchen door at his back.
"So, are you sure it's her?"
Tony smirked as he turned on the garage light and pulled out 2 folding camp chairs that were leaning against the wall.
"Here," he pointed. "Have a seat. I've been tracking this bitch for nearly 10 years. Damn straight it's her."
He rose and went to the row of shelves at the back of the garage. He reached for the cardboard box on the second shelf.
"Check this out."
Tony lifted the lid and passed the box to Robert.
"I've saved these newspaper clippings over the years. How stupid can someone be to give away their whereabouts, especially after your threats? Did she think you were kidding? I've tracked her to Nashville, Chicago, and now she lives in some shithole small town in Wisconsin." "Small town? Then getting to her should be a piece of cake. Nothing ever came to light about Louise and Joy?"
Tony shrugged and laughed.
"Never heard a word. But what a night, right? Those 2 hookers were a handful, that's for sure. In my opinion, hookers are still the best way to go. Shit happens, and nobody cares if they go missing. It's the price they pay for living that kind of lifestyle."
Tony huffed.
"I still have scars on my face from Louise."
Robert tugged on his brother's beard.
"That explains the hair. A little self-conscious, are we?" "Whatever. Anyway, if we hadn't caught up to them before they found help, we would have both ended up in prison a lot earlier than you did. Bad move, bro. Never do the deed in your own backyard. And if you're gonna do the crime, try not to do the time." Yeah, nice advice in hindsight, but I didn't know that one would end up living. I cut her neck twice, for Christ's sakes. She was a tough one, but she won't be so lucky next time.
Chapter 13. "Hey, Dad, are you getting excited to visit us in gray, gloomy Wisconsin?" I sat on the recliner with my feet up after work and made the weekly call to my old man in California. The patio was lit up with spotlights, even though it was too cold to be outside deliberately. Looking out helped me envision how nice the backyard would look next summer. Hopefully that would get me through the 6 long months of winter.
"I sure am, honey. In a week and a half, I'll be there driving you girls crazy. I'm looking forward to seeing your new place, Jade. From your description, it sounds beautiful."
I grinned. "Hang on, I'm putting you on speakerphone. Amber has a few questions for you." I pushed the speakerphone icon and set my phone on the coffee table. "Hi, Daddy." Amber handed me a cup of tea, then sat on the couch with Spaz tucked under her left arm.
"Hi, Pumpkin. What do you need to know?"
Amber chuckled. "That was funny, Dad. Pumpkin, Thanksgiving. Anyway, I'm planning the menu. So far we have turkey, of course, dressing, cranberry sauce, and mashed potatoes and gravy, unless you'd rather have sweet potatoes."
"I'd rather have mashed potatoes and gravy."
"Okay, what else?" Amber had a pencil and paper at the ready.
"Hot biscuits, corn, and pumpkin pie."
Easy enough. Do you want finger food, too, like pickles, olives, cherry tomatoes, or celery sticks?"
"That's up to you, honey. I'm good with the basics. No need to fuss."
"That's what Jade said, too. Okay, sounds good. I love you, Daddy."
"I love you, too, and I'm looking forward to hearing all about your studies. See you soon."
"Okay, bye." Amber scooted off with her pencil and paper, probably to go check what was in the pantry. I clicked off speakerphone and re-engaged my earbud. "Hey, Dad, I need your opinion about something." I reached for my cup and bobbed the tea bag up and down.
"Go ahead, shoot."
"What's your take on psychics?
as in the kind that help law enforcement. Funny you should ask. Really? Have you guys used them before? We are right now on a case where an 8-year-old was abducted from her bed while she slept. Oh my God, that's awful. Why did you guys bring in a psychic? We had nothing to go on, honey. This case has been dragging along for more than a week with no clues and no evidence. There aren't any ransom demands, which is a bad sign in itself, and we've exhausted what few leads we started with. We've used psychics in the past on occasion. Sometimes they can help, and sometimes they can't. They aren't a lot different than when we go off our hunches, except the way they can pinpoint things to the last detail. It's almost spooky. Are you going that route?
No, this is completely different. The psychic here is dreaming of women getting murdered. She says it's very real and disturbing, but we have nothing to investigate.
Yeah, that sounds like a tough one. Bring her in on a case you already have and see how she does.
I laughed and set my cup on the end table. Must run in the family.
What's that?
Amber said the same thing. We're short on serious crimes this month. We're kind of in a killing drought.
Be thankful for that, honey. Let's talk more about it when I'm there. By then, we should know how our psychic did on our current case.
Sounds good, Dad. I love you.
Love you too.
I clicked off and joined Amber in the kitchen. It was time to swap out the tea for a nice glass of red wine. Amber set the can of cranberry sauce she was holding on the counter and reached for me. She gave me a tight squeeze. I laughed and hugged her back.
What was that for?
For being a wonderful big sister. I love living with you, Jade, and I'm so happy Dad is coming for Thanksgiving. He sounded great, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's living the life, sis. San Bernardino County isn't a half-bad place to live and work. Plus, they don't get snow.
They get earthquakes and wildfires, though. I don't think any location is absolutely perfect. I smiled dreamily.
Yeah, but no winter and a house in the foothills like Dad's is damn near perfect in my opinion.
Chapter 14. Kate was scheduled to arrive in 30 minutes. I checked my messages, returned whatever calls needed to be made, and cleared my desk again. I figured if I took care of the tedious things every morning before I got my day started, I wouldn't have a mountain of paperwork constantly growing on my workspace. I did a quick check of my emails to see if any looked important. I opened the one from the courthouse that showed Mandy's trial was scheduled to resume next Monday and would be in closed court going forward. I figured as much. No reporters and no cameras would be allowed in the courtroom after the commotion that had unfolded yesterday. I made sure to enter on my desk calendar Mandy's follow-up appointment with the doctor in 10 days, too. After logging off my email account, I put my computer in sleep mode and got up. At the beverage station, I checked our tea selection and filled the basket with new varieties for Kate to choose from. I started a fresh pot of coffee and got busy with a few documents I needed to sign and file away. I called downstairs and asked Billy if he would set up an extra laptop in the conference room for Kate and have the unidentified persons website ready to go. He said he'd do it right away. 10 minutes later, when he had finished, he peeked around the corner of the bullpen and asked if I wanted to take a look. Sure thing. I pushed back my chair and walked alongside Billy to the conference room.
Here's everything she should need.
Billy sat at the computer and showed me how to operate the website.
Just drop in Jane Doe's description the best you can, by height, weight, hair and eye color, and approximate age. You'll have to narrow down the area, or you can do a nationwide search. Just a heads up, she'll be on the computer all day if you take that route.
Yeah, I know. I guess I'll run that by her. You can do it by state, too, right?
Yep, state, region, or nationwide.
I noticed the pad of paper and a pen, along with a carafe of water and a glass on the table. It was sweet of you to do all this, Billy. I appreciate it.
Sure, no sweat. If you need anything else, I'm just a shout away.
Okay, thanks. I walked back to the bullpen to wait for Kate. She was set to arrive any minute. The coffee maker beeped that it was finished brewing at the same time my phone rang. Jan was calling to say Kate had just entered the building. Thanks, Jan. I'll be right there. I pushed open the steel bullpen door and invited Kate through. She greeted my co-workers and hung her coat. She selected her beverage of choice, and we headed to the conference room. "Have a seat, Kate. I'll show you how this website works." She set her briefcase on the chair to her left, opened it, and took out the yellow legal pad she had the descriptions written on. Her cup of tea was placed beside it. Next, she pulled out the 2 sketches Marie had drawn. She placed them within view to the right of the laptop. "Okay, I think I'm ready. Now what?" I tapped the mouse and woke up the laptop. The screen had gone black after 5 minutes of inactivity. "All right, here's the website. All we have to do is enter your dream girl's descriptions. Do you have a preference of which one you want to start with?" "I guess the blonde, since we have better details for her. I want to know if she's actually a real person and if she's gone missing." Moving the mouse with my fingertip, I showed Kate what she needed to do. Hover over the drop-down menu. That will give you the description choices to pick from. There's hair color, eye color, height, and so on. You get the idea. And all you have to do is click on the appropriate descriptions and it will start searching. My question is, where do you want to begin, as in a location? I was surprised how quickly Kate had an answer. "Definitely the Midwest. She was in a cornfield, remember? The ground was totally flat, no mountains or hills, and it was a country road. She had been detoured off the interstate. Isn't there a way to know what interstates are under construction?" I saw the sparkle in Kate's eyes when we both realized that she'd made a pretty good suggestion. "Not bad. Not bad at all. You're beginning to think like an investigator. Start entering all her parameters on the website as far as appearances go. I'll be right back." I took the stairway to the lower level and entered the tech department. Billy was in the middle of what looked to be a big project. I didn't want to disrupt him. "Todd, are you busy right now?" "Give me 1 second. I'm almost finished reviewing this videotape." "Okay, what can I do for you?" "Can you find the construction zones on interstates?" "Sure, not a problem. Do you have an area in mind?" "We don't exactly have a state, but we're thinking Midwest. Cornfields, flat land, that sort of thing." "Uh-huh. Let's see what we have. Interstate 80 has some construction going on in western Nebraska. That's corn country." "Yeah, hang on." I called Kate's cell phone. "Kate, it's Jade. Have you ever been to Nebraska?" "Never. Nebraska is definitely the Midwest, but it doesn't feel right." "Okay, thanks. I'll be back up in a few minutes." I clicked off. "What else do you have, Todd?" "Well, US 41 isn't an interstate, but it does go through farmland in a north and south route. There's a lot of construction on it, too." I leaned over Todd's computer screen to take a look. That is interesting. Where exactly is the construction? "There's about 30 miles of construction north of Nashville, and, again, a good distance of it in Indiana." "Parts of Indiana would be considered farmland, right?" "Yeah, sure." I couldn't believe what I was seeing as we stared at the map. "Oh my God. Todd, can you enlarge the image?" "Yeah, here we go. What do you see, Jade?" "You have got to be shitting me. US 41 goes through Atlanta, Nashville, and Chicago. It passes a few miles west of North Bend, too." "Looks that way. From northern Illinois to Green Bay, they've switched it from a U.S. highway to an interstate. It's called I-41 for 175 miles. "So throughout Wisconsin, US 41 is now considered an interstate? Is there any construction at all in Wisconsin, even a little?" "Actually, there is some set to begin in about a week north of the I-41 and State Highway 45 split. The planning department site shows the repaving will cause detours at night while the crews are working." I was pumped. I thanked Todd and ran back upstairs to tell Kate what we'd found. I entered the conference room to find her already digging in. "Sorry I started without you. This was weighing so heavily on my mind, I just had to get going on it. I took the liberty of reheating your coffee. The cup felt cold. I made myself another cup of tea, too." I grabbed her hand and squeezed it. "Kate, I think we finally have a real lead." Chapter 15. "Scoot over, let me show you what I mean." I pulled one of the heavy conference room chairs up against Kate's and sat. "Okay, I'll open up a new tab so it doesn't interfere with the unidentified person site. You won't believe what we found." I typed into the search bar that I wanted a map of US 41. Okay, here we go. This state highway goes from Florida to northern Michigan. Through most of Wisconsin, it's been changed to an interstate. She leaned in to take a closer look at the screen. Oh my God, it goes through Atlanta, Nashville, and Chicago, and Washburn County, too. I saw a detour sign and construction barrels in the dream with the blonde woman. Jade, this highway follows my path from Georgia to Wisconsin and goes through every major city I've lived in. I'm kind of dumbstruck right now. I've never paid attention to US 41 in my life, but now I'm getting a strong sense of its relevance. Do you think Robert actually knows where I am and he's heading here? Do you think he killed that woman on his way to kill me? I don't know. Right now, let's try to identify her. There are 3 states that Highway 41 passes through that would have cornfields. Let's check Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Farms in southern Indiana may have already harvested their corn, maybe even Illinois, too. But around here, it's just beginning. We don't know which direction that woman was traveling, and chances are that if one side of the freeway is detoured, the other side will be too. Go ahead and start with Indiana. I'm going to fax the sketch of the blonde woman to all the major police departments along US 41, just in case something pops. I'll be back soon. I checked the time, 11:07. We're going to break for lunch in an hour. Let's see if we have anything by then. I returned to the conference room with 2 cans of iced tea from the vending machine. I figured as much as Kate liked hot tea, she was probably a fan of iced tea, too. I faxed the sketch of our possible Jane Doe to police departments in Atlanta, Nashville, Hopkinsville, Evansville, and Chicago. Now we had the difficult task of putting a name and an address to the face. I sat again at Kate's side and watched as she searched the database. Anything close in Indiana? Not so far. There are women that vaguely fit the description, but of course they're all composites or photographs of deceased women that didn't have any ID on them. Sorry, we can't go off the missing persons database. You have to have the name of the person to conduct the search. How many more pages in Indiana? 4 more. Okay, I'm going to see what's going on in the bullpen. As soon as Indiana is done, let's go out for lunch. Kate nodded and continued scrolling through the list. How's the search going? Jack asked. I pulled up a seat and anxiously tapped a pencil on my desk. That good, huh? She's going through Indiana now, but nothing's popping yet. Do you think the whole Highway 41 thing is nothing more than a coincidence? Jack raised his brows. Hard to say. I mean, there's the interstate detour sign, farm country, cornfields, and the highway follows the same cities she's worked in. That's just creepy. Are you sure she saw an interstate detour sign or just a highway detour sign? I shrugged. I'll check with her again. Why would that matter? Jack leaned back in his chair and stretched. Her dream could have taken place anywhere along that route if the sign was a highway detour sign. If it was an interstate detour sign, it could only take place in northern Illinois or Wisconsin, since that's where US 41 turns into an interstate. You're absolutely right. I'll see if she can recall. That could eliminate Indiana and most of Illinois. I started to get up when Jack stopped me. He looked left and right, then leaned across our face-to-face desks. What? Don't get sucked in too deep on this, Jade. You guys don't have any missing women that have been reported. Even if there was someone missing, unless she was in our county, there isn't a damn thing you can do about it. If this woman even exists somewhere, you have no idea where she came from. She could have been on Highway 41 for 5 minutes coming from somewhere else. That reality hit me like an anchor tied around my neck. I was getting pulled in, fast and deep, and that wasn't my nature. I groaned with acknowledgement. I'll give this a few more days, and that's it. It's only because we aren't busy, thank God. I'm counting on you, partner, to keep me on the straight and narrow. Remind me to check myself again tomorrow. Jack gave me a wink. You know I will. I heard footsteps clacking down the hallway. I put my index finger to my mouth. Shh, sounds like she's headed this way. Want to join us for lunch? I looked around. Anyone? The room fell quiet and nobody responded. All eyes went back to the paperwork on their individual desks. Chicken shits. I rose and grabbed my coat and Kate's out of the closet. With my purse, cell, and keys in hand, I joined her and we left the bullpen. Outside, I led the way to my car. We're right here. I clicked the key fob and the door locks popped up. Do you have a favorite restaurant in town? How about Omicron on South Main? Yeah, that sounds good. They serve breakfast all day, too. Once we were seated in a booth at the typical Greek-style restaurant, with the pale floral upholstery and the brass trim on everything, our waitress delivered 2 glasses of water and the menus. I brought up the unidentified persons investigation. So, you finished Indiana and didn't have any luck? That's unfortunately true. Nothing felt right. This might be harder than I thought. I guess I imagined a clear, perfect photo popping up and matching the blonde woman in my dream. With ours being a sketch, and everything on that website being a sketch, too. She paused. Or a photograph of a dead woman. It isn't as easy as I thought it would be. I agreed with her deduction, then waved my hand to get the waitress's attention. Do you know what you want, Kate? Yeah, a bowl of chili and an order of fries. That sounds pretty good. I think I'll have the same. The waitress took our order, collected the menus, and topped off our coffees before she walked away. I placed my napkin in my lap. I have to be straightforward with you. Of course, I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm working with you for 2 reasons. Yes, I'll admit I'm intrigued by your intuition, but the main reason I'm engaged in this dream world of yours is because it's quiet at the sheriff's department, meaning nothing is pressing right now. I can only justify a few more days of this if nothing pops before then. You do understand my position, don't you? She nodded. So, unless we find the women in the database, or they come up dead somewhere, you're saying this isn't a real case? Unfortunately, that's exactly what I'm saying. Chapter 16. Robert. Robert leaned against the kitchen counter and took a deep drag of the cigarette. The end glowed orange. He stared at his mother while she made lunch. The white wife-beater tank top was tight against his muscular body, and prison tattoos covered both arms and the back of his right hand. Tony sat at the table, his feet up on the chair to his left, while he waited for the sandwich Leah was preparing. I still don't know why you two are going on a road trip when you just got home, Bobby. Haven't you been away long enough? You know how much I missed you, and now you're picking up and leaving. Robert blew out his last puff of smoke and squashed the cigarette on a lunch plate, then dipped the butt in the dishwater. He flicked the wet butt across the kitchen, where it bounced off the wall and landed in the trash can. He laughed. Did you see that? Leah smacked him with the dish towel that was draped over her shoulder, then wiped the ash mark off the wall. We'll be back in 10 days or so. This is a brother thing. Don't worry about it, Ma. I need to spread my wings beyond a 6-by-8-foot cell. We're going to have a little fun and reconnect, that's all. Reconnect with me, Leah complained as she jammed a plate with 2 tuna sandwiches against his stomach. Robert grunted and Tony laughed. Leah slid across the table to Tony a matching plate containing the same thing. She tore open a bag of chips and set it in front of them. Hand me a beer, Ma, Robert said. What? Hand me a beer, Ma, please. That's better. Leah reached in the refrigerator and pulled out 3. She sat at the table with her sons, handed a beer to each of them, cracked open one for herself, and grabbed a handful of chips. So, when are you boys heading out? Robert looked at Tony and replied, Right after supper, right? Tony nodded, his mouth full of sandwich. And don't tell James that we left. He's got a thing with me, and I don't need his crap. I'll keep my mouth shut. He isn't likely to stop by again that soon anyway. Go ahead and finish your lunch. I'm going to the grocery store. Need any snacks for your road trip? Yeah, grab me a pencil, Ma. I'll write it down. She stared at Tony. Please. She flicked the back of his hand with her fingers, then got up and opened the junk drawer. You two better brush up on your manners. I'm not taking any disrespect. She slid the pad of paper and a pencil across the table to Tony and waited for the list. The brothers watched through the kitchen window as Leah backed out of the driveway. Once she was safely out of sight, they firmed up the plan.
We need at least 4 knives, maybe some rope, zip ties, and duct tape, too.
Everything is in the garage. Tony jerked his head to the left.
Come on, I'll show you. We can always stop at Shop Mart on our way out of town if we think of something else. Like flashlight batteries.
Tony nodded.
Exactly.
Once in the garage, Tony pointed at a box pushed back against the wall under a stack of magazines.
Why the hell do you guys keep all this shit? You're like a bunch of pack rats. Talk to Ma, it's her junk.
Robert pushed the magazines off the box, and they slid across the cement floor. He opened the folded cardboard flaps and looked in.
Open the overhead so I can actually see. It's like a cave in here.
Tony pressed the button on the wall, and the heavy garage door lifted.
There, that's better.
With his foot, Robert pushed the box closer to daylight and pulled out a camp chair.
Looks like we need 2 more knives, bigger ones.
He ran his thumb across the blades of the ones in the box.
These are way too dull. Do we have a whetstone anywhere?
Yeah, in that silverware drawer.
Good, that's going along, and we'll stop at the store before we leave town. There's no rope or tape, and we have to get flashlight batteries and zip ties anyway. How much money do you have, bro?
$1,200. I've been cashing my unemployment checks and keeping the money in my dresser.
Okay, and I have $750. That took me 4 years to save. Let's start loading the truck. Is there a cooler we can take along?
Yeah, back by the garbage cans behind the gate.
Let's take a look at your phone.
Tony pulled it out of his pocket and handed it to Robert. Robert stared at the home screen.
Is there a navigation thing on this, or do we have to buy a map?
Tony chuckled.
Yeah, I guess technology has come a long way in the last 10 years. No map needed, bro. I have the navigation app on my phone. I-75 to I-65 is the most direct route. Not happening. We're taking Highway 41 all the way. We need to stay off the grid. No tolls or toll booth cameras. I don't want to leave a trail that we've passed through.
4 hours later, after the evening meal, they loaded the final supplies into the bed of the truck. Tony filled the cooler with ice and placed sandwiches, string cheese, 4 apples, beer, and soda inside. 2 bags of chips and a foil-lined bag of caramel corn sat on the console inside the pickup. They tossed the suitcase they shared in the back, too. They placed a canvas topper over their goods and used tie-downs to secure it in place. After saying goodbye to Leah, Tony backed out of the driveway. He rolled down the window.
We'll be back soon, Ma. Don't worry about us.
So, I'm supposed to spend Thanksgiving alone? What do I tell the family?
Don't answer the phone. The 3 of us will have a nice Thanksgiving together after we get back.
Leah grumbled.
Why'd you grab your jackets?
Robert nudged his brother.
Let's go. We still have supplies to get.
We're heading north, Ma. See you soon, and keep your mouth shut. The road trip hadn't begun until nearly 7 o'clock. The stop at Shop Mart took longer than they had anticipated. The store carried a few knife selections, but the ones that Robert wanted weren't sold at that particular location.
What stores carry them?
Robert asked, becoming impatient.
Give me 1 moment, sir. I'll check the computer. We have a full selection in stock at the Nashville store. I can have them shipped here for you at no expense as long as you pick them up.
That won't work. Nashville, huh? Robert raked his fingers through his short hair.
That's correct, sir.
Which store has them, and can they hold them? We're heading in that direction anyway.
That location is on the north edge of town. The intersections are Poplar Street and Adams and the Music City Plaza. Would you like them set aside?
Yeah, that sounds good. With a few keystrokes, the clerk put in the order and handed Robert a ticket for the knives.
Here you go. Just hand this to the clerk at the store and they'll get your merchandise for you.
Robert nodded.
Thanks, that should work.
He folded the slip of paper and placed it in his wallet. Robert paid for the rope and batteries at one register, and Tony grabbed the duct tape and zip ties and went through the self-checkout.
10 minutes later, and after the gas tank was filled, they headed north on Highway 41. The drive time to Nashville would take an extra hour on that highway versus the interstate. They'd pass through a dozen or more small towns before they'd reach Music City. Tony tuned the radio to a country station. "We'll have to get a hotel room in Nashville tonight. Shop Mart's doors don't open until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning."
Chapter 17. Kate. Doubt took over her mind. Kate sat scrunched up at the end of the couch. She pulled her knees tightly against her chest in an upright fetal position. A cup of hot tea was within reach on the end table. She thought about the day and the disappointment of spending hours in the conference room of the sheriff's department, but to no avail. Between the 3 states she'd searched online, nobody matched the blonde woman's description. She was sure the detectives scoffed at her behind her back. Kate always thought she could trust her intuition, her premonitions, but now she wasn't so sure. Were they a sign of things to come or not? Did they hold an ounce of reality, or were they nothing more than horrific nightmares? Tomorrow she would call Dr. Emerson to see if she had any openings. It had been a while since she'd attended a session. Kate prolonged going to bed until late in the night. She was afraid to close her eyes, afraid of those dreams, but she finally gave in and snuggled deeply under the blankets. The desperate cry for help and the screams startled her awake. It began as always, the racing heart, near panic and self-doubt. Slow, deep breaths seemed to calm her. She lay motionless with her ears perked and wondered if the sound was real or part of a dream. If only there was a rewind button to know for sure. With each passing second of silence, the clock ticked on the nightstand. She turned her head and looked. 2:57 again. The scream that came next caused her back to stiffen with fear. She cupped her hands over her ears to drown out the noise. She was certain she could will the sound away if she tried hard enough. With her head buried under the pillow and her eyes pinched closed, she pulled the blankets up to her chin and forced herself to ignore the sounds. As daylight pierced through the slats on the blinds, Kate slapped at the buzzing alarm clock to silence it. The previous night's dreams played out in her mind, as they had so many times before. It wasn't real. None of it was. Everything I heard last night was in my dream. I even dreamed I was awake. What's wrong with me? She got up slowly, groggy from the lack of sleep, and slipped on her robe. She pulled the shears aside at the bedroom window and peered out. The morning looked perfectly normal, just as always. She was thankful for her second-floor apartment nonetheless. Living on the upper level gave her some sense of security. The windows weren't accessible, and the only door to the apartment had a chain lock, deadbolt, and a key lock in the knob. Kate trudged down the hallway to the kitchen and started the coffee. Instinctively, she reached for the legal pad and wrote what she remembered about last night's dream. Why does 2:57 a.m. keep coming up? Does that time hold some importance? The screams lingered in her head. She didn't want to relive them, but she felt she needed to. A flash of red popped into her mind. She was back. The red-headed woman from her dream several nights ago had returned, if only in bits and pieces, but her screams were more intense this time. Is the killer closing in on her? Is he finally going to catch her and end her life? At 8 o'clock, she finally made the call. Dr. Emerson was the therapist Kate had started seeing in North Bend when these disturbing dreams began. They weren't normal and not her usual type of dreams. The doctor was helpful to a degree, but even with sleeping pills, Kate found the dreams persisted. She wanted them to stop. She'd give the doctor another chance to help her figure this out. Working as a psychic was exciting, and Kate valued her job and knew she'd been a real asset to police departments in the past. She had never questioned herself as a help to any community until now. I need to prove myself to Sergeant Monroe and to the city of North Bend. I'm not a kook. I need to get back on track. Yes, I can make it at 9 o'clock. I appreciate you squeezing me in. She clicked off the call and followed the hallway to her bathroom, where she showered and dressed. A pair of dark jeans and a simple white blouse were her attire for the day. As always, a silk scarf adorned her neck to hide the scars. Today's was in a colorful paisley pattern. Kate sat at her small, round table and watched the morning news as she ate a bowl of cornflakes. The overnight murders in Milwaukee filled the breaking news segment. She clicked off the television and grabbed her purse and keys. Her footsteps echoed off the linoleum steps as she descended the common stairway that all the tenants used. She exited the building onto the sidewalk facing Main Street. The morning air was cold, but the cloudless blue sky gave her a tiny shot of optimism. Daytime helped. She always felt safer during daylight hours. There wasn't any place she considered safe at night, and she didn't often wander around after dark. That unexpected gust of wind chilled her. Kate zipped her jacket up to her chin and peeked around the corner. The long, brick-walled alley led to the parking spaces for the tenants above the hardware store. At this time of day, it was deserted and quiet. Her car, parked behind the building, sat in the second space of 8. She clicked the key fob, climbed in, and locked the doors behind her. She was hopeful for a good outcome as she drove to the south side of town. Chapter 18. Robert. Robert stirred and rolled over. He checked the time on the clock radio.
"Hey, wake up, man. It's 8:30 already. We have to get moving."
Tony squinted as he cracked open his eyes.
"It's bright in here. Pull that damn curtain closed. I need some coffee before anything else, and what's the big hurry, anyway?" "I'm used to getting up at 6:30. Prison life is a little different than normal life, brother. Get your ass up. I'm hitting the shower."
Tony grumbled as he rose and started the coffee. The small 4-cup pot sat on the typical motel credenza that held a telephone book, a pen and notepad, a variety of advertisements for things to do and sights to see in Nashville, and a microwave oven. Next to the pot sat a basket containing coffee grounds pressed inside of a paper filter, powdered creamer, stirring sticks, sugar packets, cocoa, and 3 hot tea choices. A stack of cellophane-wrapped plastic cups and a box of scratchy, generic facial tissues was on top of the microwave. The room was the standard $90-a-night motel room, a block off the highway exit. The red neon light had showed vacancy when Tony pulled in last night. They didn't care much about the amenities. Even though the hallway carpet was tattered and the wallpaper border was in an ugly, dusty rose floral theme, a clean, comfortable bed and hot water for a shower was all they needed. 2 full-sized beds, a small corner table, 2 nightstands, and a large wardrobe that contained a heavy TV from the 90s lay beyond the door at room 1C. It was exactly what they'd expected. Robert wiped the steam-covered mirror with a towel, then brushed his teeth and exited the room. He saw Tony sitting at the round table, looking out the window toward the road. Highway noises hummed in the distance. He smoked a cigarette as he waited his turn in the bathroom.
"It's all yours, bro."
Robert clicked on the television set, then pulled clean clothes out of the suitcase. Tony grabbed a dry towel and was next to get ready for the day. They packed the few items they'd brought into the room last night and browsed the continental breakfast before they checked out. After a meal of scrambled eggs, bacon, a few pieces of fruit, and 2 coffees each, they were ready to leave the motel by 9:30. The Shop Mart store at Music City Plaza was 2 exits up the highway. Tony filled the truck's gas tank and bought 2 packs of cigarettes at the Gas and Go truck stop just before the highway entrance. If all went according to plan, they'd reach Chicago by nightfall. There, they intended to break in the new knives.
"This looks like the exit."
Tony followed the ramp to the stop sign at Poplar Street and turned right. A block up, a large sign at the intersection of Adams and Poplar had Music City Plaza written across it. Robert scanned the line of stores parallel to the massive parking lot.
"There, at the far left."
He pointed at the Shop Mart anchor store at the end of the strip mall. Tony turned the truck in that direction. The strip mall was crowded at that time of morning.
Shoppers, mostly women getting the weekly groceries, entered the large department and grocery store combination.
"Check out that babe,"
Robert said as they passed a young woman crossing the parking lot with a full grocery cart.
"That gives me an idea."
He looked at the roof of the building to locate the store cameras.
"Pull to the corner of the building and park. The camera doesn't face over there. Maybe we can try the knives out before tonight."
Robert reached in his wallet, pulled out the ticket, and handed it to Tony.
"I think it's smarter if you go in alone. You aren't a convicted felon."
He chuckled.
"Yet."
Chapter 19. Tony. Inside the store, Tony followed aisle 3 to the sporting goods area. A counter stood in front of him, and a clerk stood behind it. That part of the sporting goods section was designated to sell ammunition, guns, and knives. Tony handed the man the slip he pulled out of his pocket.
"I have a couple of knives to pick up here."
The middle-aged clerk, wearing a short-sleeved polo shirt with Shop Mart embroidered across the left chest in yellow thread, pulled up his glasses and read the order ticket. He asked to see Tony's ID.
"These are quite the knives, young man."
He glanced at Tony, then back at the ID and the slip of paper.
"Planning to gut an elephant?"
He chuckled and waited for a response. He didn't get one. Tony stared at him until the awkward silence prompted the clerk to speak again.
"All righty, then. Here's your ID. I'll be right back with your knives."
He disappeared behind a curtain with a ticket in his hand. Tony waited at the counter, drumming his fingertips impatiently until the clerk returned with 2 boxes. A picture of the knife and its description was displayed on the outside of each box. The man compared the barcode on the boxes with what was on the tickets.
"Yep, these are the right ones. Here you go. You can pay for them right here if you want."
"Go ahead, ring them up," Tony said. He gave the clerk $200 and got a fistful of change back. He walked out of the store with the bagged boxes in hand. Chapter 20. Robert. Back in the truck, Tony passed the bags containing the boxed knives to his brother.
"No problems?"
"Nah, piece of cake." Robert pulled the boxes out and opened each one. He studied the knives closely and nodded his approval. He thumbed their edges and flinched when he sliced his own flesh. He sucked on the wound and chuckled.
"Guess we don't need to use the stone on these. Man, I'm itching to get started. It's been a while. Hope I didn't lose my touch."
He attached one of the sheaths onto his belt and slid the knife inside. He jammed a long white zip tie into his pocket, then handed Tony the other knife.
"Do you want to get going or sit here and watch for a bit? Someone interesting might come along."
Robert jerked his head to the left as an attractive redhead exited the store and walked across the parking lot.
"Like her? Let's see where she goes."
2 cars were parked side by side along a row of trees that spread out over the edge of the parking lot. They were likely parked there to take advantage of shade and to avoid door dingers from other car doors.
"I hope she's going to that Mazda,"
Robert said.
"The other car will block most everything I do from the camera."
They continued watching as she approached the parked cars. Tony chuckled.
"Look at her digging through her purse for keys. She isn't paying a damn bit of attention to her surroundings. Stupid bitch. Go get her."
Robert reached for the door handle as Tony inched the truck closer.
"Follow me out of town. I'll turn off when I find a secluded spot."
He grinned at his brother, jumped out, and followed the redhead at a quickened pace. He didn't want her to get away. He thought up his story as he approached her. He patted the knife in the sheath and made sure his T-shirt covered it.
"Excuse me," he called out. "Are you a local? I seem to be lost. My pop went inside to get directions, but I thought it would be faster to find somebody out here to ask."
He continued toward her. She smiled and shielded the sun with her hand. "Yeah, I'm local. Where were you looking to go?" Her expression changed as he got closer. The facial tattoos and the malicious look he wore made her back up against her car. Her purse fell to the pavement. Robert was on her in a flash. The knife was in his right hand, and he squeezed her arm tightly with his left. He grinned and leaned in close to her face. He inhaled her scent. I missed that smell. Feel that? There's a big blade against your ribs, pretty lady, and I'll gut you with one fast swipe if you make a peep. Now, put your hands behind your back." She did as she was told. Robert noticed her eyes frantically darting across the parking lot as she looked for help. "Yeah, you parked pretty far out. That was a serious mistake on your part." Robert zip-tied her hands behind her back. She grunted when he pulled them extra tight, cutting into her wrists. He grabbed her purse that had dropped to the ground and pulled out the keys. "Get in the car and crawl across the seat." He shielded his face and looked at the truck moving slowly toward him. He nodded. Robert climbed in behind the wheel of the Mazda and took off out of the parking lot. Chapter 21. Kate. Kate checked in at the reception desk, then found a seat in the small, intimate waiting room. Soothing music played through the speakers attached to shelves in each corner. Various magazines were available on the wall rack, and others lay across the coffee table. A K-Cup brew station stood directly across from her on a countertop. Kate rose and crossed the room to browse the selections. She chose vanilla hazelnut, dropped in the single-serve cup, filled the water reservoir, and waited. Less than a minute later, she had a hot cup of flavorful coffee. She returned to her seat and picked up a travel magazine to read. She hadn't gotten through the first article about the Transcontinental Rail Pass when her name was called. She looked up, and an aide waited at the hallway and said she would take Kate back to Dr. Emerson's office. The third door on the left, made of solid mahogany, bore a gold nameplate that read Dr. Meredith Emerson, C.P. The aide opened the door, asked Kate to have a seat in the guest chair facing the doctor's desk, and closed the door at her back. Kate sat in the quiet room and looked at the framed photographs that lined the desk. Happy family poses and smiling faces filled each frame. Are those smiles real or staged for the camera? Does Dr. Emerson actually have a happy life? Are you required to be married and have children in order to be at peace? The door creaked open, and Dr. Emerson walked through. She wore the required white lab coat with her name embroidered across the breast pocket. Her short blonde hair was impeccably styled, and her skin was a flawless ivory color. She smiled and extended her hand. Kate shook it. "It's good to see you again, Kate. What brings you in today?" "I'm having self-doubt and a lot of nightmares." Dr. Emerson sat behind her desk and paged through Kate's file. "It's been a while since we've spoken. It looks like you canceled the last 2 appointments. What's going on?" "I'm embarrassed. As soon as I think I've got it together, the dreams start up, and all logic flies out the window. I don't know if I can trust my instincts and intuition anymore." "But that's your occupation, and it has worked well for you in the past." "Not since I've moved to North Bend. Nobody believes my premonitions, other than the people who want individual readings. I want to help law enforcement. That's my true desire. These horrible dreams are a sign, I know they are, but I can't prove it to anyone. After 2 years, Sergeant Monroe has finally given me the time of day, and my dreams don't prove to be at all useful. I wasted the entire day at the sheriff's department yesterday trying to find an unidentified woman that doesn't exist." "So the bad dreams have returned?" "Yes, and even more disturbing than in the past." "Do you get any quality sleep?" Kate chuckled. "That would be funny if it weren't so pathetic. I sleep maybe 4 hours a night and wake up every morning soaking wet with fear. I know something bad is about to happen. I can feel it, but I can't prove it." Dr. Emerson jotted the information down. "You know you're going to fall ill if you don't get some restful sleep. I'm giving you another prescription. These sleeping pills are non-habit forming, but they aren't going to help you sleep if you don't take them." "I need pills that will make the nightmares go away." "Unfortunately, I don't have those. That is an internal issue, Kate, and may require lengthy psychiatric help.
The man that tried to kill me was released from prison yesterday, and the dreams of women being murdered have gotten worse in the last month. Likely caused by the anxiety of his upcoming release. That's what I think, too, except I believe my dreams are real premonitions. Kate fidgeted in her chair. She regretted making that appointment and remembered why she'd canceled the last two. The doctor wasn't taking her seriously either. First off, I think you need some restful sleep. The doctor wrote a new prescription and handed it to Kate. Then I'm going to recommend that you set up an appointment with Dr. Joseph Lee. He's a wonderful psychiatrist that may help you get past these dreams so you can live the life you want. If you're serious about helping law enforcement solve cases, you have to get rid of the demons in your own head first. Kate thanked the doctor and left. She tore up the prescription as she walked out of the building and threw the shreds of paper in the nearest garbage can. Her phone buzzed in her coat pocket as she drove toward her downtown apartment. Kate reached in, pulled it out, and checked the screen. Sergeant Monroe was calling from her own cell phone. Almost embarrassed to answer it because of the letdown yesterday, Kate picked up out of nothing more than curiosity. "Hello, Sergeant Monroe." "Kate, I've been trying to reach you." "Sorry, I had an appointment. What's the problem? Do you have time to stop by the sheriff's department?" Sure, I guess so. When? How about right now?" "Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Chapter 22. I tried to organize the notes I had scratched out from the call I received a few minutes earlier. Detective Amoroso in Nashville had contacted me about a strange coincidence. He told me a call had come into his police department a half hour ago about a possible missing woman. Dispatch forwarded the call to his desk. The description the caller gave him was of a petite 43-year-old female with red hair. Normally, as with any case, Detective Amoroso's hands would be tied with the typical 24-hour waiting period on a reported missing person. He'd told me he thought about Kate's dream and then took another look at the vague sketch I had faxed over of the woman's description. It piqued his curiosity enough to give me a call. He dispatched 2 officers to the woman's workplace with the sketch from Kate's dream. He said he'd let me know more once they were back with the police report. I rubbed my forehead in thought. I'll call Kate and get her feel on the situation. Let's touch base again in a bit. We ended the phone call, and I immediately dialed Kate and asked her to come down to the station. Water for tea heated in the microwave, I poured it into a carafe, then occupied myself with busy work as I waited for Kate to arrive. Jack gave me a concerned look. "So, how do you think she can help?" I shrugged. "I'm not sure. Hell, I don't know if the woman in Kate's dream and this one are even the same person. The missing woman's co-workers called it in. They said she had been complaining of a headache. She snuck out to buy a bottle of aspirin and told them she'd be right back." I glanced at the clock. "That's coming on nearly an hour ago, and nobody has seen her since." "And they did the usual? Called her cell and house phone?" "I don't know everything yet. I guess the officers are still interviewing the co-workers. I'm sure they're asking the necessary questions." I picked up the ringing desk phone. Jan on the other end said Kate had just arrived. I clicked off, crossed the room, and welcomed Kate into the bullpen. She extended her hand and shook mine. "Sergeant Monroe, you sounded upset on the phone. What can I do to help?" "Let's have some tea and sit in the conference room. We need to talk." I led the way, each of us carrying our own cup of tea. Kate sat on the same chair as yesterday, and I took a seat across from her. I'd rather face the person I was talking to than sit at their side. The only topic of conversation I wanted to focus on was the red-headed woman in Kate's dream. My cell phone sat on the table within inches of my hand. Detective Amoroso told me once he had confirmation that the sketch was, or could be, the missing woman, he would let me know. He was hoping, if that were the case, Kate could provide more details of her dream. "Kate, we need your help. Actually, Nashville needs your help." "Why? What happened?" Kate's expression changed. She perked up and was definitely intrigued. Maybe working with law enforcement actually was her true calling. "You remember Detective Amoroso?" "Of course I do. He's a wonderful man and a well-respected detective. Did something happen to him?" No, he's fine." She breathed a sigh. "A woman has gone missing in Nashville. That in itself wouldn't be particularly unusual, except after hearing the description of your dream..." I paused. "Kate, the woman is in her early 40s, is small, and has red hair." Kate shook her head and pressed her temples. "It's no good. The drawing isn't detailed enough. How are they going to be certain it's her?" "I don't know. The only thing I'm sure of is that Detective Amoroso sent officers to her workplace. They took the sketch along to show the employees. But it may be too early to assume anything sinister has happened. The woman told her coworkers she had a headache and was leaving to buy a bottle of aspirin. She said she'd be back in 10 minutes. That was nearly an hour and a half ago." My cell phone rang. "Hold on, it's Detective Amoroso." I opened my notepad and began writing as he spoke to me. The officers had learned more about the woman from her coworkers. Even though the sketch wasn't detailed, they agreed the woman in the drawing could be their friend. "Okay, yes, I understand." I glanced at Kate. She looked to be in deep thought. "Will do. Please keep us posted, and I'll let you know if there's anything else she can bring up from that dream." I clicked off the call. "What does he need from me, Sergeant?" "Please, call me Jade. Detective Amoroso would like you to dig deeper into that dream. The co-workers think the sketch could be her. Her workmate said she's divorced, lives alone, and has 2 kids that are away in college. Apparently the officers went to her home and the residence was empty. They spoke with her neighbors, and nobody has seen her or her car since she pulled out of the driveway at 7 a.m. to go to work." Anxiety covered Kate's face. "What is the woman's name?" I checked my chicken scratching from the initial phone call. "Her name is Deirdre Nelson. Does that name mean anything to you?" Kate nodded. "The red-headed woman in my dream wore a locket." "That's right, and it was engraved with the initials D.A.N. I thought it was a man's name, but now I'm sure it's her own initials. You need to find out what her middle name is." "Okay, we're getting somewhere. Focus, Kate. Can you see where she was in your dream? You said there were pallets and garbage cans. There were multiple buildings. She ran and hid from the man, but he kept finding her. Take a deep breath and think hard." "The man in my dream wasn't Robert, though. I didn't recognize him." "That's okay. The dream may not be related to Robert. Do you remember anything else, like how she was abducted, or where? Was the location Nashville?" Kate took a minute and closed her eyes. She pressed her fingertips against her forehead, and her brows furrowed, almost to the point of touching. She let out a deep sigh. "There isn't any more than what I originally told you. My dream took place at night, and the darkness made everything fade in and out. Her face was often blocked by shadows, and she moved around a lot. I caught glimpses of objects here and there, like the pallets and garbage cans. The buildings could be in any city. They weren't unique, and I didn't notice any writing or advertisements on them. All I can say is she didn't die during my dream." "Okay, take a break and shake it off. I need to call Detective Amoroso back." I watched as Kate got up and rolled her neck. She looked so helpless. She went to the window and looked out. In that moment, as I witnessed her anxiety, I wasn't so sure that being a psychic was much of a gift at all. I made the call to Detective Amoroso and told him about the locket. He informed me of Deirdre Nelson's middle name, Anne. We could assume with almost 100% certainty that the missing woman in Nashville was the same woman as the one in Kate's dream. After speaking to him, we planned to reconvene at 3 o'clock via conference call. Detective Amoroso and his officers were going to be conducting more interviews with friends, family, and co-workers until then. From the lack of information they had so far, he'd said, it appeared that Deirdre Nelson had vanished into thin air. Back in the bullpen, Kate sat on one of my guest chairs with a cup of tea at her side and wrote in her legal pad. "Did something come to mind?" I asked. "I'm making notes for the conference call." "Such as?" Even though I had the dream about the blonde woman first, the dreams could be related. The redhead was in a city and the blonde woman was in a cornfield.
Maybe the killer is moving across the country and killing as he goes. I need to put my ideas on paper so I don't forget them. I'd like to know where Deirdre worked and where the nearest store was where she might have gone for the aspirin. Did they check that out? Did they pull up store surveillance? I patted her shoulder. Now you're thinking like a cop. That's a big help, and those are valid concerns. I'm sure Detective Amoroso will update us during the call. Go ahead and write down anything you can think of that may be relative. 10 minutes later, Kate stood and reached for her coat. I should go. I have a reading at 1:30. What time would you like me back here? 2:45 should work. That will give you a few minutes to look over your notes before we begin. Detective Amoroso wants to speak with you personally during the call. Your back-and-forth conversation could possibly trigger a memory. I led Kate to the door. Your help means a lot, Kate. See you in a few hours. Chapter 23. Robert. The gravel sounded under his tires. Robert pulled over to the side of the road and waited for his brother to catch up. He watched through the side mirror and rolled down the window when Tony stopped behind him. "What's up?" Tony asked when he exited the truck and walked up to the car. "This bitch is driving me crazy with her wailing, and I don't want people from other cars noticing." They had just passed Hopkinsville, Kentucky, when Robert pulled over. "What do you want to do with her? Should we find an out-of-the-way road and gut her in the woods?" Robert gave that idea some thought. "Sounds tempting, but not yet, dude. I want to have a little fun before we carve her up. I've been locked up for 10 years, brother." Robert laughed wickedly and grinned at the woman to his right. He curled his lips and flicked his tongue at her. She spat at him. "Hang on." Robert reached across the console and punched her in the face. Her head bounced off the side window. She moaned in agony as Robert went back to the conversation. "Yeah, I definitely need the duct tape to close that mouth of hers. The bitch just spat on me." Tony chuckled. "Sounds like the typical fiery redhead. She's getting gagged and tied up, then she's going on the floor in the back seat so nobody sees her." "Put her ass in the trunk." "Yeah, maybe I will." 20 miles north of Hopkinsville, the landscape became less populated with people, and dense woods took over. Mailboxes along the road were scarce, and houses were few and far between. Robert kept his eyes peeled for a forgotten path or an overgrown driveway that led to an abandoned homestead from days gone by. Ahead on his right, a dirt path led into the woods. Robert clicked on his blinker and turned in. The woman flailed, probably fearing the unknown. "This is your only warning. Shut up now or have your throat slit open wide enough to drive your car through. Your choice." The car fell quiet. He continued on until the path ended at a pond overgrown with tall grasses at the water's edge. A stone foundation was all that remained of what looked to be a house. Broken, sun-faded, and rotted boards lay scattered across the dry ground like pickup sticks. Robert pulled in and parked. "Don't even think of moving," he said to the woman as he exited the car and stretched. He cracked his knuckles and walked over to check out the pond. Tony pulled the truck in behind him. "Nice secluded place," he said as he got out and looked around. "Sure you don't want to mess her up right now? Nobody will ever find her." "I like to savor the anticipation for a while. Let's take our time with her. Pull up a map of Indiana on your phone." Tony typed in a few words, then handed the phone to Robert. Robert lifted his sunglasses and squinted at the screen. "Why can't I see a damn thing?" "Find a shady spot. You can't read any cell phones in the sun." Robert grumbled and found a tree to stand under. "That's better. How do I move this map around? I want to see how far we are from Evansville." "Give it here." Tony closed the map and typed in the distance from Hopkinsville, Kentucky to Evansville, Indiana. "It's less than an hour and a half away." Robert pondered that information. "Yeah, let's keep going. We'll get a motel room in Evansville tonight. After a decent dinner, we'll have our way with her and then finish her off. Sounds like a good time." He jerked his head toward the car. "Let's get her into the trunk." Tony walked around to the passenger door and pulled it open. He grabbed the woman by her bent arm and yanked her out. A grunt sounded as she fell to the ground. Dirt covered her face and coated her eyes. Robert tore a piece of duct tape off the roll and stretched it over her mouth right as she began to scream. He rolled her over and hog-tied her, then pulled the rope extra tight. He smirked and wiped his dirty hands on his pant legs. "I knew that rope would come in handy." Tony popped the trunk and they dumped her in. Chapter 24. With 2 carafes filled, 1 coffee and 1 water, and styrofoam cups, stirring sticks, creamer, and sugar within reach, we waited at the conference room table for the call. We each had notepads, Kate's already bullet-pointed with questions. The phone rang at 2:57. Kate looked at the clock and wrote down the time. I thought that was odd. We exchanged greetings with Detective Amoroso, then got down to business. He started by reiterating the points they knew so far. Deirdre Nelson's house was empty, and none of the neighbors had seen her since she went to work that morning. According to them, her life was normal, and she was a happy, optimistic person. She wasn't the type to run off without telling anyone, and had Thanksgiving festivities already planned. Her college-age kids were coming home for the holiday. Deirdre's co-workers at the garden supply store echoed the same sentiment. Other than that morning's headache, Deirdre was a happy, positive person with no obvious concerns or problems. I watched as Kate took detailed notes. She was fully invested in this missing woman. Detective Amoroso went on to say that Deirdre owned a blue 2015 Mazda 3 sedan. Kate spoke up. "Detective, have her co-workers mentioned any particular store near their workplace that they usually frequent?" "We actually compiled a list from each employee. There were 15 stores that they came up with in total, and we're checking into each of them. Some were open at the time, others weren't. Some have cameras and some don't. It will take a little time to complete the interviews. The neighborhood is populated with businesses. Being right off the highway like that, there are a lot of stores, restaurants, and hotels in the area." "What highway is that?" I asked. "Highway 41. Is that relevant?" I stole a glance at Kate. She looked more than worried. I responded, "Possibly, but we aren't 100% sure yet." "Kate, do you get a sense that Deirdre has left Nashville?" "I do, sir. I feel she is being held against her will, and they're heading north." "Tell me more about the dream you had. Is there any way to pinpoint where you saw her?" "Not really. My dream took place at night. Granted, darkness takes over at 5:30 in November. I saw her being chased around a cluster of buildings. She was running for her life and trying to hide from the monster that has her." "So at some point she must have escaped?" "I don't have any information leading up to that. My dream began with her running and looking for a place to hide. The man chased her, but there wasn't anything I recognized about the city or area. There weren't any landmarks in particular, only the sound of trains nearby." "That could be anywhere. Your dream didn't include anything from her actual abduction?" "Sorry, Detective Amoroso, but no. All I saw were bits and pieces. It boiled down to a petite redhead in her 40s. I saw the locket with her initials on it, and the rest was of her running from her captor." "Sure, no problem, Kate. Don't let this stress you out. Did you see the man?" "Only in the shadows. He was big and had facial hair. His eyes were full of malice." "Facial hair, as in a beard?" "He had a beard and mustache, and his hair was long. It was pulled back in a ponytail." "That's helpful information, Kate. Anything else? Did you see him well enough to work with a sketch artist?" "Not really. I was lucky to get what I did of Deirdre." "Sir." "Yes?" "She was abducted in broad daylight. You said the area is full of businesses. I'd think her abduction is on video somewhere that sells aspirin. It shouldn't be that hard to find." "I agree, and the department has officers checking into that as we speak. We'll put a bolo out on her car, too. I'll call with updates as we learn more." Detective Amoroso said goodbye and clicked off. I pushed back my chair and stood. Kate did the same. I gathered the carafes to take back to the beverage station. It tugs at my heart, Jade. What does? Not knowing. Would this have happened anyway if I hadn't dreamed it? In the past, I was called in to help after somebody already went missing. Now it feels like my dreams are what sets everything in motion. It's like I'm instigating the crime. I didn't know what to say, but I understood Kate's feeling of guilt. She had a burden to bear, and whether it was a gift or a curse was still unknown.
Chapter 25. Robert. Robert passed the green Evansville city limit sign at 5 o'clock. He was chomping at the bit and anxious to get the night started. 10 years in prison had put a damper on the activities that gave him pleasure. He clicked the right turn blinker and checked the rearview mirror. Tony was right behind him. Robert turned into the Speedy Time gas station at the edge of town. He drove the Mazda around to the back of the building, and Tony followed in the truck. They killed the engines and got out, both stretching after that long drive. Robert lit a cigarette and handed the pack to Tony. "We have to figure out how to do this. At some point, we'll have to ditch her car." "Let's discuss it over dinner. I'm starving. I'll go inside and get a bottle of water and a bag of chips for her. It's a real shame, you know." "Yeah, what is?" "That the water and chips will be her last meal." Robert chuckled. "Go on, get her snacks and let's go. There ought to be a decent restaurant downtown somewhere." Tony dropped his cigarette and ground it into the dirt. "I'll be right back." Robert called out before his brother rounded the building. "Get a 12-pack of beer, too. Make sure it's cold. I'll keep my eye on the car." Back in the vehicles, Robert led the way downtown. He looked to the left and right, hoping to find a restaurant with a decent but not overly expensive hotel attached. They planned to eat dinner, check in, then have fun with the woman before killing her and getting rid of the car. Tomorrow morning they would continue their journey north. The car idled at the red light. Downtown Evansville was busy with people out for dinner and walking Wabash Avenue. Robert glanced down the side streets in both directions. Thumping sounded from the trunk. Soon enough, that woman would become more of a liability than a plaything. She was making too much racket. He needed to rethink the plan and get out of that overly populated area. A restaurant and a hotel in a seedier part of town would make more sense, a place where undesirables stood at street corners and that normal people didn't frequent. Robert rolled down his window and stuck his head out. Tony, behind him in the truck, did the same. "Downtown isn't going to work. Keep following me." Tony gave Robert the thumbs up. The light turned green, and they continued on. Beyond the university, away from the crowds and bright street lights, Robert found exactly what they needed. He drove slowly past the entrance to make sure. Garbage littered the sidewalk, even though a garbage can stood at the corner. The building's facade had missing bricks, and the windows looked as if they hadn't been washed in years. The thought of sleeping in one of the beds disgusted him. The chance of the night clerk caring about his ID and vehicle plate number was slim, and the chance of there being a video camera in the building was even less likely. City Hotel would be home for the night. Robert turned at the end of the block, pulled into the small parking lot, and killed the engine. Tony parked and got out right behind him. He checked their surroundings. Dark, sketchy, and depressing. "We're seriously stooping to a shithole like this tonight?" "Sure are, bro. It doesn't look like anybody in this neighborhood gives two shits about anything. It's the perfect place to ditch the car, too. It will be stripped down before morning. Go ahead and check in. I'll pull our gear out of the back of the truck." Tony returned 5 minutes later. "Man, that place is rough. And the desk clerk? He looks like a meth head that hasn't slept in a week. Anyway, we go through the side door in the alley and up to room 7 on the second floor." With their arms loaded, they entered the alley. Rats scurried and ran behind the garbage cans when the men got too close. They passed an overhead delivery door cut into the bricks, then saw another door halfway down the building. Tony jerked his head in that direction. This has to be it. He propped the cooler on his knee and turned the key in the lock. It turned, and he pulled the door toward him. A single light bulb above the creaky staircase cast shadows on the dirty walls. Tony called out a warning as he grasped the handrail. "This sucker's loose. Don't put any weight on it." They reached the second floor. Sounds of loud TVs, headboards banging against walls, and people yelling came from each room they passed. Robert smirked. "I guarantee you, brother, we're going to be invisible here." Room 7 was at the far end of the hall on the left. Tony inserted the key in the lock and gave it a clockwise turn. He pushed the door open with his foot. Smells of stale beer, stale cigarettes, and stale body odor wafted into the hallway. "Jesus, this place stinks." Robert jerked his head back with disgust when the vile odor hit him. He reluctantly entered the room and flipped on the light switch. "Yeah, I'm thinking I'll sleep on the chair. I can't imagine what's been in those beds." He crossed the room and pulled the cord on the roller shades, then pushed up the window. "This place needs a good airing out." A cool nighttime breeze came in as Robert stared at the landscape beyond the stench they had just walked into. "Hey, check this out." Tony peered through the screen and nodded his approval. The brothers were on the same page. Beyond the grime of the windowsill and beyond the rail yard a few 100 feet away stood an abandoned warehouse complex. Weeds poked through the asphalt of what used to be the parking lot. Shards of window glass and crumbled bricks lay scattered about. The building's roof lines bowed inward. A few parking lot lights faintly illuminated the area facing Robert, giving him a good impression of what to expect. "I'm thinking we should do this now instead of later. Those broken-down buildings," Robert pointed straight out the window, "are perfect for our needs. We'll leave this dump behind and find something better downtown after we have our fun. Show me the street map on your cell phone. We need to get to those buildings." 5 minutes later, Tony grabbed the room keys and locked the door at their back. They'd be at the warehouses in a few short minutes, and then the fun would begin. Robert climbed into the Mazda, Tony in the truck. A right on Central Avenue, a left on Crandon Street, straight for 2 blocks, and then a right on Bridge Street. They crossed the bridge over the rail yards and found a well-hidden building in the group of abandoned warehouses. Robert's bloodthirst would be satiated soon. They parked side by side and got out. Robert popped the Mazda's trunk and the light came on. He looked down and watched her tremble. Her hair clung to her face, wet with perspiration. She moaned as she rolled over and sucked in deep breaths of fresh air through her nose. Robert released the rope and pulled her out of the trunk. "What the hell?" He laughed and stared at the wet spot between her legs. "She pissed her pants." With a fast swipe of his hand, he ripped the duct tape off her mouth. Tears ran down her face and mixed with the blood from her torn lips. "I bet those salty tears sting, don't they?" Robert said when he saw her wince. "Give her the water and chips. She needs a little energy. I'm going to cut those zip ties so you can eat. Don't try anything funny, either. Be careful eating those chips, they're pretty salty." Robert spun her around and pulled his knife from the sheath. The blade sliced through the plastic zip ties like butter. He leaned in close to her ear. "Just think what this knife can do to your body. Terrifying, isn't it? Watch her, bro. I have to take a leak." Robert gave the woman a glare. "I have my eyes on you." Tony handed her the bottle of water. She guzzled it, barely taking time to breathe. "I need more. Can I have another bottle of water? Please? I'm begging you." Tony looked at Robert for an okay. He nodded. "Yeah, hang on." All it took was for Tony to reach over the side of the truck and open the cooler.
His back was turned, and she ran with every ounce of strength she had in her. Robert saw her disappear between several buildings and yelled. Tony popped his head up. "Son of a bitch! Tony, go after her!" Robert zipped up his pants and ran behind his brother. He caught up to Tony, and they stopped, their ears perked for sounds of movement. "You moron! How did you manage to pull that off?" "I don't know, dude. I wasn't expecting her to run." "We need to find her, and damn quick. This isn't exactly how I planned to spend the evening. I had more exciting things in mind." A flash of something crossed in front of them at the end of an adjacent building. "There she is," Robert said. "You go around to the left. I'll go right." She hid in the shadows, but they heard her panting and closed in. They lost her twice more as she darted in and out of nooks and crannies. Come out, wherever you are," Robert taunted. "You know we're going to find you." The sound of running echoed against the pavement. Robert craned his neck to peer around the steel shed he hid behind. He heard voices in the distance. 4 flashlights glowed and pierced the darkness. A group of people only a block away were headed toward the bridge. "I caught her," Tony yelled, laughing. Robert looked back again. The people were on the bridge and beginning to cross. "We don't have time for anything," he yelled back. "Gut her." The figure coming out of the shadows a few minutes later was Tony. "It's done. Stupid bitch." "Where is she?" "I threw her inside one of the buildings." "Okay, we have to get out of here. Keep your headlights off until we're a few blocks away. I'll be right behind you. Find a secluded spot to pull over once we're out of the area. I've got to wipe down this car. My prints are everywhere."
Chapter 26. My desk phone rang right when Clayton poured the last cup of coffee. That told me it must be close to 9 o'clock. Instinctively, I looked above the door. 9:07. I smirked, then pulled my notepad closer. "Hello, Sergeant Jade Monroe. How can I help you?"
"Hi, Jade. It's Kate."
"Kate, did you have another dream?"
"No, but I have a sense of dread. Have you heard anything from Detective Amoroso?"
"Sorry, not yet. I heard her tea kettle whistle in the background." "Making tea?"
"Have you turned psychic?"
Kate chuckled.
"I wouldn't advise it, Jade, unless you want sleepless nights."
"I have them on occasion already and don't need any more. I heard the tea kettle whistle, that's all." She laughed. "Yeah, that thing startles me sometimes when I'm deep in thought."
"So, do you know if the Nashville PD has looked over the neighborhood store's surveillance tapes yet?"
I threw an eraser at Jack to get his attention and hit him square in the chest. He rolled his eyes at me and pushed his chair back. He knew it was his turn to make the next pot of coffee. I grinned and mouthed a thank you. "Do you want me to call and ask for an update?"
"Would you?"
"Sure. I'll get back to you in a half hour." I clicked off and dialed the direct line to Detective Amoroso's desk. "Sergeant Monroe, I was about to call you."
"Please, call me Jade."
"Okay, and you can call me Joe. Anyway, our boys brought back copies of the videotapes from various stores in the neighborhood. They wanted to clean up the footage a bit."
"Uh-huh.
And did they find anything useful?"
Jack poured 2 cups of coffee and set one on my desk. I gave him a wink.
"I just left our tech department a few minutes ago. I reviewed the footage they think shows Deirdre being abducted. I have to agree, I think that's exactly what was happening. Part of the footage is obscured by a car parked next to hers, and there are overhanging trees."
I interrupted. "Did an officer have the store personnel pull up the receipts from the lane she checked out from? There had to be better video of her inside the store, right?"
He chuckled. "Take a breath, Jade. Yes, they have her on tape at the lane, and they pulled up the receipt from her purchase. It was just like her co-worker said. She bought 1 bottle of aspirin and nothing else. The timestamp on that video was 10:21.
I took a gulp of the hot brew and scorched my tongue.
"Damn it. What's wrong?"
"Nothing, only a slight problem on my end." I fanned my tongue.
"So then what?" "We only saw the back of a man approach her at the far end of the lot.
Couldn't really tell where he came from.
I wrote as he talked. I wanted to run everything he'd said past Kate. Could you make out his hair color, style, and his body type?
His hair was short and dark. Build not in mid-November. He wore a jacket.
That's right. That would eliminate my next question.
Which was?
If you could see any tattoos.
Yeah, even if he had on short sleeves, the distance would be too far to make out anything definitively.
Will you email me that footage? I'd like Kate to look it over.
Yeah, no problem. Let me know if something hits a nerve with her.
Will do. I clicked off and dialed Kate back immediately. Kate, can you come to the station? Detective Amoroso is emailing me a video. I'd like your take on it. Sure thing. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I checked my emails every few minutes, waiting for the one from Detective Amoroso. A new message popped up when I hit the refresh icon. The clerk of courts informed me that Mandy's trial would resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock instead of Monday. The judge had a scheduling conflict. I had to make a quick call upstairs.
John, it's Jade. How's Mandy doing? Has she needed many aspirin? Are you worried about her trial resuming tomorrow?
Obviously, you got that email, too. Does she seem okay?
I think she'll be fine. She sounds nasally since her nose is packed and swollen, but she doesn't have to testify, does she?
Nope, she isn't stable enough for that anyway.
Other than the nose, her eyes are black and blue, but she can see through the slits well enough to get around her cell and the TV room. She needs to be at the courthouse by 8:30.
Okay, thanks. I'll talk to you in the morning. I hung up and checked my messages again. The email came in. I downloaded the video and waited for Kate to arrive. Peggy called 5 minutes later and said Kate was waiting at the reception desk. I opened the bullpen door and welcomed her in. She said hello to the group and took a seat on the guest chair next to my desk while I hung her coat in the closet. What would you like to drink? Coffee, please. It's just one of those mornings. I understood what she meant. In my opinion, tea was best saved for relaxing moments in a comfy chair with my favorite novel in hand. I carried the cups to my desk and briefed Kate on the video I wanted to show her. I jiggled the mouse and woke my computer back up, then logged in. The PD went through a handful of videos from stores in the area. This is the one that stood out, and they confirmed it with the store receipt and the image of her in the checkout lane. It's definitely Deirdre. What I need you to do is think outside the box. Don't just focus on the scene at her car. See if anything triggers a dream memory. It doesn't matter how insignificant it may seem to me. It could be important. Kate gave me a nervous nod.
Do you mind if we peek over your shoulders?
Billings asked. Sure, it's fine. We can go over this as many times as we need to. More eyeballs on it might help. Jack, Billings, Clayton, and Clark stood at our backs. They leaned forward and watched the screen. Okay, here we go. This is as clean as the police tech department could get the footage. I clicked on the downloaded video image on my desktop and began playing it. If anything stands out, tell me. I can stop the footage, back it up, and play it again. Got it. I clicked on the full screen icon, hit the forward arrow, and the video began. The timestamp at the bottom right of the screen showed 10:32. A woman crossed the parking lot at Shop Mart and had almost reached two cars parked side by side under a row of trees. She appeared to be preoccupied with her purse. A man walked toward her at a quickened pace as if he were trying to catch up with her. The video showed him only from the back, and his face never appeared on camera. She stopped between the cars and looked back, shielded her eyes, and spoke with him. He continued forward until they were both between the cars. Some kind of scuffle happened in that obscured spot, although we couldn't see what it was. Within a few seconds, they were both in the car, and the man drove it away. Kate took a deep breath. That was scary. Okay, so he must have called out to her to get her to look back at him. How else would she have known he was there? Especially since she wasn't paying attention to anything other than her purse, Clark added. She must have been digging for her keys, Clayton said. She was an easy mark. It wasn't about robbery, or the man would have grabbed her purse and ran. He had to be watching her from a distance. He chose her deliberately. Being parked that far out made it easy for him. No matter what, the man must have had something in his hand to get her to comply so easily. If it was Robert, a knife would have been his weapon of choice. Wouldn't she have screamed or tried to fight him off if he was unarmed? Kate asked. Jack spoke up. Good point, and they both climbed in from the driver's side. He wanted to keep the cameras from seeing what he was doing. Being sandwiched between the cars like that did exactly what he wanted. It hid his actions. I looked at Kate. I know we don't have much to give you, but do you recognize anything about the man's gait or mannerisms? She wrung her hands. You don't have to say yes to make us happy. Just be honest. It isn't the man from my dreams. That much I know. I haven't seen Robert for 10 years, and only seeing this man from the back, I'd just be guessing. Is this the only tape of that parking lot? The man had to come from somewhere. Maybe he was in the store, too. That is the only tape we have during the abduction. I'll call Amoroso back and ask about inside the store. We need other views of the parking lot, too. Just as I reached for my desk phone, it rang. Detective Amoroso was on the line. I answered and chuckled when I heard his voice. Now you must be psychic. I was just about to call you. He laughed for a second, then went into serious detective mode. The bolo on Deirdre Nelson's car just hit in Evansville, Indiana. I squeezed Kate's hand. So he's heading north, but taking his time for some reason. No sign of Deirdre? Nothing yet. The car was found in a shifty neighborhood by a patrol officer. It was stripped of everything that could be sold. My guess is any fingerprints on the vehicle belong to petty thieves that are already in the system. It's highly unlikely our perp left prints behind, and this was his way of ensuring there would be plenty of others. We're dealing with a smart guy, Jade. True enough. Is the car being processed? Definitely. What's left of it? They've already taken it to the evidence garage. The crime lab is going to start on it soon. Good. So I have a few questions for you, hence the call I was about to make. Shoot. Did you check the cameras inside the store for the man in the parking lot? We sure did, but we couldn't find him anywhere. Okay, so he didn't go inside. Are there more parking lot cameras? He had to come from somewhere. Another vehicle, possibly? That would mean he has an accomplice, unless he's taken a bus or train everywhere. That sounds unlikely, but we'll check that out after we see if he got out of the vehicle in the lot. I'll contact the store right now and send a few officers over to pick up every tape they have from their outdoor cameras. I'll have them include the back of the store and the dock areas. You'll hear back from me in a few hours. Thanks, Joe. I clicked off. Now it's a waiting game. Chapter 27. Robert. Tony woke up with a full bladder and stumbled to the bathroom. Robert stirred, cracked open his eyes, and tried to focus on the bedside clock. He thought it read 9:45. After grinding his fists into his gritty, burning eyes, he looked once more. It still read 9:45. Now 9:46. He groaned with disappointment. They had missed the continental breakfast served every morning between 6 and 10. There wasn't time for the hot breakfast of pancakes, waffles, and eggs made to their liking, but they could make it downstairs to grab coffees, orange juice, muffins, and fruit before the breakfast service was over. All he needed to do was throw on his jeans and a t-shirt and go. He banged on the bathroom door. I'm going to grab some food before they shut it down. If you want something to eat, hurry up. You only have 10 minutes. I have the room key. Robert heard Tony respond an okay, and he left. The door slammed at his back. In the hotel's dining room, Robert grabbed a tray, slid it across the rails, and picked from what choices were left. He loaded up even though the pickings were slim. The bananas were gone, so he chose 2 apples, not his favorite fruit. In place of the muffins, he substituted 3 raspberry danishes and a package of peanut butter crackers. He set 2 cups of coffee and 4 packages of powdered cream on the tray. It would hold him over until dinner. Tony entered the room just as the maid started clearing the breakfast counter and placing the platters and bowls on a cart. "Hey, hold your horses, sister, until I get my pick of things," he grumbled.
She sat at one of the tables and waited. Robert passed Tony on his way to the elevator. "I'm going upstairs to eat. Load up on everything you can. It will save us a few bucks on food." 10 minutes later, Tony kicked the door at room 311. He didn't have a key, and his hands were full anyway. Robert pulled the door open. "This food isn't half bad," he said as he returned to the table by the window. "It ought to be good." Tony placed his tray on the table opposite Robert's. "This hotel room cost over $100. Robert answered, his mouth full of peanut butter crackers. "Would you rather have stayed at that first shithole? At least this place has hot water, clean sheets, and a killer view of the downtown area. The soft undertones of the decor are a nice touch, too." "Who are you, Martha Stowe?" "I think it's Stewart." They both chuckled. "My point is, once in a while you have to suck it up and stay somewhere decent. Hell, we just saved $15 on breakfast." Robert jerked his head toward the window. "That truck has seen better days. You ought to think about getting rid of it soon. There can't be much life left in it." Tony nodded. "It only needs to get us through this mission. How long would you estimate before Deirdre is found?" Robert huffed. "Deirdre. What kind of stupid name is that, anyway?" "Hell if I know. It sounds like someone from Ma's era. I'll admit, throwing the cops off course was the best idea yet. When we leave, we'll ditch her purse a few blocks from here in a nice part of town. The cops will probably think a purse thief snatched it. They'll be waiting for her to call it in, but that will never happen. It's going to take them forever to find her body. Unless she starts to stink and someone follows the smell." Robert got up and opened the drapes. He stared off in the direction of the rail yard and abandoned warehouses. "You said you saw people walking over the bridge last night with flashlights?" "Yeah, they were probably heading to the rail yard to find an empty boxcar to hop." Robert wanted to guide the conversation back to Deirdre. He needed to know more about her last few minutes alive. "Did she say anything before you killed her? How did she act when you caught her?" Robert sat back at the table and leaned toward his brother. He focused on Tony's expression. He wanted to relive the event through Tony's details. "I knew she was close by, so I stopped and listened." Robert was almost salivating. He couldn't wait to hear the best part. "Then what?" "Then I heard her breathing. She was within a few feet of me. The only place she could be was behind a few broken pallets. I reached out, and she bolted like a cornered rabbit. I grabbed her arm and jerked her back, then held her in a chokehold. That's when you yelled out to gut her." Robert raised the cup to his mouth, his eyes laser-beamed on Tony. "And she begged for mercy. She said she had 2 kids that needed her. Like we care. Go on." Tony grinned. "I pulled the knife out of the sheath. The steel glistened in the parking lot light. She saw it and began to scream, so I put my hand over her mouth. I plunged the knife into her between her ribs. I pushed downward through her guts until the knife stopped. That new blade sliced through her like butter." Robert leaned back and sucked in a deep gulp of air. "Yeah, the throat would have been good too, but that's more my style." She thrashed and grunted, then went limp. I felt empowered when the life left her body. It gave me a rush, man. She dropped to her knees and fell forward. That's when I grabbed her by the ankles and dragged her into the building." Robert scratched his head and stretched. "Wish I could have seen it play out. Damn, I'm overdue. I need it." "Yeah, it was definitely worth every second she held on. The next one has your name on it, bro." Tony stood and cracked his neck. "I know one thing for sure." "Yeah? What's that?" "Taking someone's life is better than sex." He chuckled. "Man, I missed having you as a partner for 10 years. Let's enjoy this ride. But right now, I'm hitting the shower. We have a 12 o'clock checkout." Chapter 28. Kate left to run errands. She said she had a personal reading appointment on the west side of town at 1:30. She would return to the sheriff's department after that if we had more video footage to look over.
I told her I'd call as soon as I heard from Detective Amoroso. Anybody want to join me for lunch? I grabbed my coat and purse as I waited for a response. Clayton had to pick up a frozen turkey and drop it off at home, so he bailed on my invite. He mentioned that all frozen turkeys were on sale at Gibson Foods. I reminded myself to call Amber later and see if she was interested. Come on, anybody? You've got 30 seconds to give me a yes or no, and then I'm out of here. Sure, I'll go. Jack pushed his chair back and reluctantly got up. Clayton and Billings snickered. I don't want this to be agony for you, partner. It's only lunch, for Pete's sake. I'm thinking ahead. Meaning? The men chuckled, obviously knowing full well what Jack meant. I was baffled. It had to be a guy thing. Well, what the hell? Does somebody want to clue me in on this mystery? The holidays, Billings said. We're guys, Jade. Duh, I hadn't noticed. Anyway, I need a little more than the obvious. Okay, here's how it's done. Men, meaning us, eat very little the week before Thanksgiving. That way we don't feel so guilty loading up like a herd of pigs over Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. After the holidays, we spend another week barely eating so we can get back to the pre-holiday weight. It's like the extra 10 pounds never happened. It works every year if we stick to the plan. If not, we gradually turn into... Billings cocked his head toward Clark's office. Him. I laughed, then whispered, Don't let him hear you say that. The guy lost 20 pounds in the last 4 months. You've got to give him some credit. Yeah, we do, but he has another 20 to lose. Anyway, let's go. You can order Jell-O for your meal, Jack. He pulled his coat off the back of his chair and trudged toward the door. I gave him a strong punch to the arm. Don't you guys wish you had my metabolism? I won't gain a pound between now and New Year's. What they didn't know was I'd already cut back on my calories a month ago in preparation for the holidays. Jack and I climbed into my car and headed downtown. A new restaurant had opened up several weeks ago that neither of us had been to yet. The word around town was that this new place made great salads. Don't think I bought that line of crap about eating less for the holidays. You never gain a pound of flab no matter how much you eat. You go to the gym, sweat for an hour, and you're good to go. Jack turned toward me and grinned. Hey, it's all part of the male bonding experience. Clayton and Billings feel better thinking I have the same problem they do. If they'd hit the gym religiously instead of once every 6 weeks, they'd be as fit and trim as me. Uh-huh, I said as I parked my car and we got out. I cocked my head toward the restaurant. Let's check this joint out. I think there are a couple of salads inside calling our names. We passed through the door of what used to be a 70s-style, paneled and worn-out restaurant that now had morphed into a chic, light and airy venue with a young, modern vibe. I liked it instantly. Now, if the food was as good as the place looked, we'd hit a home run. I'd find my new go-to restaurant only 5 minutes from my condo. The hostess seated us at a table next to the window that looked out over Main Street. She handed us the menus and left, saying she was going to get our glasses of water. Nice linens and heavy silverware gave the restaurant an expensive look, although the menu told me otherwise. The food was very affordable. This place is really an improvement over Maxine's Pub and Grill. Everything on the menu looks good, too. Jack browsed the choices. I was already set on a baby green salad with walnuts, cranberries, and feta cheese. He set his menu down. Find something you like? Yep, I'm going for the double sirloin burger and onion rings. What is that beer you always drink? The Scottish ale? Yeah, I'm getting a pint of that, too. Jack's choice sounded delicious, but I was sticking with the salad. I'd indulge in one Scottish ale, though. I'd never give that up. The waitress approached, introduced herself, and recited the lunch specials of the day. Although they sounded great, we both had our minds made up. Anna, our waitress, took our order and left. A group of 6 had just been seated. Jack gave me an eyebrow raise. So, tell me again why we're involved with this Deirdre Nelson case. What's the harm? We aren't on an active case right now anyway. Mandy's trial starts up again tomorrow, but we aren't needed there. We've already testified. We could sit in and listen to it. We would be there to keep peace if necessary, too, Jack said. It's a closed trial now after the other day. No spectators.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, nothing with the Deirdre Nelson abduction has happened in our jurisdiction, and why would it? The only connection our county has to any of that is because we have a psychic living in North Bend who has vivid dreams of bad people.
Yeah, except they come true.
It's no different than Amoroso helping us out.
Just because Deirdre Nelson lived in Nashville and is now presumably gone, that doesn't give him a reason to keep on it. Her car was found in Indiana, out of his jurisdiction, too. Maybe it's that 6 degrees of separation thing. Jack stared at me as if I were an alien. I stared back. What? You know, nothing is really connected, yet that tiny thread connects us all.
Sure, if you say so. I'm surprised the FBI hasn't been called in, though, since her car crossed state lines. It got to Indiana somehow, with or without her in it.
The waitress brought our meals, and we dug in.
The expression on Jack's face told me his double sirloin burger and onion rings were as good as they got.
My salad was one of the best I'd ever eaten. That place scored a big A+ with both of us. The timing couldn't have been better. Right as we took our last bites of food, my cell phone rang. I recognized my own desk phone number. I picked up. Billings was calling. He knew I was expecting a call from Detective Amoroso and had offered to answer in case my phone rang while we were out to lunch. "Hey, Adam, what's up?"
"Sorry to interrupt your lunch, Jade, but Amoroso just called. He said he emailed you a few more videos. His guys picked up the footage from every camera at the store. I guess there were 2 more outdoor cameras, another in the parking lot and one at the back dock area."
"That's awesome. We're waiting for the check, then we'll head back. How were the carrot and celery sticks? At least tell me you dipped them in ranch dressing." I chuckled, knowing Adam wouldn't expect any less of me. He groaned.
"Man, you really know how to throw out the zingers."
"Thanks. I practice every day."
"Yeah, ranch dressing would have been nice. At least the carrot and celery sticks would have had some flavor."
"Okay, Jack just paid for lunch, bless his heart. We'll be there in a few minutes." I clicked off and dug a 5 out of my wallet. I tossed it on the table for the tip before we walked out. Back in the car, I checked the time. It was just after 1. Kate wouldn't be able to meet with us for another few hours. I called her anyway to let her know 2 more videos had come in. "Have you looked at them yet?" "No, we're heading to the station right now. Jack and I just finished lunch. We'll wait until you're free." "I'll call you back in a minute."
"Okay."
Kate clicked off.
"What was that about?"
"Don't know. She said she'd call me right back." I drove 6 blocks east on Washington Street, then clicked my blinker to turn left onto Schmidt Road. Sooner or later, the city would have to put traffic lights or a roundabout at that intersection. I usually found myself sitting there, backing up the traffic behind me as I waited for an opportunity to gun it and scoot through oncoming cars. I gunned it, and my tire squealed. Jack shook his head, and I laughed. My cell rang as we were crossing the parking lot. Kate was calling back. "Okay, I'll push back the reading to 3:30. "You didn't have to do that." "I'm anxious, and Deirdre Nelson's life hangs in the balance." "You do have a point. We're walking in right now. I'll download the videos and get everything set up. Tea or coffee?" "Tea, and I'm on my way." Chapter 29. Robert.
"That should throw them for a loop."
Tony checked the side mirrors before he crossed into the lane to merge onto the highway. Robert smirked.
"Yeah, let's think about this one. Her car is in the hood, her body is in an abandoned warehouse, and her purse with an empty wallet is hanging on the doorknob of a fancy house in Evansville's nicest neighborhood. That should keep the cops busy while we move on to the next town. We need to slow this trip down a bit. I want to enjoy this for a few more days. What's the next largest city between here and Chicago?" "I looked earlier. The only big city is Terre Haute, unless we detour off of Highway 41. "Nope, I want to stick to the plan. I guess we're going to Terre Haute, then. We'll find somebody to snatch there, and nothing better mess it up this time."
Tony reached across the truck and gave Robert a high 5.
"I promise you, bro, we won't screw around. We'll nab whoever appeals to you, take her somewhere quiet so you can do your thing, and then you can slice and dice her however you like. You'll feel a lot better once you get that first one in a decade under your belt." I hear that. I'm aching for it, man. It's like a drug I've been deprived of for years."
Robert knew his brother understood how he felt. Tony chuckled.
"Once we get to Chicago, we'll have a heyday. Maybe we should stick around for a few days. That city is huge, and there are plenty of hookers to choose from. So what if a few never come back? Hell, we're helping law enforcement crack down on street crime."
Robert shook the last cigarette out of the pack. He peeked inside to make sure none were wedged in the corners.
"Looks like we're out of smokes."
He pushed in the lighter on the dash and waited for it to heat up. It popped out and the coil glowed bright orange. He held it against the end of the cigarette and took a deep drag, then passed the cigarette to Tony.
"Pull off in a half hour or so. We'll get smokes and some snacks for the road. All this talk has given me an appetite again."
30 minutes later, the truck rattled into Hauptstadt. Tony pulled into the first gas station he saw. Minimart Quick Service was on Main Street, which was what Highway 41 was called through the one-stoplight town. He and Robert exited the truck. Tony went to the back and opened the gas tank door. He clicked on the pump for regular gas, grabbed the nozzle, and began filling the tank. Robert came around from the passenger side.
"I'll get the smokes. What do you want for snacks?"
"Chips, soda, water, and beef jerky. Get the spicy kind."
"Yep, be back in a flash."
Robert pushed open the glass door and crossed the threshold. The motion sensor set off an automated bell that indicated somebody had walked in. A clerk came out of the back room and went behind the counter. Through the microphone that connected to the pump area, he welcomed the person at Pump 3 to Minimart Quick Service. Robert grabbed a blue basket by the entrance and began browsing the 4-aisle convenience store attached to the gas station. He rounded the corner of the first aisle and saw her. He did a quick scan of the store. She was alone and checking out the magazines. He looked out the window. Tony's truck and a white car were the only vehicles at the pumps. The car was empty. He knew it had to be hers. He took his time in the store and watched every move she made. The young blonde woman was alone and ripe for the picking. Even in the November chill, she wore short shorts and a baggy sweatshirt that slid off one shoulder. High-top sneakers and too much jewelry gave her a slutty, appealing look. She was someone Robert was dying to meet. He needed to know her much more intimately. She put 2 magazines in the basket she carried, a 2-liter bottle of soda, a bag of salt and vinegar potato chips, and 1 package of peanut butter cups.
"I guess that's it," she said as she placed the basket on the counter. "I hope these snacks will keep me awake while I drive."
Robert inched closer to hear her conversation. The clerk smiled.
"Where are you headed?"
"Home to Chicago. I'm spending a week with my family during the Thanksgiving break. I go to the University of Southern Indiana in Evansville."
The clerk nodded.
"That's a great school. So you have 25 in gas, and the snacks are $6. 31 total, please."
She gave the clerk 2 20s, and he gave her change and bagged the purchases.
"Enjoy the holiday," he said, "and have a safe trip."
Robert stood right behind her and waited his turn.
"I wouldn't count on it."
He set his snacks and cigarettes on the counter and watched as she walked out and got into the car at the pump.
"That's $22, sir."
Robert handed the clerk a 20 and a 5, got his $3 back, and reached for the bagged goods. He mumbled a goodbye and left. The bell chimed as the door closed at his back. Tony waited in the idling truck.
"You paid at the pump?"
Robert asked as he climbed in.
"Yep."
"Good. Gun it and follow the car that just pulled out. I found the perfect woman." Chapter 30. I jiggled the mouse and the home screen on my computer came to life. I logged in and checked my emails. The 2 additional outdoor videos from Detective Amoroso had arrived. I was anxious to see them, but I'd promised Kate we'd wait until she was sitting at my side. I downloaded them to my desktop, then got up to check the teabag supply. 4 bags remained in the basket. I reminded myself to pick up a variety box the next time I was at the store. My desk phone rang. Jan called to say Kate had entered the building. I walked to the bullpen door, pulled it open, and she came through. "I'm anxious to see these new videos, but we would have waited for you. You didn't need to rearrange your schedule."
Kate waved me off. Don't give it a second thought. The client is a regular, and she doesn't mind at all. Shall we? I motioned toward the beverage station. We filled our cups and got comfortable at my desk. Kate took a guest chair, and Jack wheeled his over. Adam and Chad crowded in behind us. "Got the new tapes?" Clark yelled out from his office. I looked over my shoulder and motioned for him to join us. "Yeah, boss. Come on and grab a seat." Clark wheeled his guest chair out and sat behind me. I read the heading on the first tape. This one is from the back of the store. I'm guessing that would be the loading dock area. We know she was at the register at... I checked my notes. 10:21, and the abduction took place at 10:32. I'll fast-forward the tape to 10:15. How does that sound? I checked the faces surrounding me. They all nodded. Okay, here we go. If anything looks odd, tell me and I'll back it up. At 10:15, the tape showed a semi pulling into the dock area. It took several minutes for it to back up to the loading bay. The semi-driver got out and talked to a man, likely a warehouse employee. One other vehicle pulled in and parked. That vehicle, a cube van, had a bakery name on the side of it. Two men got out and went into the back door of the building. We continued to watch the video until 10:45, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I shrugged. What do you guys think? Enough of this one? The abduction has already taken place. They agreed that the loading dock tape didn't show us anything. I closed that one and hovered the mouse over the next video on my desktop. Is everyone okay with beverages? I asked. Let's take 5 minutes. Kate excused herself to use the restroom, and I filled her teacup with hot water and another tea bag. Jack poured coffee for everyone else. When Kate returned, we took our seats again. Okay, this one is the north parking lot camera. I started the video at the 10:15 mark, and we crowded in around the screen. Cars came and went, and nothing looked unusual. Moms carrying toddlers, parents with young children, elderly people, single men and women, and couples entered and exited the building normally. The outer areas of the parking lot were relatively vacant. Jack spoke up. The abduction video is playing in my head. Why do you think Deirdre parked so far out? Especially if she was only going to be in the store for a few minutes. Clayton responded. Could be a habit or shade, maybe both. Even in November, Nashville gets warm days. Her car is only a year old. I'd probably park far away from the riffraff, too, if my car was that new. Door dingers happen, but if you could avoid them, why not? Deirdre looked fit, too. Many people that are into exercise park far away from store entrances. A little extra walking here and there, you know, that sort of thing. I said. Stop. I hit the pause button and jerked my head toward Kate. What, did you see something? Should I back the video up? Yes, please back it up. Kate's voice cracked when she spoke, and she looked visibly shaken. Kate, what is it? I stared at the paused video and didn't see what had her so upset. Oh my God, it's the same truck that was in my first dream. Go back a few seconds more. The teacup shook in her hand. She set it down. I slowly backed the progression on the scrubber bar. Kate grabbed my arm. Right there. I hit pause again. She leaned in and stared. We all did. Okay, forward it. Can you go in slow motion? Sorry, this is only a copy. I don't have the actual video to adjust the progress faster or slower. Okay, let's watch it in real time and see what happens. We focused on the older red and white pickup truck that moved slowly across the parking lot. Rust had eaten the wheel wells and door frames like an aggressive cancer. The driver's visor was lowered across the side window, either to block the sun or to hide his identity from the cameras. In the distance, we saw the Mazda pull out of the parking lot and turn right. The truck sped up and followed the car. We watched until both vehicles were out of the camera's range. I stopped the footage and everyone breathed a deep sigh. Clark ground his fist into his eyes. Damn it. That means he has an accomplice. Okay, let's head to the conference room where it's more comfortable for everybody. Kate, I want to hear everything you can remember about this red and white truck. We filed down the hallway to the conference room where everyone found a seat. We waited for Clark, who walked through the door last and took his usual spot at the head of the table.
Okay, I know Deirdre's abduction didn't take place in our jurisdiction. Hell, it was states away from us, but there is a connection.
Clark looked at Kate.
And it's you. Somehow, some way, you're smack dab in the middle of the mayhem. Your dreams are leading this investigation, as bizarre as that sounds. You described Deirdre's appearance and the locket she wore. You've described another woman in great detail, and now you say you saw the truck on the video we just watched in the first dream. The one with the other woman.
Kate nodded.
The floor is yours, Kate. Give us your thoughts.
Kate took a sip of water from the plastic cup she had filled at the drinking fountain. The man was the same in both dreams. He had long hair and a full beard and mustache. He wasn't Robert, so I have no idea why these dreams started. I thought it had to do with him being paroled a few days back, but now I have my doubts. It could be two random men on a crime spree, and I just happen to be the person dreaming about one of them. Your dreams will help somehow, I know they will. I gave Kate a reassuring smile. Go on. The woman in the first dream ran out of gas on a dark country road. Jade, I've told you this dream in detail. Are you sure everyone wants to hear it?
We're sure, Kate. It's all right, Jack said.
Okay. Anyway, she got out of her vehicle. I wrote down everything I could remember about it. It was a small, light-colored hatchback. The woman was young, early 20s, I'd say. Long, blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. She wore a pink fleece jacket with a crown emblem on it. Could have been a logo, I guess, and she had a turquoise and silver ring on her right index finger. She paced nervously. It was late, and there weren't any houses nearby. Headlights broke the darkness. I saw her shoulders relax with gratitude when the driver asked if she needed a ride. She opened the passenger door and the lights came on. I saw the side of a rusty red truck with a wide white center stripe. It looked just like the one in the video. They can't be that common, can they?
Doubt it, Billings said. That truck had to be close to 20 years old. Did anyone see the badges? Anything to identify the make and model? Clark asked.
We can look again, boss, but all I saw was the truck from the side, driving on the far edge of the north camera's viewpoint. You can't even see where it came from. It appeared out of nowhere.
It was likely parked somewhere the cameras don't cover, Clayton added. If we were going with the Robert Lynch scenario, the plates would be from Georgia. If it was a local abduction, they would be from Tennessee. We need to get Amoroso on the horn.
Clark nodded at me.
Jade, take care of that. Call Amoroso and tell him to put a bolo out on a rusty, red and white older pickup truck. It could have Georgia or Tennessee license plates. Deirdre's car was found in Evansville, Indiana. Whoever these guys are, they're definitely heading north. State police and local sheriff's departments need to be on alert in Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Make sure to let him know there are 2 men involved that are armed and dangerous.
Chapter 31. Robert. Robert pointed through the windshield at the white Subaru ahead of them.
There she is. Stay a few car lengths behind her so she doesn't notice us. Odd that she isn't taking the interstate.
He opened a new pack of cigarettes and pulled 2 out. He lit his own and handed one to Tony along with the lighter.
Big mistake for her. Where's she going? She told the gas station clerk she was heading to Chicago for Thanksgiving. Hell, we can grab her and still get someone in Terre Haute if we feel like it.
Robert smirked.
More the merrier, right, bro? Sounds like a party to me. When you want to make the move? Terre Haute was 2 hours away?
Uh-huh. Tony took a deep drag, cracked the window a few inches, and blew the smoke out.
I'd say a half hour out of the city, as long as we can find a remote area. We aren't taking her with us, either. I'll do my thing, get that out of my system temporarily. He grinned. Then slit her throat. It'll be just like the old days, bro. I'm going to get a half hour of shut-eye. Don't let her out of your sight. Hell, we can both enjoy her if you're so inclined.
Robert pulled the handle and reclined the seat back. With the last puff of his cigarette, Robert opened his window and flicked the butt out.
He lay back, folded his arms, and drifted off to sleep. He opened his eyes to Tony slapping him. "What the hell, man?" He sat up and rubbed his eyes. "I was out for the count. What's going on?" "The girl just turned into that diner." Tony pointed out the window. Robert looked around to get his bearings and noticed that they were parked on the shoulder of the road. Ahead, on their right, stood a diner that looked as though it had seen better days. The gravel parking lot held 3 cars, one being the Subaru. "How long have I been sleeping?" "Only 40 minutes. What do you want to do, go in or wait here?" "Let's wait. The place doesn't look busy enough for us to go inside. The fewer people that see us, the better. Maybe she just needed a bathroom break or a coffee to go. Speaking of bathroom breaks, I'm hitting the woods. Keep your eyes peeled." Robert opened the passenger door, slid off the seat, and exited the truck to the gravel shoulder. He climbed down the ravine and disappeared beyond the trees. The tap on the horn told Robert he was needed back at the truck quickly. He climbed the hill and got in. "What's up?" "She's pulling out. We don't want to lose her, right?" "Did she look back at the truck when you honked?" "I couldn't tell. She was already in the car. It looked like she was carrying a styrofoam cup." Robert slammed the truck door at his side. "Let's catch up, but give her space. I don't want to spook her. How much farther?" Tony checked the mirrors and pulled back out into the traffic lane. "We'll be in Terre Haute in less than an hour. We need to plan our method of attack." "I know exactly what to do." Grinning wickedly, Robert lit another cigarette and relaxed in the passenger seat. Chapter 32. "Yes, I'll hold." Boring elevator music droned in my ear for close to 3 minutes, nearly putting me to sleep. I drummed my fingers on the desk. I should have called from my cell phone. Now I was attached to my desk by a telephone cord. I put my hand over the mouthpiece. "Clayton," I said, "can you get me a cup of coffee?" "Sure, I probably could." I watched and waited. Chad didn't get up. He was screwing with me as usual. "Can you do it now?" He chuckled and pushed back his chair. "Just giving you a hard time, Jade." "I know, and thanks. I appreciate a little humor now and then." I stuck my tongue out at him, then perked up when the music stopped. "Hello, Detective Amoroso speaking. How can I help you?" "Joe, it's Jade Monroe." "Jade, hi. I would have cut the other calls short if I'd known it was you. We have a new receptionist that just started yesterday. I'll have to give her a list of names that get pushed through before some of the others. What can I do for you?" "Kate noticed something on those other videos you sent over." "Really? I'm all ears. Give me 1 second to get my notepad." I heard him rummaging through his desk. "Okay, shoot." Kate recognized a vehicle in the north parking lot camera video. If you watch it again, you'll see an older red and white truck come into view. I swear it made the hair stand up on the back of my neck when she pointed it out. Joe, she was actually shaking. That truck came out of nowhere and followed the Mazda slowly through the parking lot. When the car turned onto the street, it was right behind it. The truck followed the Mazda until they were out of the camera's view. Clayton set the coffee on my desk. I mouthed a thank you. "Couldn't that have been any vehicle heading toward the exit, and the Mazda happened to be in front of it?" "Yep, definitely. And that's what I would have thought if Kate wasn't watching it with us." "What made the difference?" She said that very truck was in her first dream. That was the vehicle that pulled over and gave Victim 1 a ride. I might have been skeptical if she hadn't told me about it 4 days ago. I heard Joe whistle through the phone line. "Man, that woman has some serious psychic abilities." "Yeah, scary abilities. And here's the bad news. If Deirdre's attacker was driving her car, that—" Detective Amoroso interrupted. "That means he has an accomplice." "Exactly." "So that's how this perp is getting around. There are actually 2 of them. We need to put a bolo out on the truck. Were you guys able to make out the model?" "Nope, but I'd venture to say it's older, has noticeable rust on it, and it could have Georgia or Tennessee plates." "Sounds like enough information to get the ball rolling. I'll put the bolo notification out to the state police and sheriff's departments. Anything else?" We weren't able to see the driver of the truck. He had the visor pulled down alongside the window.
My guess would be to block his face from the store cameras.
I'd agree with that. Okay, I'm going to round up my guys and check out that video again. We might be lucky enough to have an old car enthusiast on the force. They might recognize what make and model the truck is. Meanwhile, we're waiting to hear from the Evansville Crime Lab. They have the Mazda in their evidence garage. We haven't heard anything about Deirdre yet. You can imagine how worried her family is. I'll keep you posted.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I clicked off. An email from my dad came in right as I was about to close down my computer. I opened it and saw that he'd sent his itinerary. He was scheduled to arrive in 2 days. I hit the print icon on the email and heard the printer around the corner come to life. I said a silent prayer that these criminals would be taken down before the holiday and nobody would die in the process. Chapter 33. Robert. The area had become wooded and traffic was sparse. No blind corners or hills blocked their view. Robert looked ahead and then turned to look over his shoulder. Behind them, the coast was clear. Theirs were the only 2 vehicles as far as he could see in either direction. He was willing to take the risk.
This looks like a good spot. You know how to pit a car, right?
Sure, but then what? We'd have to get both vehicles off the road before anyone drives by, and that's if there's a place to hide 2 vehicles. This is our only chance. Gun it and tap her back quarter panel. She'll spin out. When her car stops, I'll knock her out temporarily. Come on, we'll figure it out as we go. She was a quarter mile ahead of them. Tony buried the gas pedal against the floor. His heavy boot held the pedal down with constant pressure. The truck revved and leaped forward. Go, go, go! Robert looked back. The road behind them was devoid of cars. He laughed nervously and punched Tony on the shoulder. You're almost there, bro. Hit her. They saw that blonde hair through her rear window. She looked back and sped up. Tony stayed on her. She sped up again. Robert felt her fear when she looked back the second time. He could see it on her face. It was a look that fueled his pent-up fire. Robert yelled out, "Now!" Tony bumped the back driver's side. The vehicle wobbled, but she kept it on the road and stepped on it. Get alongside her and hit it harder. Tony caught up and hit the back quarter panel again. The Subaru spun out of control. That's what I'm talking about. Get past her so we don't get tangled up in that. A roar from the engine sounded when Tony gunned the pickup and got around her vehicle. Robert turned in his seat to see the car spinning backward. He slapped the back of the bench seat and laughed. Okay, stop the truck. Tony slammed on the brakes and turned around. The tires squealed when he stepped on the gas and sped back to her car. The stench of burned rubber was strong. Smoke and dust filled the air. The car, still clouded in a blanket of dust, slid on the gravel and crashed through a barbed wire fence, then came to rest in the ditch against a thicket of bushes and small trees. With the driver's door pinned, the only way out was on the roadside where the Lynch brothers stood. Robert's eyes darted both ways, still clear. We have to hurry. Get the truck and push this car back onto the road. Screams sounded from inside the car. Robert grabbed the passenger side door handle and swung it open. The woman thrashed and caught him along his cheek with her foot, stunning him for a second. Big mistake, bitch. Robert grabbed her by the arm and pulled her toward him. With his arm coiled back, he punched her in the face, and she fell limp. The sound of gravel crunching caused Robert to look back. Tony had lined the truck up behind the Subaru. He rolled down the window to talk to his brother. Robert yelled to him, I'll get in the driver's seat and steer the car out. Where's the girl? Napping. Robert climbed over the woman and turned the steering wheel toward the road. An approaching vehicle caught Tony's eye as he lined up the truck's front to the back of the car. He yelled out, Shit, we have company. The vehicle slowed to a stop. Robert and Tony locked eyes. They knew what needed to be done. What happened here? The man asked as he clicked on his flashers and exited the van. An apparent blowout. Robert climbed out as the man approached the car.
She must have hit her head when she went into the ditch. She's out cold, and there's a pretty big goose egg on her forehead. This is how we found her. Let me take a look. I'm an EMT. Did you call it in? Yeah, a few minutes ago. They said the ambulance was dispatched and on its way. It shouldn't be long now.
Tony closed in. Robert lifted his T-shirt and pulled the knife out of its sheath. Tony did the same. The man leaned over the front passenger seat to check on the woman. With a quick glance both ways down the road, Robert nodded. The man cried out, jerked and stiffened his body when they both plunged their knives into him. He swatted at his back, unsure of what was happening. A sucking noise sounded when Robert pulled his knife out. He thrust it again, this time at the base of the man's neck. The EMT twitched and fell to the ground with a blood pool spreading around him. Robert reached over him, pulled the keys from the ignition, and wiped the steering wheel down. He popped the trunk with the key fob. "Grab his wallet," he said to Tony. "Let's get him inside." They carried the man to the trunk and threw him in. Then Tony slammed the lid. The coast was still clear. Robert pointed at the license plates. "Pull those off the car, then get the rope. We need to tie her up." Robert pulled the woman's arms and yanked her out of the Subaru. He bent his knees and, with a grunt, picked her up and heaved her over his shoulder. He crossed the road and tossed her on the flattened seats at the back of the van. Tony tied her arms and legs to the metal slides that held the seats in place, while Robert wiped the lip of the trunk and door handles with his T-shirt. He grabbed her purse and the bag of snacks that had fallen to the floor. "Let's get the hell out of here. Follow me. I'll find a spot to pull off the road." Tony nodded. Robert watched as his brother climbed in the truck and backed up. Then they both made a U-turn in the road and continued toward Terre Haute. He pressed the seek button on the radio as he drove, trying to locate a station that played country music. The woman moaned behind him. Robert looked over his shoulder and grinned at her. He had big plans, and his heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 34. I had all of next week blocked off as vacation. This much-anticipated visit from my dad was all Amber and I had talked about for months. Even my mom wanted to schedule a family visit, much to Bruce, her second husband's, dismay. My dad was larger than life, and Bruce always seemed a bit intimidated by him. Thanksgiving Day would be a small, quiet affair consisting of Amber, my dad, and me. Since they were family, I had to include Spaz, Polly, and Porky, too, even though they wouldn't be enjoying turkey and pumpkin pie with us. Ever since Kate called me early last week with her dream descriptions, this case had had my stomach tied in knots. Even though it wasn't truly our case, I still wanted to be kept abreast of everything that went on, especially since I'd be out of the loop beginning in 2 days. Tomorrow was Friday, my last day of work for a week. My dad was arriving Saturday evening. My mind was deep in Kate's dream world to the point that I needed to know more about psychics, clairvoyants, and mystics. I was sure they were all one and the same. The ringing desk phone jarred me out of my thoughts. I answered to Joe Amoroso's tense voice. His distress sounded through the phone line. "What's wrong, Joe? Whatever you're going to say can't be good." I pulled my notepad and a pen closer in case I needed them. "I just received an update from the Evansville PD, and you're right. It isn't good." My heart sank. I knew what he was going to say. "The police department got an urgent call about 90 minutes ago from a pretty upset kid. Apparently, a group of teenagers skipped school and gathered at some abandoned warehouses near the rail yard on the edge of downtown. Sounds like that's the place they all go when they want to hang out and smoke weed. Anyway, they entered one of the buildings through a broken-out window and immediately smelled something foul. One kid was egged on to go investigate. That boy found a woman crumpled in a dark corner. He ran back to his friends and called it in. He was pretty shook up." "It's Deirdre, right?" I was sure I heard Joe's voice crack. Then the line went silent for a few seconds. He cleared his throat. "Yes. The police department pulled up her driver's license online when they found her car. They have the photo and confirmed it was her.
Jade, she was opened up from her sternum to her pelvic bone and shoved into a corner like yesterday's trash. According to the Evansville PD, it was quite a gruesome scene, with blood everywhere. They said her intestines spilled out onto the floor. Imagining that scene was horrible, and I would keep that information to myself. Kate had no reason to hear those sickening details. Joe went on. According to the responding officer's statement, it appeared that she was dragged to that spot from outside, likely to hide her. Evansville's crime lab is still on site, going over everything with a fine-toothed comb. The ME has already taken her body to the morgue. Now it's up to me to inform the family. I'll contact her kids today. Hang on a sec. I heard paper rustling. Yeah, here we go. Her son, Andy, goes to school in Colorado Springs, and her daughter, Amy, is a bit closer to home at Ohio State. Joe, I'm so sorry. Have they found any forensic evidence? I haven't heard. They said they'd update me again this afternoon. It's still early in the investigation, and it's their case now. Deirdre lived in and was kidnapped from Nashville. Then her car and disemboweled body was found in Evansville, Indiana. Those are the crimes our jurisdictions can work on, nothing more. Don't you think the FBI should be involved? These killers are crossing state lines. I'll find out when I talk to the police chief in Evansville what their intentions are. I would agree that the FBI should be told, and maybe they've already been contacted. Joe, I don't know what to say to Kate. This is going to scare her beyond belief. It sounds like a knife was used on Deirdre, the thing Kate fears most. Yeah, I understand. Give your approach some thought before you tell her anything. Oh, by the way, we took another look at the north parking lot video at Shop Mart. We couldn't tell the make and model of that truck from the footage. The entire vehicle doesn't come into frame until it's farther out, almost ready to turn onto the street. I'm going to ask around about showing a vehicle identification expert the video footage. I don't know if that type of person exists, but I intend to find out. Meanwhile, we put a bolo out for a red and white older pickup truck in the Evansville vicinity that's possibly heading north. At this point, we have no reason to believe they'd turn around and head back south. Yeah, I agree. Kate left a bit ago to do a reading she had postponed earlier. I think I'll finish up here, go home, and give this information some careful thought before I tell her about it. She deserves at least one day and night without horrible dreams or bad news. I clicked off the phone call and woke up my computer. Clayton glanced over my shoulder as he walked by. What are you looking for? I want to see if there's such a person as a forensic vehicle identification expert. Chapter 35. Robert. She kicked the sides of the van and screamed for help. The ropes kept her tightly in place. Robert smiled at her through the rearview mirror. Save your energy. Kicking and crying isn't going to do anything except wear you out. I have a fun afternoon planned for us. She screamed even louder. You know, young ladies like you are just asking for trouble. Look at the way you dress. You look like a slut. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure that's the image you were going for. Let me go. You don't know anything about me, and I haven't done anything wrong. Sure you have. Robert chuckled loudly and adjusted the mirror so she could see his eyes. He winked at her. You were in the wrong place at the exact time I came into the gas station. He saw the recognition in her eyes. There you go. Now it's coming back to you. You do remember seeing me earlier at the gas station. Checking me out, huh? She spat and swore at him to no avail. How's the head? How's yours, asshole? I remember giving you a nice kick to the face. She jerked on the ropes and thrashed some more. I'll live. That's more than I can say about you. Relax, babe, and enjoy the ride. We'll be pulling over real soon now. She kicked the back of Robert's seat so hard it pushed him forward. The van lurched. You're going to be nothing but trouble, right? I think it's time to find a nice, quiet spot to get better acquainted right now. Robert slammed on the brakes and pulled over. Her head hit the sliding side window because of the sudden stop. He heard the thud and looked back to see her bloodied forehead. He got out. Tony pulled off the road behind him. "What's going on?" "We need to get this done now. I want to have some fun with her, but the screeching is getting on my nerves. I need the duct tape." "Sure, no sweat." Tony went to the truck and returned with the roll of tape spinning around his index finger. "Perfect. I'm going to shut her up, then find a secluded place to stop. We may have to detour off the highway for a few miles. Let me see what's ahead of us." Tony pulled out his cell phone and tapped on the map application. He enlarged the screen and appeared to ponder it for a minute. "Yeah, that should work. Looks like 3 miles up is a turnoff that leads to Smith Lake Road. The satellite image shows a small lake in a fairly wooded area. There aren't any houses around it either. Let's check it out." "That sounds good, but first give me a minute to tape up her mouth. You have the map so you can lead the way. Who knows, she may even want to go for an afternoon swim." The van rocked when Robert climbed in the back. A few minutes later, he exited and slammed the door. He wiped his forehead and grinned at his brother. "That bitch is a handful, but at least she'll be a quiet one." Robert climbed into the driver's seat and closed the door. He waved Tony around him to lead the way. The clock on the dashboard showed 4 o'clock. Robert clicked on his right blinker and followed Tony down a 2-lane road that ended at Smith Lake Road. They turned right. The gravel path went for another half-mile through dense woods before it opened up to a grassy area with a small lake to their left. They both got out. Tony pulled the rubber band off his ponytail, ran his hands through his hair, gathered the loose ends, and fastened it again. He lifted his sunglasses. The sun had lowered in the afternoon sky, and the shaded surroundings darkened the area. "What do you think?" Robert asked. He skipped a few rocks across the water. "Let's take a look around. We have to make sure nobody's back here fishing." "No cars or bikes, that's a good sign." Robert disappeared into the brush, then came out 30 feet to his right. He pointed over his shoulder. "We can stash the vehicles in there for now. It looks like we can pull in a good 40 feet. "Sure, you go first. Are we leaving the van behind?" "Nah, we might need it, and the plate switch will help. That guy in the trunk doesn't have any ID on him, and the Subaru isn't his. It'll take a while before they figure out who he is or what he was driving. Okay, let's do a quick check back by the lake. I'm itching to get started." After a search in the nearby area with nobody seen, Robert climbed in the van and Tony in the truck. They pulled ahead in the low brush as far as they could go before the large trees took over. Robert got out and walked back to the truck. "Okay, I'm ready to take care of some much-needed business. Want to turn after me?" "I'm good. I'll take the next one." "Suit yourself. I'll bring her out in 20 minutes. Tony nodded and turned on the radio. "Have fun. I'm going to catch some shut-eye." He rolled up the truck windows, and Robert returned to the van. 20 minutes later, the knocking on the driver's window made Tony jump. He cracked open his eyes and turned to his left. Robert stood outside the truck, grinning at his brother. His tight grip on the girl's blonde hair kept her pinned to his side. Mascara mixed with tears stained her cheeks, and her lipstick was smeared across her face. Her sweatshirt was torn, and her shorts were missing. Robert had zip-tied her hands behind her back so she couldn't fight him and claw his face. Tony rolled down the window and smirked. "Looks like you had a good time, brother." Robert licked the girl's face, then covered her mouth again with tape. "We had a great time, didn't we, Jillian?" She squirmed and tried to escape his grip. "Jillian, huh?" Tony looked her up and down. "Damn pretty name. Why don't we go for a walk, Jillian?" Tony climbed out of the truck. Robert pushed her ahead of them as they entered the woods. He silently pulled his knife out of the sheath and gave Tony a smile. It took only a second once he had his strong arm around her, holding her still. He reached across her head and pulled with the knife, slitting her throat from ear to ear. He pushed her to the ground. They waited until the gurgling sound from the open wound stopped.
Then they dragged her into the water and placed 2 heavy rocks on her chest. They watched as she sank below the surface. Her dead eyes stared up at them. Robert washed his hands and face at the lake's edge, then turned away. Tony cocked his head toward the vehicles. "Come on, let's have dinner in Terre Haute." Chapter 36. Today is my last day of work before a week of vacation. I should be excited, but I feel like danger is heading our way. I lay in bed, wide awake. It was a good half hour before my alarm was set to buzz its shrill sound in my ear. I thought about Kate and how I would break the bad news to her. She hadn't known Deirdre, and neither had I, yet somehow I still felt a connection. I wanted to talk to Kate somewhere outside of our usual Sheriff's Department conference room meetings. With the blankets tossed aside, I climbed out of bed, put on my robe and slippers, then uncovered the birdcage and said good morning to Polly and Porky. I filled their seed cup, changed the water, and shuffled down the hallway. I found myself waking up before my alarm clock went off lately, even though I was still tired. Criminals roaming the countryside weighed heavily on my mind. The kitchen light was on, and Amber was pouring 2 cups of coffee. She turned and smiled when I plopped down on a bar stool. "I heard you get up. Couldn't sleep anymore?" "Yeah, that's getting harder and harder to do lately." "You should appreciate the vacation time, then." She walked over and set both cups on the breakfast bar and sat down next to me. "Want to talk? Today is my last day of school for 2 weeks, and I don't have a class until 9:30. I shrugged. I don't want to disappoint Dad. I hope he won't be able to tell my mind is preoccupied with these killers Kate is dreaming about. Amber laughed. "You're talking about our Dad, you know. He can see through you like you're a sheet of glass." I held the cup between my hands and took a sip. Unfortunately, that's true. Then use his expertise. Bounce these problems off of him. As long as there's no shop talk on Thanksgiving Day, we're good to go. I'd like to hear about some actual cases too, sis. You don't always have to shield me from the bad stuff. I'll be in the thick of things before long myself. You're right. Maybe Sunday we can sit around and talk shop. Right now I have a hot shower calling my name, then I have to get my butt to work. Okay, I'll just snuggle on the couch with Spaz and see what's happening in the world. I heard the TV go on as I walked the hallway. In the bathroom, I started the shower and waited for the water to heat up. I stepped in. A 10-minute shower would suffice. With my hair washed and my body squeaky clean, I got out to a foggy room. I often forgot to turn on the fan, and this time was no exception. I turned it on after the fact, wiped the mirror with my towel, and got on with my morning. Dressed for the day and back in the kitchen, I popped a piece of raisin bread into the toaster and poured another cup of coffee. Any interesting news? I pulled the butter out of the refrigerator. Yeah, some. Go ahead and enlighten me. I opened the cabinet above my head and took out a small plate. The drawer in front of me held the silverware. I grabbed a butter knife. I was ready for the toast that would pop up any second. It did, and it was hot. I could barely hold it as I spread the butter across the bread and watched it instantly melt. Apparently a freshman from the University of Southern Indiana went missing yesterday. Her family reported it after she never arrived in Chicago last night. She was going to spend the holiday at home. They still haven't heard anything, and her phone goes directly to voicemail. No shit. Did they show a picture of her? Yeah, a second ago. Back it up, I want to see her face. Amber picked up the remote and pressed the back arrow. The news segment went in reverse. I think it showed her after this last commercial. Okay, pause it when they get to the photo of her. I dug a pen and the tablet of paper out of our kitchen junk drawer and sat next to Amber on the couch. The commercial passed and Amber held her finger on the remote as though she was ready to pull a trigger. There. Amber paused the TV at the part where a young blonde woman showed up on the right side of the screen. Her name, age, height, weight, hair color, and eye color were listed to the left of the photograph. The anchorman said Jillian Wiley drove a white Subaru Outback, and her mother had last spoken to her yesterday at 2 o'clock when Jillian called to say she was on her way. That's all there was about her. I wrote everything down the anchorman had said, along with the information they had listed on the screen. Hang on, I'm going to capture that TV screenshot of her with my cell phone. I think the words may be too small, but the picture should turn out okay. I clicked several pictures of the TV screen and double-checked. The image wasn't sharp on my phone, but Kate would still be able to see the woman's face well enough. I had no idea whether Kate watched the morning news or not, but chances were she might have already seen the segment on TV. "So, isn't the University of Southern Indiana in Evansville?" I asked. "I don't know, but your phone is in your hand. Google it." I did, and it was. With the piece of paper I had written the information on folded and tucked away in my purse, I filled my travel mug, kissed Amber's cheek, and left through the garage. I knew I'd have to meet with Kate soon. I had to know if there was any chance that Jillian Wiley could have been the blonde woman in her dream. I pulled into the sheriff's department parking lot at 7:39. As usual, I was the second from our department to get to work. Clark always arrived first. I parked and entered the building. Peggy was at the dispatch desk. She and Jan rotated positions twice a week. We made small talk for a few minutes, and then I punched the code into the pad on the wall and entered the bullpen. Clark looked up from his desk and waved. I hung my coat, put my purse in the bottom drawer of my desk, and poured a cup of coffee. "Need a refill, boss?" "Sure, why not?" I walked into the lieutenant's office with the carafe in hand and filled his cup. "Do you have a minute?" I asked. "Yep." Clark folded the newspaper and gave me his attention. "What's up?" I placed the carafe back on the warmer, then returned to Clark's office. "Did you get a chance to watch the news this morning?" "Nah, reading the paper is bad enough. Why?" "Call it a gut feeling. A young woman went missing out of Evansville, Indiana yesterday. She was driving home to Chicago for Thanksgiving, but her parents said they haven't heard from her since she headed out. She doesn't pick up her phone either. The morning news showed a segment about it. I wrote everything down about the woman. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to run it past Kate. I want to make sure this girl isn't the one from her dreams." The lieutenant rolled his eyes and raked his hands through his hair. "Jade, I don't know." "Boss, you can't deny she has something to go on. She knew about Deirdre's locket. She even described her, for Pete's sake. So far, she's been pretty accurate with everything." "Does she know they found her dead?" "I haven't told her yet. Do you mind if I pay her a visit at home? I've never been there, and I'd like to get a vibe about her lifestyle." "Why, are you planning on becoming a psychic?" "No, just curious, that's all. I'll call her first and set up a time." "Yeah, okay. Didn't the Mandy Blakely trial start up again?" "It did, but it isn't open to spectators anymore." "That's right, but law enforcement is allowed inside. It has to be wrapping up soon, doesn't it?" "Yeah, another day or so. I'm sure the jury wants to be finished with this case before Thanksgiving." "Okay. Make sure you head over there sometime today. Fill me in later." "Will do, boss. Thanks." Back at my desk, I checked the time. Nearly 8 o'clock. Jameson and Horbeck left a half-hour earlier, and the boys were slowly arriving. I'd make the call to Kate at 8:30. Jack showed up last, as usual, and he blamed it on an empty gas tank. I didn't mind, since he'd picked up a box of donuts while he was at pit stop. I was happy I had only one piece of raisin toast that morning. I pushed back my chair and got up. I needed a fresh cup of coffee anyway. What was the harm in checking out the donuts, too? Chapter 37. Robert. The television played in the background, and the coffee brewed in the 4-cup pot on the credenza of that nondescript motel room along the highway. They had spent the night in Terre Haute, where they relaxed in front of the TV rather than prowling the streets looking for their next victim. Robert's appetite was satiated for now. The choices would be many once they reached Chicago. Robert poured 2 coffees and woke Tony. He set the cups on the nightstand. "Hey, bro, I'm going to grab some free food. I'll bring back 2 of everything." Tony mumbled his acknowledgement and sat up with the pillows bunched at his back. Robert turned around before closing the door. "The remote is at the foot of your bed. I'll be back in 10. He closed the door and left.
An elderly couple, 3 kids without supervision, and a man that looked as though he could be a truck driver were helping themselves to the continental breakfast. The kids threw dry cereal at the old couple. Robert gave them a glare as he filled his tray, and they stopped. Bananas, cereal, bagels, and link sausages were heaped on the plates that sat on a tray. The man behind the preparation counter made 2 cheese omelets for Robert. With just enough room for coffee, Robert carried the tray to room 8 and kicked the base of the door. Tony pulled it open. "Jillian was on the news, Bobby." "No shit. What did they say?" Robert placed the tray on the corner table, and the brothers helped themselves to the breakfast feast. They plastered her face across the screen, then listed her age, height, weight, hair, and eye color, too. They said her folks called the police when she didn't show up in Chicago last night. Robert laughed. "She's never going to show up in Chicago. Get over it, people. Good thing we pulled the plates off her car." "They can still check the VIN." "Yeah, but we're going to mix everything up. Her plates are from Illinois, the van has Indiana plates, and the truck's plates are from Georgia. We'll take our plates off the truck and replace them with the van's plates, and put her plates on the van. We'll stash ours until we get home. Anyway, it might take a while before they realize the crashed Subaru is hers. They'll probably be watching for her car along the interstate." Tony frowned. "I still wonder why she didn't go that route." "Because deep down she was dying to meet us." Robert chuckled again and shoved a sausage link into his mouth. "So that being on the news doesn't bother you?" "Nah, it isn't like they'll ever find her or connect her to us. You'd think by now they would have found the redhead, though, and she's another dead end." Robert chuckled again and punched Tony's arm. "Quit worrying so much. You don't even have fingerprints in the system, brother. To law enforcement, you're nothing but a ghost." Tony seemed to be pondering that comment. That's pretty cool. I've got a get-out-of-jail-free card. So we're on to Chicago when we leave here? That's the plan, but right now I'm going to hit the shower. Look for a motel on that phone of yours, something cheap. You know how expensive Chicago can be. Tonight, we're going to party with a couple of lucky hookers. Chapter 38. The phone rang 3 times before Kate answered. I worried that she was still sleeping, but from the sound of her voice, she was awake and alert. She seemed surprised that I was calling. "Jade, is something wrong? This is much earlier than we usually talk." "I know this is a strange request, but would you mind if I stopped over today?" "You want to come to my apartment?" I laughed. "If it isn't against the rules, has a detective ever been to your place?" "No. Are you coming to detect something?" We both chuckled. "No. To be completely honest, I'd like to see how you live. I can tell you right now, very meagerly. But sure, why not? When do you want to stop over?" "How about in an hour? That should give you time to drink your tea, shower, and get dressed." Now who's the psychic? See you soon. I hung up with a smile on my face. Kate was becoming somewhat of a friend. I wanted this visit to cement that in her mind. I knew she didn't have company often, other than people stopping by for private readings. Still, I had several serious things to discuss with her. At 9:15, I rapped on Clark's door. He waved me in. "Boss, I'm heading out." "Going to Kate's apartment?" "Yeah, but I should be back in an hour or so. If nothing earth-shattering happens after that, I'll drag Jack along to sit in on Mandy's trial." He smirked. "Yeah, go on. Get out of here. See you in a bit." I stopped at Jack's desk. "Want to check out Mandy's trial when I get back?" Clark said I, meaning you and me, ought to at some point today. Jack laughed. "Yeah, I bet he meant you and me. But sure, I have nothing pressing. You ought to be happy that no shit has hit the proverbial fan yet. Next week should be easy sailing for you. You can enjoy time with your family." "Great, now you just jinxed everything. I'll let you know what Kate thinks of this latest missing woman when I get back." Jack nodded, and I grabbed my coat and left. Outside, my shoulders instantly stiffened in the November cold. What I'd have given for an indoor heated parking lot, but the taxpayers probably wouldn't have been too fond of that idea.
I was a public servant and had to buck up in all weather conditions, whether I liked it or not. Maybe a remote start wouldn't be a bad addition to my Cobra. I'd suggest that to somebody as a potential Christmas gift. I climbed into my car, started it, and turned the temperature control knob to the red side and cranked it on high. By the time I reached Kate's apartment, the car might start warming up. Street parking was the only thing available except for residents who usually had to park behind the buildings. I was lucky to score a spot only one building to the south of hers. I walked up to the security door and pressed the button attached to her apartment's intercom, 2A. Hello? Hey, Kate, it's Jade. Come on up. I'm on the second floor, first door on the left. Got it. I'll be there in about 15 seconds. Kate buzzed me through, and I took the 12 linoleum-covered steps to the second floor. She stood against the open door. I noticed an inviting smile had crossed her face. It was nice to see. This is different. We normally only meet when something bad happens. I hated to tell her that something bad did happen. I wanted to check out her digs, have somewhat of a conversation, and relax before I blurted out the main reason for my visit. She reached for my coat and hung it in the entryway closet. There was enough room in that closet for about 3 coats. Small place you have here, I joked. Old man Myers must have taken one apartment and broke it down into 2. He's kind of thrifty that way. We both laughed. Well, this place is okay for one person, and, of course, none of the furnishings are mine. Maybe someday I'll find the perfect town to settle down in and buy a house I can decorate in my own taste. What, North Bend isn't to your liking? Sorry, that sounded bad. I've been here 2 years and... Oh, never mind. Coffee? Sure, but show me the apartment first. Okay, Kate said as she chuckled. That will take 3 seconds. We walked the short hallway. I peeked around her bedroom door, then across the hall to the bathroom. We turned around, took a few steps, and were back in the kitchen and living room area. This place really is meant for one. Kate grinned. Told you so. We sat at the corner table squished between the kitchen and living room. Kate poured a cup of coffee for each of us. My purse, hanging over the chair back, held the folded piece of paper with the information about the most recent missing girl. I wanted to wait a half hour before bringing anything up. This time needed to be seen as a friendly visit, too. I know you aren't here socially, Jade. I mean, it's a work day for you. Why don't we cut to the chase? Kate rose and walked to a small closet at the end of the kitchen. She carried out a cookie jar. Pantry? Sort of. It's a broom closet, too. She opened the jar and placed 6 cookies on a plate, then brought it to the table. You like chocolate and nuts, don't you? I shook my head. You're freaking me out right now. She laughed. Okay, so spill. Why are you really here? She chomped on a cookie and stared at me. Kate, I really do want to know you better, meaning outside the sheriff's department walls. I'm actually very intrigued by your abilities, and I'd like to know more about the psychic world you live in. Thanks. I appreciate that. There's time for that, but for now, I feel like something is weighing on your mind. There is. I bit into the chewy chocolate treat. A group of teenagers in Evansville, Indiana, found Deirdre. Was her death violent? I'm sensing it was, and she was killed with a knife, wasn't she? Yes, but I can't go into details. These men have got to be caught soon, Jade. They're just getting started. That's what I'm afraid of. Kate, Deirdre was found in a warehouse near a rail yard. Kate squeezed her temples. She looked stressed. Yeah, that makes sense. Multiple buildings in the area and sounds of train whistles. They were all in my dream. Your abilities are uncanny. But I'm not taken seriously by most people. And I apologize for that. I'll admit I was skeptical myself, but I'm trying to change. That's why I want to know more about the psychic world. Well, I didn't plan it. It's the way I was born. I don't know if it's something I should feel blessed or cursed with. There's something I want your opinion on as well. Okay, shoot. I'd like to be taken more seriously by the community and law enforcement.
what do you think of me becoming a police officer? I have plenty of free time to go to the academy. I already know a lot from working with detectives in Nashville and Chicago. Those are major cities and police departments that didn't think I was a nutcase. The course is only 4 months long, and I already have an associate's degree. That's right. I remember you saying you went to Atlanta Technical College. But you didn't mention what you studied. Kate grinned. Would you believe criminal justice? No kidding. I bet you and my sister Amber would get along really well. I think it would be a wise move on your part. You would have the respect of the community as a police officer, and you can contribute your expertise from the psychic world when you think it could be helpful. I'm on board. You should go for it. Really? You don't think it's a dumb idea? Not in the least. More coffee? Sure, thanks. There's something else I want to go over with you, Kate. She filled both of our cups and sat back down. Yes? I opened my purse and brought out my cell phone and the folded sheet of paper. I want your opinion on this young lady that went missing. Is there any chance at all she could be the blonde from your dream? Chapter 39. Robert. We need to pick up a burner phone for you, Bobby. It's stupid now that we're using 2 vehicles to pull over every time we need to talk. I'd have to fill out information, though. Let's get walkie-talkies instead. As long as we drive near each other, the service should be fine. Yeah, you're right. That is a better idea. I'll check for someplace close by. Tony sat at the table in their room. Checkout was in a half hour. The brothers had eaten and showered. Other than picking up the walkie-talkies, they wouldn't need to stop again until they reached Chicago. There's a Walmart 4 miles up. We'll have to detour off 41 for a couple of miles to get there, though. Yeah, no biggie. Let's do it. We'll grab whatever else we may need as long as we're there. Let's get the hell out of here. Just make sure we've got everything. They checked out of the motel and threw their suitcase in the van. Robert followed Tony on the side streets of Terre Haute as he led the way to the nearest Walmart. Once inside, Tony and Robert found the electronics department at the back of the store. That's surprising, Robert said as he read the information on the most expensive walkie-talkie set. I guess things have changed in the last 10 years. It says this set has a communication range of 30 miles. No shit. How much is it? $100. A burner phone would cost that much anyway. Let's get them and some batteries. With a bag of snacks, water, the walkie-talkies, and batteries, the brothers crossed the parking lot to their vehicles. They set up the 2-way radios, divided the snacks and water, and drove away. They were back on the highway, en route to Chicago a half hour later. Chapter 40. I was back at the sheriff's department by 11:30, and in the middle of explaining to my colleagues that Kate didn't think Jillian Wiley was the same woman as the one in her dream. "Did she give you a reason why?" Clayton asked. Billings piped in. "Weren't both women young and blonde? And the vehicle in her dream was a light-colored hatchback car, wasn't it? She was right on with Deirdre Nelson." "Yeah, you're correct with all of those comments, but she said the photographs didn't match closely enough. Don't forget that the sketch Marie made of the blonde in Kate's dream was very detailed. I scrolled back to the picture of that sketch I took with my phone and compared the two, and she's right. I don't think it's the same girl either." "Good, that's one less person we need to concern ourselves with," Jack said. "That's a bit harsh, isn't it?" I scowled at Jack. Sometimes his blatant honesty was startling. "Sorry, but it's true. Jillian was going from Evansville, Indiana to Chicago, Illinois. Neither of those cities are in Wisconsin. Not our problem." Clark checked the time on his watch. "Jack's right. Anyway, it's noon. You two head over to the courthouse after lunch and sit in on Mandy's trial for an hour." "You got it, boss." My phone rang just as I was about to put my coat back on. I told the guys to go ahead. I'd catch up. We were going to Omicron for lunch. "Hello, Sergeant Jade Monroe speaking. How may I help you?" "Jade, Detective Amoroso here." "Hi, Joe. What can I do for you?" I sat back at my desk. This could be a lengthy phone call. "I watched a news segment this morning about a missing girl." "Jillian Wiley?" "Yeah, that's the one. You must have watched it, too." Do you think she's possibly the same blonde as in Kate's dream?
I've already asked her, and she says no.
Really? I thought we might have something there.
I sighed. I did too.
No chance, huh? Didn't she see something with an interstate sign in her dream?
It was a detour sign that ended up taking the woman through farm country.
Yeah, that might not fit, although nobody knows exactly where Jillian went missing. Hang on.
Amoroso clicked off, and I was stuck listening to elevator music for several minutes. I was hungry, and my stomach was growling. I tapped my fingers to the sleep-inducing music while I waited.
Sorry about that. Earlier today I spoke with the Evansville PD. They were going to get in touch with Jillian's parents to find out if they knew her usual route to Chicago.
Did they know?
That was them calling back. They said she normally took the interstates just for the speed. Her usual route was east on 64 to Louisville, north on 65 to Gary, and finally north on 90 to Chicago. Not much farm country in that area, or detours off those interstates. Oh yeah, here's something else that's crazy. Evansville PD got a call yesterday from an elderly lady that lives in an affluent neighborhood. She found a purse hanging on the front doorknob of her house. The wallet was missing from the purse, but there were 2 emergency contact numbers inside a zipped pocket. Both numbers went to Deirdre Nelson's kids. It was her purse.
I groaned. Oh, for God's sake. Joe, that is so weird. How are her kids handling the news of her death?
Badly. They're staying at her home in Nashville until after the funeral. Who knows what they'll do at the house? They both grew up there.
You know, that makes me wonder about something.
What's that?
You said the purse was found in an affluent neighborhood. Wouldn't you think some of those houses have surveillance cameras?
Good point. I'll call the PD back and ask if that residence had a surveillance camera, or if any homes facing that one do. You'll hear from me yet today.
I clicked off and grabbed my coat and purse.
Boss, do you want me to get you something for lunch?
Clark leaned back in his chair, as if in thought.
Omicron, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how about an order of ricotta cheese crepes?
You got it, boss. I'll be back in an hour with your crepes and that update from Amoroso. Omicron was the typical Greek-style restaurant on South Main Street. Kate and I had gone there earlier last week, but with the enormity of the menu choices, a person could go there every day for 3 months before they'd be repeating their meal. I didn't mind going there again so soon, and the guys liked the food. Jack waved me over when he saw me enter through the double-glass doors. At lunchtime, this restaurant was usually packed. I excused myself through the crowd, waiting to pay their bills, and reached the guys. A gold carafe sat in the center of the table.
I hope that isn't empty.
I picked it up and jiggled it. No sound. Thanks, guys.
I waved the waitress down and asked for more coffee. Who was calling when we left?
Jack asked.
Amoroso.
I thanked the waitress for the second carafe of coffee and poured myself a cup.
Billings snickered and smacked Clayton on the shoulder. Clayton gave him a sour face. What the hell was that for?
Don't you think Jade and Amoroso are getting pretty chummy? Adam said.
Yeah, actually, I do.
The 3 of them began ribbing me. Knock it off. He's a cop, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, what's your point? Jack asked. I bet you've already Googled him to see what he looks like.
I have not.
Jack pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and did an online search for Joe Amoroso's name at the Nashville Police Department. Ah, there he is. He passed his phone to Adam and Chad so they could take a look.
Let me see.
Jack chuckled. No way. Do your own search.
I did and smiled.
All of you can shut up now. Actually, he's a pretty handsome guy. It must be the Italian in him. Anyway, Kate brought up something interesting earlier. She wanted my opinion of her becoming a cop. She doesn't feel she gets enough credit as a psychic investigator alone. That's what she's calling herself? Clayton huffed. No, actually, the Nashville Police Department called her that. We ate lunch in silence and headed back to the station at 1 o'clock. On my passenger seat, I had a styrofoam container with 4 hot ricotta cheese crepes in it.
Lieutenant Clark would wolf those down in no time.
After I delivered lunch to the lieutenant, Jack and I walked to the courthouse. Upstairs, we flashed our badges to the officer standing guard at the door of the courtroom where Mandy's trial was taking place. We were allowed in and took seats at the back. The trial had just resumed after the hour-long lunch recess. It appeared that the final witness for the defense was Mandy's own Aunt Jane, Dean's sister. Jane explained how the twins were very polite, normal kids growing up. They were close until Dean took his family to live in Madison. According to Jane, until the girls were 13, they were wonderful, healthy children, without any psychological problems that she had ever noticed. She said Dean never complained about anything in the phone calls to her until Alice's mother died.
What happened then?
Mandy's court-appointed attorney asked.
When Alice's mother died, Alice went berserk. She began communicating with invisible characters, according to Dean. He wanted to have her exorcised, but instead she went to an institution for 6 months. I don't think she was ever right in the head after that. Dean and the girls lived through the worst of her craziness, and it took its toll on them. Now 3 people in that family are dead, and my only surviving niece is deeply disturbed.
Do you think Mandy is a psychotic killer, Mrs. Phillips?
No, I don't. I think she's a victim that did some terrible things, either by force or by fear. In my opinion, she should be released to an institution that will keep her safe and help her regain a part of the sweet girl she once was.
I squeezed Jack's hand as we sat in the gallery and listened. He knew I hoped Mandy wouldn't end up in a maximum security prison. She wasn't vicious or savvy enough to live in that type of environment for the long term. Somebody would do her in.
Thank you, Mrs. Phillips. That's all the questions I have at this time. You can return to your seat. The defense rests, Your Honor. Very well. We're going to adjourn for today. I want closing statements on Monday, then the case goes to the jury.
The judge cracked the gavel, and we stood. Jack and I exited the courtroom with the few other people that had watched the trial. Chapter 41. We returned to the bullpen where I did a final shiver before I took my coat off and hung it. Clark asked Jack and me to come in and take seats in his office. He wanted an update on Mandy Blakely.
Well, first off, boss, her nose looks better and her eyes aren't dark purple anymore.
Jack added that the bruising was now a shade of yellowish-green.
The defense rested today, with Mandy's aunt being the last person to testify. The judge wants closing statements on Monday, and then it goes to the jury.
I flicked a piece of fuzz off my wool pants.
I'm thinking they'll come to a quick decision, given it's a holiday week. People usually have guests coming in from out of town and meals to plan and prepare.
Clark sighed.
True enough, but that isn't a good reason to rush through a decision. Mandy Blakely's future is in their hands. Any thoughts?
Jack spoke up.
I'm leaning toward the secured institution.
Clark turned toward me.
Jade?
I have to agree, boss. Mandy isn't a cold-blooded killer. I'd like to sit in on the verdict. I'll take my dad along if they do come to a decision next week.
Sure, we can arrange that. Okay, what's the latest news from Nashville?
They heard about the missing girl from Evansville. Nobody knows much yet if there's any kind of connection with Deirdre Nelson's case. Detective Amoroso told me that Deirdre's purse was found hanging on a doorknob of an upscale home in Evansville.
That's a new one.
Yeah, I'd say. Since he is in contact with the Evansville PD, I suggested they check to see if any homes in that neighborhood have surveillance cameras. He's going to get back to me on that.
Good idea. Nothing on the bolo yet for the truck?
Not that I've heard, sir.
Okay, good enough. How much do I owe you for the crepes, Jade?
My treat, boss. I hope they were good.
Thanks, they were delicious.
My desk phone rang as I stood to leave. I excused myself and walked out of Clark's office.
Sergeant Jade Monroe speaking. How may I help you?
Jade, Joe here.
Hi, Joe. What have you got?
A couple of things. First, the good news. Apparently, there was a video camera at a home across the street from the woman that called in Deirdre's purse.
Great. What did the camera show?
How about a red and white pickup truck?
No shit. I realized how loudly I said that when I turned around and everyone was staring at me. I fist-pumped the air. Did they get a make and model?
The tech department pulled the video and took it to the police department. They're working on it as we speak. Good call, Jade.
So what else?
This one isn't good news. I just found out that an EMT from Evansville was reported missing yesterday by his wife. Seems that he never made it home after his shift at the hospital. The PD is working that case, too. They're looking to see if there's any connection between his and Jillian Wiley's disappearance.
What a mess. It sounds like Evansville PD has their hands full right now. Keep me posted, Joe, especially if the tech department can get a make and model of the truck.
Will do.
I clicked off and explained to my crew what Joe had just told me.
If they have the truck on the camera, they ought to have the person that got out of the truck on the footage, too, Billings said.
Well, if they do, he's going to match the person that abducted Deirdre from the Shop Mart parking lot. With any luck, they'll catch his face this time.
It could be the accomplice, Clayton said. Or maybe both.
I nodded. We should get so lucky. As I sat at my desk with nothing needing my immediate attention, I made a list. 2 killers were at large in a red and white pickup truck. We knew they killed Deirdre, but we didn't know anything beyond that. It was like trying to put a jigsaw puzzle together without all the pieces. The killer in Kate's dream drove that truck, and he had facial hair and a ponytail. But we didn't know his identity or where he and his accomplice were going. All we had so far was the color of the truck and a backside view of one of the killers. I had to talk to Kate again about the Highway 41 theory. If there was any information we could pass on to the Evansville PD that would help find Jillian Wiley or the missing EMT, we had to come up with it soon. I dialed Kate's number and doodled on my list as I waited for her to answer. Hello? Kate, it's Jade again. I have more information that we need to go over. Can you come down to the sheriff's department? Sure, not a problem. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I added to my notes as I waited. Kate arrived, and I escorted her through the bullpen door. I noticed the cream red and black checkered pattern of the silk scarf she'd slipped on before she left her apartment. Every time I looked at a scarf wrapped around her neck, it reminded me of why I was in law enforcement. Catching the bad guys was in my blood, and innocent people needed to be protected. If you want to help yourself to something to drink, I'll hang your coat. Okay, thanks. She unbuttoned her wool coat and handed it to me. I hung it and closed the closet, then joined her across the room. She had a cup of tea in each hand. I cocked my head toward the hallway. Let's sit in the conference room. Do you mind if the guys tag along? Her face turned from ivory to a crimson shade of red. I chuckled and whispered to her as I took my cup of tea. Kate, if you want to be in law enforcement and taken seriously, you'll have to do your fair share of brainstorming with your coworkers. Oh, okay. I understand. Jack, Clayton, Billings, Kate, and I pulled out chairs and sat around the conference table. We each had a notepad in front of us. I began by explaining to Kate that this wasn't something we normally did, but because of the positive feedback I had received from the Nashville and Chicago police departments about her help on several of their cases, she had been brought in as a consultant. I didn't want to call her a psychic investigator. She'd have her own credentials once she became a police officer if she really intended to pursue that route. Kate, we have some new information from Detective Amoroso. He has been keeping close tabs on this case since Deirdre was local to Nashville and abducted there. She nodded that she understood. The red and white pickup truck was spotted on a home surveillance system in front of a house where Deirdre's purse was found. Evansville's tech department is working to enhance the video to see if they can get a make and model of the truck as well as an image of the person or persons that dropped the purse off. You do realize that if one of those men has facial hair and a ponytail, it would match the man in your dream description. Yes, he's the one I saw in both dreams. That's telling us he wasn't the man that abducted Deirdre, so he's likely the one driving the truck. We need to focus more on the Highway 41 possibility. I doubt if Evansville PD is searching that area or conducting any interviews with businesses along that route. Jillian Wiley's parents tend to think she only drove the interstates. Jack wrote that down.
There is a possibility she took Highway 41. They'd be wise to check Quick Marts and gas stations along that route. How is this going, anyway? It seems like most of the problems are taking place in Evansville so far. We can't tell them how to do their jobs. We're outsiders at this point.
I agree. In my opinion, Kate should work directly with them. I turned toward her. Maybe we could get Detective Amoroso to make the introductions between you and Evansville Police Department, Kate. North Bend doesn't have a reason to be involved, and we certainly don't want to step on any toes. Would you be willing to do that? I waited for her response. I was throwing her a bone, and from the expression she wore, she realized it. I'd love to help. Good. I was hoping you'd say that. First, Evansville needs to check out areas along Highway 41, as well as the interstate. They probably have put a bolo out for Jillian's car and the missing EMT's vehicle, too. An EMT went missing from Evansville? Kate asked. Yes, I found that out after we spoke earlier. You didn't have any dreams of that, did you? No, only Deirdre and the blonde woman we haven't discovered yet. Billings spoke up. You're sure that dream woman wasn't Jillian Wiley? She had a white hatchback, and they were both young and blonde. I know, but I'm not getting the sense that they're the same woman. Okay, for now we're waiting to hear back about the truck and the truck's occupants. Kate, I'm going to set up a call between you, me, and Detective Amoroso. Do you have time to do that? Yes, I'm on board. I dialed Detective Amoroso's desk phone, and he answered right away. Hi, Joe. I have Kate on speakerphone with us. Hey, Kate. Good to talk to you again. You too, sir. Any news yet on the truck? Nah, but I'm the first one they're supposed to contact. I guess the original footage was pretty choppy looking, like there was some type of interference. They'll clean it up the best they can. As far as Deirdre's car is concerned, the forensics lab completed their work on it. No prints other than Deirdre's and a handful of petty car thieves local to Evansville. Unfortunately, I wasn't expecting much more than that, but they had to make sure. I let out an audible sigh. That's too bad. I guess one could always hope. Anyway, what do you think of bringing Kate in on this case as a consultant? The red and white truck was in her dream. Yeah, no. We have a few ideas that would be relevant to Evansville. These killers are moving through different jurisdictions, and they may be on their way to Chicago. It can get sticky for us, but Kate doesn't have to color within the lines like we do, if you get my drift. I absolutely get your drift. So why Chicago? Kate, why don't you explain to Detective Amoroso what we've discussed as far as Robert Lynch goes? I don't think he knows that story, am I correct? I knew I was putting Kate on the spot, but these police departments needed to know why Kate had a vested interest in this case. Why don't you tell him about the Highway 41 theory, too? Kate's eyes widened, and I gave her a reassuring nod. She took a sip of water. Okay, I'll explain everything. Chapter 42. Robert. Robert called Tony over the walkie-talkie. How far to that Fleabag hotel you picked out? I can see the Chicago skyline already. It's the Hamilton Inn near Lakeland Park. Apparently, that area is a hot spot for prostitution. Good to know, but how much is the hotel? It's Chicago, man. We're still going to pay $100 for the night. Let's check in, then scout out the neighborhood. I'd say we have about 15 more minutes of driving time to go. Sounds good. Out. Robert clicked off. He remembered the conversation he and Tony had before they left Atlanta. Hookers were the best prey. The thrill of the kill was what Robert was into. The women's appearance and figure were secondary, but a little personal satisfaction didn't hurt. He had 10 years of catching up to do. They were coming into the south side of Chicago. Highway 41 ran along Lake Michigan, and the hotel and Lakeland Park were only a few blocks to their west. Robert followed Tony to the Hamilton Inn. He weaved in and out of lanes of traffic behind his brother until they exited the highway onto a side street. 5 blocks west of the lake stood a run-down brick hotel. Robert groaned when he saw the truck's brake lights flash. He knew they had arrived. He followed Tony into the small parking lot. A sign at the lot's entrance warned that any vehicle without a hotel pass in plain view on the dashboard would be towed away at the owner's expense. Robert chuckled as he drove past the sign. Good luck with that. Different name, different plates. They parked side by side and exited the vehicle. Robert kicked an empty beer bottle and watched it roll as they crossed the parking lot and entered the building.
Seriously, dude, this place reeks of cockroaches and rats. I can tell already.
Do you want to sleep in the back of the van instead?
I would, but I'm thinking the van is going to be occupied by several ladies tonight. No worries, I'll suck it up.
Tony snickered.
Yeah, like a prison cell is any better.
They approached the registration counter to check in. A lone, tattered roller chair sat against the wall with a dirty ashtray on a 2-drawer file cabinet next to it.
Tony called out, "Anybody around? We're here to check in."
A gravelly voice sounded from the back room.
"Got a reservation for the night, or you just want an hour?"
An old woman with kinky dyed hair and too much makeup, and who sounded as though she had smoked far too many cigarettes in her life, came around the corner. She held a smoldering cigarette in her hand.
"Damn thing got wet."
She looked Tony and Robert up and down and smiled through a toothless grin.
"Looking for a single bed?"
She winked at Robert.
"No, we're brothers, and we need 2 beds for the night. How much?" "Depends." "Don't even go there. You got a room or not?" Yeah. Nobody has a sense of humor these days. Can I bum a few smokes off you?" "Can you forget the hotel tax?" Tony said. "Whatever. Give me 5 cigarettes and I'll charge you an even $100, no tax. Damn car is on the fritz and I can't leave to buy my own cigarettes anyway."
Robert placed a single $100 bill down and slid it across the counter. She took it in her shaky hand and held it up to the light.
"Is this real?" "It better be." "Okay, give me those cigarettes. You got a preference, upstairs or down?" "Down is better."
With the end of a pencil, she slid the key ring off the nail on the wall and dropped it into her hand.
"Here you go, hon."
She placed the key in Robert's hand.
"You're in room 6 at the end of the hall."
She pointed at her left.
"That way."
Tony nodded. He carried the suitcase, and Robert carried the bag of snacks as they disappeared down the hall. Tony set the suitcase down at the door and turned the key in the knob. They entered the room. Robert ground his fist into his eyes.
"Jesus, this room is worse than the first one in Evansville, and it smells like shit. I'm not planning to spend much time in here, bro." "Yeah, I hear that. Let's take a walk and check out the sights. We'll go back tonight with the van when the pick-in is ripe."
Chapter 43. I heard the conference room door open and close. I looked up from my desk and saw Kate round the corner and enter the bullpen. I motioned for her to take a seat on my guest chair. "How did the conversation go with Detective Amoroso?" "Really good. It was almost like old times again. I actually opened up and told him everything about the Robert Lynch ordeal. He was shocked, but now he understands why I'm trying to keep up with this case. I told him Robert was released from prison last week, and how the nightmares started shortly before that. The red and white truck and the knife symbolized something in my dreams. I think it means Robert is coming for me. He's headed north, but this time he isn't alone." I patted Kate's hand. "You know, I just thought of something. Since you never told anyone in law enforcement other than me the Robert Lynch story, they wouldn't have checked to see if any red and white trucks were registered to his family. I'll have Billy check on that right now. Give me 1 second." I made a quick call downstairs and asked Billy to see if anyone in the Lynch family of Atlanta, Georgia, had an older red and white pickup truck registered in their name. "Let me know as soon as you can, Billy. Thanks." I turned back toward Kate. "We'll know something in a few minutes." I panned the bullpen, and nobody was paying attention to us right at that moment. I lowered my voice and leaned closer. "Kate, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?" She stammered out a quick answer. "I have plans." "Really? That's nice. What are they?" She shrugged. "Fine. I'm watching old movies on TV and eating a pizza like I do every year. It's my own personal tradition." "That ends this year." "What do you mean by that?" "You're having Thanksgiving at my house. You can meet my old man, and Amber, my sister. Spaz, Polly, and Porky will be there, too." I laughed. "They're our pets." "Seriously, you and Amber have so much in common. She's studying criminal justice right now. She'd love to pick your brain."
I saw a wide smile cross Kate's face. The ends of her grin nearly reached her ears. "Are you sure?" "I'm positive, and my dad is a riot. You'll love him. Come over at noon, we can hang out all day." I jotted down my address and cell number. "Please show up. It'll be fun." "Okay, I'd like that. I guess I ought to go. I've taken up plenty of your day already. Kate, I have vacation all next week. Call my cell phone if you and Detective Amoroso find out anything more. Oh, hang on." I dialed the tech department again, and Billy picked up. "Hey, Bill, did you get anything on the red and white truck?" "Nothing that's related to the Lynch last name." "Shoot. Okay, thanks anyway." I shook my head at Kate. No dice. Kate said goodbye to the guys while I pulled her coat out of the closet. I walked with her to the vestibule of the building. "Feel free to call me any time next week about anything, and keep me current on the case. I'll be checking in with my guys daily, too." "Okay, have fun with your dad." "I definitely will. See you soon." I made one final call before I packed it up for a much-anticipated week off. Detective Amoroso answered his desk phone on the second ring. "Hey, Joe, Jade here. I heard you had a nice conversation with Kate." He blew out a deep breath. "That woman has been through the ringer. I had no idea." "She sure has." "Joe, there's another reason for my call." "Shoot, I'm all ears." "I've only talked to the detective Kate worked with in Chicago once. That was right after I spoke with you the first time." He chuckled. "You mean when you were checking Kate's credentials?" "Yeah, then. My concern is if these guys are actually going north, wouldn't it be prudent to give Chicago PD a heads up? Other than that initial phone call, the only communication I've had with them is when I sent over the composite sketches of the women in Kate's dream. One actually turning out to be Deirdre." "Understood. I have a pretty good rapport with the guys in the Chicago Violent Crimes Division. Bill Branson heads that unit." "Yes, that's the same detective I spoke with." "Sure. I'll give him a call as soon as we hang up and have him tell his guys to keep their eyes peeled for that truck." "One more thing, Joe," I said as I arranged everything neatly on my desk. "Tell him I'm going to fax the most recent photo of Robert Lynch to him, just in case." "Got it. I'll take care of that call right now. I hear you're going to be on vacation all next week. Is there anyone at your unit you'd like me to keep updated?" "Sure, my partner Jack Steele or my boss Lieutenant Chuck Clark. They're both aware that we've been communicating about this case." "Okay. Have a nice week of vacation." "Thanks." I hung up and dug out the folder with the prison photo of Robert Lynch in it, then pulled up the contact information I had on Detective Bill Branson. After faxing the photo and a brief explanation to go along with it, I mentioned on the cover sheet that Detective Amoroso from Nashville would fill him in on the rest. I went back to clearing my desk. My family photos, along with the jar of pens and pencils, remained where they were, and everything else was either put in the drawers or filed. "That's it," I said as I checked the time. "I'm out of here." "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Jack teased. "I don't want you to go through withdrawal." I smirked at his comment. "Yeah, up yours. Seriously, guys, don't keep me out of the loop. It doesn't matter to me if next week is a vacation week or not. I'm only a phone call away." I said goodbye to Clark, wished everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and reminded them not to eat too much stuffing or pie. I was excited to get home and intended to relax with Amber over a glass of wine and a leisurely night in front of the TV. A week of fun would begin tomorrow as soon as my dad's plane landed safely on the ground in Milwaukee. Chapter 44. Robert. They finished their burgers in the darkened corner booth at the nondescript dive bar on the corner. The place was perfect. Nobody paid attention to anyone, and they came and went completely unnoticed. They were only a dinner for two, paid in cash, and nothing more. As Robert and Tony walked back to the hotel and the dusk became night, they noticed that the activity along Morrison Avenue had increased. Hookers pranced back and forth in 7-inch lucite heels and wore skirts that barely covered their bottoms. Cars circled the block slowly with the windows down. Men ogled as they looked out at the women strutting by. Tony elbowed his brother.
It looks like we found the hot spot." He licked his lips and moaned as he cupped his groin with his hand. Robert smirked at Tony's antics and cracked his neck as they passed adult stores and walkways littered with entertainment flyers. They were only a few blocks from the hotel. "I'm ready for some action, bro," Tony said. "How about you?" "I'm more than ready. Let's get our tools of the trade and the van, then we're good to go." Back in the hotel room, Tony used the bathroom, sheathed his knife, and headed toward the door. "Hang on, I want to admire this for a minute." Robert twisted the knob on the desk lamp and held his knife under the bright glow. "Isn't this a thing of beauty?" He jerked his head for Tony to come back and take a look. Dried blood coated the glistening blade. They both stared at it while Robert reminisced about slicing the knife through Jillian's neck. Tony blew out a puff of air. "Damn, I washed mine off. There was too much gunk on it." "I imagine so when you gut someone." Robert slid his knife into the sheath under his t-shirt. "Let's go. There's got to be some hot babes dying to meet us." Tony locked the door behind them. They walked the worn linoleum hallway and crossed in front of the registration desk. The old woman sat on the chair and nodded at them. A lit cigarette hung from her dry lips. They exited the building, took 3 steps down, and then turned right. The parking lot was straight ahead. Tony clicked the fob and the van's lights blinked and the door locks popped up. They climbed inside. Tony drove slowly out of the parking lot and turned right. The area they had just walked by 20 minutes earlier was 5 blocks away. "The tape and zip ties are under the back seat," Robert said. "We'll look for 2 hookers working together and invite them to party with us. I'll sit in the back seat with them while you drive to that area we scoped out earlier." Tony stopped at the red light as the traffic passed. "You mean the wooded trail that goes around the park?" "Yeah, it should be pretty quiet there now. All of the activity is on Morrison Avenue. Once they're comfortable in the van, I'll give them both a good punch to the face and disorient them. When they come to, they'll be gagged and tied up. That's when the party will really begin." The traffic light turned green. Tony continued on for 3 more blocks. "Here we are, and it looks like the party is in full swing. I may as well line up with the rest of the cars. Put on your charm, bro, and get us some ladies." Robert lowered the passenger side window. Tony drove slowly behind a row of cars ahead of him. "Up there, under the streetlight at the end of the block," Robert said, and pointed at 2 hookers standing together. Tony groaned in disgust. "They look pretty skanky." Robert laughed. "They are hookers, and probably heroin addicts, too. They're going to look a lot worse later. Pull up alongside them." Tony waited until the car ahead of them turned right. Then he pulled up to the curb, and Robert called the ladies over. One woman had overly bleached hair that was nearly white. She wore it in a tangled mess on the top of her head. The leopard print spandex skirt showed off her bright pink panties underneath. She wore 7-inch platform heels. The other woman was Hispanic. She had black hair, one side shaved close to her head and the other side long. The dangly earrings she wore hung several inches below her earlobes and nearly touched her shoulders. The short, tight-fitting silver dress she wore was covered in sequins, and her stripper-style heels matched. They leaned their heads in the window and grinned. The Hispanic hooker spoke up. "Hey, boys, what can we do for you?" "It's what we can do for you," Robert said, giving them his widest grin. "But first, what are your names?" The blonde answered for both of them. "I'm Lucky." She pointed at the hooker standing next to her. "And she is Corinne." "Lucky, huh? A fitting name, I'm sure." "We work together for safety, so you have to take both of us." "We absolutely intend to." Robert got out of the van and opened the door to the back seat. "What a gentleman," Corinne said as she climbed in. Robert got in before Lucky had a chance to climb up to the seat. "I'll sit in between you ladies if you don't mind. We can get better acquainted that way."
By the way, I'm Bobby, and the handsome gentleman driving is my brother, Tony."
Robert reached out and took Lucky's hand, then helped her in.
"Come on, let's have some fun."
Tony turned on his left blinker and pulled away from the curb and into the row of cars. He headed south.
"We need the money up front," Lucky said, "just to get the business part out of the way." "Totally understandable. How much?"
Robert's hand brushed against the knife sheath as he reached into his back pocket and pulled out his wallet. Lucky stroked Robert's hair and flicked his ear with her tongue.
"An hour is $100 each." "Got it right here."
Robert pulled out 2 crisp $100 bills and handed one to each woman.
"Are you ready to get busy? I know I am."
Corinne smiled at Robert just before she was elbowed in the face. Blood ran from her nose and settled in her open mouth. He spun to his right and nailed Lucky across her left cheek, causing her head to bounce off the side window. Both women were unconscious.
"Guess you aren't that lucky after all, bitch. Head to the park, bro."
Lakeland Park was a 5-minute drive south of Morrison Avenue. Tony pulled in at the main entrance where the streetlights guided his way. He drove deeper into the park where darkness took over the densely wooded area. With only the running lights on, Tony weaved in and out of the shadows until he arrived at the trails. The women's hour was ticking away.
"Back the van up near the woods."
Robert pointed behind them and to his right.
"That area doesn't have any pavement, and it's plenty secluded. We're going to take our time with these women and enjoy every minute they have left."
Tony did as he was instructed, then killed the engine. They sat and listened. Dead quiet.
"Perfect. Just the way I like it. Let's get started."
Robert got out and walked around to the back of the van. He opened the gate and clicked the seat latch, lowering the third-row seat.
"Which one do you want?" "Makes no difference to me," Tony said. "They both bleed the same." "Okay, you can have Corinne. Help me get her ready. Let's zip-tie and gag her. You can have some fun. Then we'll take her into the woods. We'll do the same with Lucky."
Robert sneered.
"Lucky. What a stupid name, right?"
They grabbed Corinne by the arms and legs and carried her to the back, where Tony tore off a strip of duct tape and spread it across her mouth.
"It isn't sticking. Her damn face is all bloody. Wrap it around her head. We have plenty. When you're done, let's roll her over so I can zip-tie her hands."
Tony wrapped the tape around Corinne's head twice.
"There. She can't make a peep even if she tried."
He wiped the slippery blood on his pant legs.
"Okay, give me a hand rolling her over."
With Corinne face down, Robert zip-tied her hands behind her back, then jerked his head toward the front of the van.
"Let's get lucky."
They returned to the open door they had pulled Corinne out of. The back seat was empty, and a pair of heels lay in the footwell.
"Son of a bitch, she's gone."
Robert ran around the van. He got on his hands and knees and looked under it.
"Where's the damn flashlight?" "Shit, it's still in the truck."
Tony raked his fingers through his hair.
"Should we spread out and look for her?" "It's too dark. We'll never find her. Change of plans. Drag this bitch into the woods and kill her. We've got to ditch the van somewhere else. Let's go."
Corinne began to moan. She was waking up.
"Help me drag her into the woods before she's completely awake," Tony said.
Each brother grabbed Corinne by the armpit and pulled her through the thick brush. She kicked and flailed.
"Damn it, how far should we go?"
Tony tripped several times in the tangle of undergrowth.
"Lucky's probably heading to the nearest police department. We can't hang around too long."
Robert craned his neck to see how far they were from the van.
20 more feet and she's all yours." "Good. These bitches are bad luck."
Robert dropped Corinne's arm and walked back to the van.
"Make it quick and cover her up with brush."
Chapter 45. I pulled into the garage, killed the engine, and popped the trunk. I had 4 bags of groceries to carry inside. I'd enlist Amber's help. With the overhead safely closed so there wouldn't be an escaped cat to deal with, I went inside to get Amber.
"Hey, sis, I'm home."
Pretty cool, huh? Amber lifted Spaz off her lap and got up. She clicked the remote and turned off the television, then came around the breakfast bar. She wore a grin that lit up her face. I laughed. What's cool? That she'll be home for an entire week. Dad will be here tomorrow, and Thursday is Thanksgiving Day. Yeah, that sort of happens every year on a Thursday in November. She stuck her tongue out at me. Well, you don't take a week off every year, and Dad sure doesn't visit then either. He hasn't been here in 2 years. I know. Time goes way too fast. Anyway, help me bring in the groceries. I got everything for the week except the Thanksgiving meal. That's on you, kid. My pleasure. We brought in the groceries, and between the two of us, had them put away in a few short minutes. That was one thing I loved about my new condo. The kitchen was huge, and nobody ever bumped into anyone else unless it was intentional. I'm going to get changed so I can spend a relaxing evening being a slug. I love that idea. Supper is already in the oven. Really? What are we having? Shepherd's pie? You're a pretty awesome sister, Amber. I heard her giggle as I walked down the hallway to my bedroom and flipped the wall switch. I spent a few minutes cooing with my lovebirds and kissing their heads. They sat on the back of a side chair while I changed their water, replaced the newspaper at the bottom of their cage, and added fresh food to their seed cup. There you go, just like new. Polly jumped on my outstretched finger, and I placed her on the perch in the cage. Then I repeated the process with Porky. My shoulder holster was hung over the chair back, and I pulled a t-shirt and sweats out of my dresser drawer. They'd be perfect for the lounging I intended to do for the rest of the night. I heard my cell phone ring on the breakfast bar. I jogged down the hallway to answer it. Hello, Jade Monroe speaking. Jade, it's Joe. Sorry to call in the first few hours of your vacation, but I knew you'd want to hear this. I didn't call Kate. I don't want to alarm her. Actually, I was called on 2 separate issues in the last hour. I tried you earlier. I interrupted. The grocery store gets really poor cell reception. This sounds serious, Joe. Go ahead. I sat at the bar, and Amber brought me a glass of wine. I tipped my head to thank her, then slid the pad of paper and a pen closer. The first call I got was from Evansville PD. Guess the reason nobody found Jillian Wiley's car was because it was towed away. Apparently, her car was smashed in the back and partially hidden from view in a ditch on private property. The owner of the land called a tow service to haul it away after it sat there for 36 hours and nobody came to get it. The plates were removed, so they assumed it was abandoned. Turns out the tow company had it in a secured fenced area with guard dogs. The dogs kept sniffing the trunk, so they popped it and found a body inside. Evansville PD believes it's the missing EMT. He had his work uniform on. The jacket patch read St. Peter's Medical Center on it. Oh, crap. So Jillian Wiley's car had the plates removed, she's nowhere to be found, and the EMT was dead in her trunk? That pretty much sums it up. On initial inspection, the forensic lab said he had been stabbed in the back multiple times. That damn knife thing again. I jotted notes as Joe spoke. Do the cops know what kind of vehicle the EMT drove? It wasn't at the site where the car was towed from, was it? That's correct. Hang on, I know I have that information. I heard Joe shuffle through papers. Here we go. He had an extended-length gray Ford van, and no, it wasn't at the scene. Meaning the guys have Jillian and the van, too. Yeah, but that's not all. The car was found on Highway 41. I let out an extra-long groan. What the hell are we going to tell Kate? I'm not sure yet because there's more. This call came in about a half hour ago. A hysterical barefoot woman ran down a patrol officer cruising the streets near Morrison Ave.
We'll be back with more in just a moment. Until then, take this time to simply relax and enjoy this peaceful tune. Thank you for listening.
Avenue in Chicago. A lot of drug dealers and prostitutes frequent that area, and according to her description, she was a lady of the night. Anyway, she said she and her friend were abducted by 2 men, beaten, and taken to Lakeland Park. She escaped, but she doesn't know what happened to her friend. I processed that information as fast as I could. Okay, if she and her friend were alone with them, then where is Jillian? I'm thinking the worst-case scenario. This story gets more gruesome by the minute. Did that woman... what's her name? Joe chuckled. It isn't funny, but it is ironic. Actually, you won't believe it. Try me, I huffed. I'm getting to the point where I believe everything. She goes by the name Lucky. Okay, I don't believe it. What the hell are the odds of that? Anyway, did Lucky have a description of the men and the vehicle? Yep, and it's all coming together, Jade. The vehicle was a gray van. She said she didn't see the driver well, but she remembered he had long hair and a beard. Sounds familiar. And the other guy? According to Lucky, he had 2 teardrop tattoos next to his right eye, and the word revenge tattooed on the back of his right hand. That photo you faxed Bill Branson paid off. He dispatched copies of it to every Chicagoland precinct. Son of a bitch. It is Robert Lynch, and he's coming for Kate. How in the world would he know where she lives? I did extensive research on him when Kate gave me his name. He ran with quite the crowd. And his brother, Tony, is far from a saint. Somehow he's managed to slip through every net thrown out by law enforcement. He doesn't have a jacket anywhere. He has never been arrested and has no prints on file. So Tony could be his accomplice. Joe let out an audible sigh. I'd bet my bottom dollar on it. And don't forget he's had 10 years to do the legwork for Robert. I have to tell Kate. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have her stay here at my house until those 2 are captured and under arrest. I guarantee you they'll never see the light of day again. Run that past your boss first, Jade. Don't go rogue. Everyone needs to be on board, and it has to be a mutual decision. You're right, and thanks for everything. Now we just have to keep Kate safe until Robert Lynch and his sidekick are apprehended. Keep me posted, Joe. Right now I have some calls to make. I clicked off and thought about how I'd proceed. Chapter 46. Robert. Take off your shirt and wipe everything down. What the hell, Bobby? It isn't even 40 degrees outside. Take off your own shirt. Robert threw his jacket to the ground, removed his T-shirt, and then put his jacket back on. Do what I just did and pitch in. We don't have time to be whining about the cold. Tony peeled off his denim jacket, pulled his shirt over his head, and began helping. They wiped down the van and threw Lucky's heels in a nearby dumpster, along with the van keys, zip ties, and tape. They had plenty more supplies back in the truck. Did you grab the $100 off Corinne before you killed her? Hell yeah, I've got it right in my pocket. How far do you think it is back to the hotel? Tony asked as he slipped his T-shirt over his head. Not sure. I don't know a damn thing about this city. Check the location on your phone. We can't afford to be seen. No taxi for us. We're hoofing it. Tony used the microphone to ask Google what the distance was from the intersection of Commerce Street and Lincoln to the Hamilton Inn in Chicago. It's doing its swirly thing. Which means what? Robert checked their surroundings for police cars as they waited. That it's thinking. We'll make it think faster. We can't stand around. Here it is. It's a 15-minute walk or 10 blocks. It shows the way. Then let's move. They left the van on a dead-end street and took a roundabout way back to the hotel. Following the route on the map, they walked with their heads low on dimly lit adjacent streets. Once inside, they passed the registration counter quickly. There wasn't any need to have a conversation with the old lady, and Robert preferred to stay inconspicuous anyway. Tony turned the key in the lock, and they entered the room. He began gathering his belongings. We're heading out, aren't we? Let's lie low tonight and leave at daybreak. If Lucky found a cop to talk to, they'll be swarming the area all night. I guess her name fit her pretty well.
Tony puffed out an angry groan as he lit a cigarette and plopped down on the chair at the table. Damn mistakes are going to get us caught. Robert picked up the pack of cigarettes and shook one out for himself. He lit it and leaned back in the chair while he stared at the ceiling. He took a deep drag and blew it out in smoke rings. I started a job 10 years ago, and I'm not going home until it's done. The bitch is gonna die this time. Yeah, then we better be more careful. I don't intend to spend the rest of my life in prison. You worry too much, bro. Robert flicked the ash onto the floor. Between the two of us, we've already taken care of 4 people in less than a week. I'd say that's pretty good numbers. We made one mistake, and with a cheap hooker, no less. It isn't the end of the world. Nobody cares about hookers, and it won't be front-page news. Tony got up and paced. But Lucky can describe us, and you told her our names for Christ's sakes. I forgot about that. At least they don't know about the truck. She'll tell them we have a gray van. That's what they'll be looking for while we scoot out of town. The van is wiped down. There's a dead hooker in the woods, and they're taking the word of another hooker that's probably an addict, too. Tony kicked the chair. Right, but my prints are on that duct tape around her mouth. Chill out, bro. You aren't in the system, remember? But you are, and Lucky has the $100 bill you handed her. Shit. Chapter 47. I checked the time. It was 9 o'clock on a Friday night. I wondered what my odds were of finding anyone other than myself sitting at home doing nothing but watching TV. I'd have to call Clark first and give him the same update I just got from Joe. If he approved my idea, I'd call Kate next. Then everyone in law enforcement between Milwaukee and North Bend would have to be alerted. We had to find Robert Lynch before he found Kate. I scrolled through the contact list on my phone. I had Lieutenant Clark's desk number and home number programmed to memory, yet when I was sure I'd need his cell number, it was nowhere to be found. Damn, his cell number isn't here. I'll try his home number first and call dispatch for his cell number if I have to. I dialed Clark's home. After the 6th ring, the automated voicemail message began. I hung up and called dispatch. Bob Kennedy, one of our night officers, picked up. Bob, hi, it's Jade. Jade, aren't you officially on vacation? I chuckled just to keep things lighthearted. I am, but I forgot to tell the boss something. Believe it or not, I don't have his cell programmed into my contact list. Can you get it for me? Sure thing. Give me a second. Bob put me on hold, thankfully, for only a minute. The god-awful music that played on a loop was enough to make anyone hang up. Here we go. Got a pen? Sure do. I wrote down Clark's cell number as Bob read it off and thanked him. I hung up, programmed it into my phone, and dialed. I knew that Clark and his wife Liz often went out for Friday night fish fries. It was a tradition they enjoyed twice a month with lifelong friends, and I hated to interrupt. Especially when Clark didn't often get the opportunity to eat greasy food and drink brandy old-fashions. His phone rang and the lieutenant picked up on the 3rd ring. I heard laughter and music in the background. I cringed. Boss, I'm so sorry to interrupt your night, but it's important. Hang on, Jade. I have to find a quiet place to talk. Give me a second. I heard Clark explain that he had to take an important call and would be back in a few minutes. The festive sounds disappeared through the phone line, and the lieutenant was back. Okay, I know you wouldn't have called if it wasn't urgent. Let's hear it. I told Clark everything that Detective Amoroso had conveyed to me. So, the chances of them being Robert Lynch and possibly his brother are high. Yes, sir, but since we don't have a picture of Tony, we couldn't say for certain who the long-haired, bearded man was in Kate's dreams. According to Lucky, the woman that was assaulted in Chicago, she said the driver of the van had long hair and a beard. Clark moaned. But without a picture of Tony, we can't say for sure that it's him. I went one step further, boss. After I hung up from Joe's call, I brainstormed with Amber at the table for a half hour. She suggested I contact the penitentiary in Atlanta to find out who picked up Robert on his release day. Prisons always have cameras at the sign-out and release area, and the grounds within the outer walls are under surveillance too. That would include the parking lot where the released inmates get picked up. That Amber is gonna make a damn good cop someday. You think? I chuckled. Anyway, I called, and they told me Robert was picked up by none other than Anthony Lynch. They actually have him on tape leaning out the window of an older red and white pickup, flipping off the guard in the tower. According to the gentleman I spoke with in the video control room at USP Atlanta, Anthony Lynch has long hair and a full beard. Gotcha. That's what I'm talking about, boss. We know they're coming for Kate, and somehow they know where she lives. She needs to get out of that apartment for her own safety. Are you thinking of something like WITSEC? That takes time, Jade. I'm thinking more of a temporary place until these criminals are apprehended, like my house. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds. I knew Clark's wheels were turning, and I didn't want to interrupt them. I don't know if you should get personally involved, Jade. Boss, I've been personally involved ever since I heard her harrowing story about Robert Lynch. This man is a menace to society and should never have been released from prison. It sounds like Tony is cut from the same cloth. He's somehow skirted the law and has never been arrested, but that doesn't make him any less dangerous. Think about it, boss. I'm a cop, my old man is a cop, and Amber has a concealed carry license and is a damn good shot. We can keep Kate as safe here as she would be locked up in the jail, except she'd have much better digs and a lot nicer people to hang out with. You do have a point, but she has to agree to it. You can't force her out of her own apartment against her will. I heard a door open and close. The music and laughter was back. So that's an okay? It's an okay, but keep me posted. Don't forget you're officially off the clock for a week. But I'll clock back in if I have to. He groaned. Hey, boss. Yeah? Are you and Liz out dancing? Don't even start with me, Monroe. Liz says it burns calories and keeps me limber. Okay, TMI. Good night, boss. Good night, Jade. Amber, I need another glass of wine. I'm going to make the call. To Kate? Yeah, and it's going to get emotional. I can feel it already. I took a 5-minute break, rolled my neck to get rid of the tension, and had a full glass of wine in front of me. Here I go. Amber sat on the bar stool next to me and squeezed my hand. We'll make her feel comfortable, sis. She'll be safe with us. I gave my sister a hug, then scrolled to Kate's number. I pressed the green phone icon, and the phone rang. Hello? Kate, it's Jade. I'm coming over. We need to talk. Chapter 48. Robert. He woke to the grinding sound beyond the window. Robert pulled the curtain aside and looked out. Red lights flashed from the early morning garbage truck picking up neighborhood trash. The hydraulic grabbers on those large diesel trucks lifted cans and spilled garbage into the enormous mouth of the waiting bin over the driver's compartment. The morning's cast-offs would be swallowed whole, and the process would repeat itself tomorrow and every day after that. Robert rolled over and buried his head under the pillow. He had forgotten where he was and how the night before had played out. Tony swore at the noise beyond the window. What the hell is going on, and why am I awake? It's still dark outside. I don't know. Go back to sleep. Didn't you want to get an early start? What? You wanted to leave Chicago before daylight. Shit, we're in Chicago. I can barely lift my head, dude. Why did you buy that bottle of whiskey last night? Tony clicked on the bedside light. I was pissed and nervous. You do remember last night, don't you? Tony propped himself up on his elbow as he looked across to Robert's bed. Robert was already staring at him. He jammed 2 pillows under his neck and heaved a sigh. I do now. He fumbled for the remote and turned the TV onto the local news station. If anything, they're looking for a gray van. We need to get out of Chicago and preferably close to the border before daylight. I have to take a piss. Keep your eyes on that news station. The bathroom door opened 10 minutes later, and Robert came out.
Anything?
They talked about an assault on 2 women in Lakeland Park. It seems like it's kind of downplayed.
Robert smirked. Probably because they're hookers. He got up and started the coffee in the small pot on the table. He returned to the edge of the bed and continued staring at the television set. Tony took his turn in the bathroom and closed the door at his back. Within a minute, Robert began to pound on the door.
Son of a bitch, we have to leave. Bro, get out here now.
A few seconds later, flushing sounded and the door flew open. Tony arranged his boxer shorts.
What the hell, dude? My face and name was just plastered all over the TV screen. We have to leave before that old hag at the front desk throws us under the bus. Grab everything. Let's go out the back door.
Once in the truck and on their way, Tony drove the speed limit and stayed off the main streets. Robert's head was on a swivel. He looked up at the sky. Dawn was breaking.
We need to get out of this city fast. I have to drive the speed limit, and we have to stay on residential streets. Nobody is looking for us in this truck yet. Stay cool, bro. Easy for you to say. Your face wasn't plastered across the screen. Apparently Lucky gave a good enough description of me to have the news air it. I thought you said it was a picture.
Tony turned toward Robert and frowned.
Now you're nitpicking. No, but was it a picture or a drawing? Did they include your last name?
Tony clicked his blinker and changed lanes. Robert raised his voice.
A picture, man. I already told you that. I don't remember if they said Bobby or Robert or if they said Lynch, too. I was too dumbfounded. Either way, somebody else knows it's you. That bitch wouldn't have an actual picture to put on the news. The cops already know who you are. Here.
Tony handed Robert his phone.
What am I supposed to do, turn myself in? No, call Ma. Find out if anyone is snooping around. We'll be at the Wisconsin border in 20 minutes. Stay cool.
Robert checked again. The sun had peeked over the horizon, creating a flash of rays that filled the morning sky. Colors began to show up on vehicles. They couldn't hide under the cloak of darkness anymore.
We have to stay on the back roads, and I have to steal a car. Why do we need to steal a car? Nobody is looking for this truck. Plus, it has Indiana plates on it. If anything, they'd be looking for something with Georgia plates. It isn't registered to anybody named Lynch either. I think we're okay. Yeah, but I'm not. I'm nervous as hell. How do I work this thing? Press the tab that says Contacts. Scroll down until you see the house
Robert threw the phone in Tony's lap.
Do it yourself. It'll go faster.
Tony tapped and scrolled.
Here, Ma should be awake by now. Ma, it's Bobby.
Robert turned toward Tony and nodded.
Yeah, we should be back by early next week. Has anyone been snooping around?
Robert listened silently as his mother spoke.
Don't tell James a damn thing. Our lives are none of his concern, and he can keep his opinions to himself. Don't answer the phone the next time he calls, and don't let him in. He doesn't need to know we're gone. I'll take care of him once we get home. Okay, Ma. Tony says hi. Yeah, we love you too. Just keep your mouth shut. See you soon.
Robert handed the phone to Tony, and Tony clicked it off.
We're crossing into Wisconsin, Bobby. Take a breath.
Chapter 49. I heard activity in the kitchen and rolled over to check the time. 6:59. Daylight was just breaking. The morning started later, and the nights grew dark earlier this time of year. I climbed out of bed and slipped on my robe. Voices echoed down the hallway once I opened my bedroom door. There was more than one person awake. That meant I was the last one to get up, and there would be a pot of coffee already made. I smiled.
"Hey, look who finally woke up," Amber said when I rounded the corner. She and Kate sat at the kitchen table with the carafe on a trivet between them.
"Morning, guys. Sorry I slept in. My bad."
"Morning, Jade, and I don't consider 7 in the morning as sleeping in." I smirked. "Yet you two are already up. How did you sleep? I gave Kate a concerned smile and poured myself a cup of coffee, then sat across from her at the table. I actually slept great for the first time in weeks. You have only one guest room, though, and your dad will be here later. I could always stay in a hotel. Yeah, that isn't happening. We'll figure it out. It shouldn't be for more than a few days anyway. Amber spoke up. Kate, you can have my room. I'll bunk with Jade. It was apparent to me that these two ladies had hit it off quickly. They seemed like close friends, and I was thankful for that. I wanted Kate to feel at ease as much as possible considering the circumstances. Amber rose from the table and, just as she did every Saturday morning, began preparing a breakfast feast. So, what do you like to eat, Kate? You aren't a vegetarian, are you? Nope, I've never gone that route. I like bacon too much. Amber pulled out the griddle and chuckled. Good to know, because I'm about to start the bacon. Kate maintained a brave act in front of Amber, but I knew she was terrified. When I'd gone to her apartment last night and explained the new discovery, she'd broken down in tears. A surprised smile lit her face when Spaz began rubbing against her leg as she drank her coffee. I grinned. Apparently he's taken with you. Traitor, Amber called out. Do you like pancakes, Kate? Pancakes sound delicious. Kate rose and filled all our cups. She sat back down and folded her hands on the table. I have several ideas, but I'd like to run a few of them past my old man. He's the smartest cop I know. Our main problem is we only have circumstantial evidence against the Lynch brothers. We can't actually tie them to anyone's murder, even though we're quite sure they're responsible. The EMT was found stabbed to death in the trunk of Gillian Wiley's car, but there were no witnesses or fingerprints belonging to Robert Lynch. Kate shifted nervously in her chair and sighed a deep breath. Gillian hasn't been found yet, has she? Not yet. We haven't heard about the other girl that was assaulted with the woman in Chicago. Detective Branson will update us when they know more. A district attorney would have to be on board before he'd prosecute the case in any state. That would likely take place in Indiana, where Deirdre and the EMT were murdered. Even still, a DA might consider it too risky going in with circumstantial evidence on a murder charge unless... Unless what? I stopped. Nothing. I'm just thinking out loud. I need to discuss a few things with my dad and the lieutenant before I get ahead of myself. It looks like breakfast is ready. Let's eat. I wanted to distract Kate. She didn't need to know what I was thinking yet. It was a dangerous idea, but one that might be necessary to capture these two murderers. Kate took a sip of orange juice. This breakfast is delicious, Amber. I especially love the maple syrup. It's decadent. Yeah, I really scored when my little sis moved in here. She loves to cook, and me not so much. I'd get by fine on TV dinners, but why bother when I don't have to? I learned a lot from working at Joey's. When I'm not too busy bartending, I'll slip into the kitchen and watch the guys work. They give me great cooking tips. I bet they do. So you go to school and bartend? Sure do, but I only work a few nights a week. I took off for the holidays since our dad is coming to visit. The bar isn't super busy right now anyway. I heard you have a criminal justice degree, Kate. Kate wiped her mouth with the napkin and responded. I do, but I haven't used it in a trade. I don't know if Jade told you or not, Amber, but I intend to go to the police academy and train to be a real cop. I want to be taken seriously. Amber's eyes lit up. Maybe we can go at the same time. How fun would that be? I bet it would be a lot of fun. Kate pushed back her chair and stood. Let me clean up the breakfast dishes. It's the least I can do. Amber stood too. I'll help. If you guys have this, I'm going to shower and get dressed. We have to be at the airport by noon. I slipped away to my bedroom and closed the door at my back. I was happy that Detective Amoroso had given me his personal cell phone number a few days back. I doubted that he'd be at work on a Saturday. Last night, as I lay in bed, I thought of different scenarios on how to apprehend the Lynch brothers. I had a suggestion to run by the detective. I tapped his name on my call list, and his phone rang. Hello, Joe Amoroso here. Joe, hi, it's Jade. Sorry to call on a Saturday morning, but something has been weighing on my mind.
Sure, go ahead. Excuse the noise, I'm grinding coffee beans. I heard a sound similar to a lawnmower running in the background. I waited until it stopped. I kidded with him. Are you finally done? Yep, all done. We don't have solid evidence directly linking the Lynch brothers to any crime other than assaulting a hooker. Sorry to be so blunt, but facts are facts. Understood? I heard another sound like water being poured. The best way to get any charges to stick is if they're actually caught in the act of committing a crime. So far, you're correct. Why don't we lift the bolo on the truck and turn the tables on them? I'm intrigued. What does that mean exactly? Let them become the prey. I explained my idea to Joe. He agreed it could be extremely dangerous, but possibly the only way to get charges that would stick. Something serious enough to send them to prison for good. I'll pull the bolo in every state for the truck. Please go over this idea with your boss, colleagues, and father before you implement it. Update me several times a day. I don't care if it's a weekend or not. I'll pass the information on. Nashville, Evansville, and Chicago are dependent on you, Jade. I clicked off the call and turned on the shower. While I lingered in the steaming water, I visualized my idea. This could work. I know it can, and I won't take no for an answer. By 10:30, Amber and Kate had both showered and dressed. I gave Kate a tour of the deck and showed her the beautiful woods behind the house. I introduced Kate to Polly and Porky. She held them while I changed their water and filled the seed dish. They're so sweet, Jade. I guess I've never considered birds as actual pets. Well, they're easy, and that's appealing to me. They don't need a lot of attention and fussing. As long as they have each other, they're happy. I'm a good distraction for about 10 minutes a day. I chuckled. I do think they like me, though, and they're pretty precious. They sure are. Kate kissed each bird on the head and walked to the cage. Okay, birdies, it looks like it's time to get inside. She stretched out her finger, and each bird jumped onto the perch. She closed the gate behind Porky. Are you sure you want me to join you at the airport? Sure, why not? There's no need to sit here alone, and we might go out for lunch anyway. Okay, as long as you don't mind. I backed out of my driveway and onto the street at 10:45. I revved the car and dropped the Cobra into first gear. The tires squawked and broke loose as I took off. Kate giggled. Amber told her I was showing off. Dad is going to give you a stern talking to if you drive like that around him. I smirked. Yeah, right. Who do you think taught me how to drive that way? Kate and Amber talked about school studies all the way to Milwaukee. I pulled into the parking structure at General Mitchell International Airport at 11:45. We had plenty of time to find a great spot close to the skywalk on the 3rd floor. That floor led to every concourse. Dad was coming in on Delta at Concourse D. We checked the arrivals board, and his flight was still on time. I was already grinning. We each grabbed a coffee at the nearby kiosk and found a table facing his concourse. We couldn't wait to see him walking that long hallway toward us. Tell me about your dad. He sounds larger than life, Kate said. Go ahead, sis. I'll keep watching. Amber told Kate how our dad was the captain at the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. He's a big shot and 5th in command. Dad never remarried after he and Mom divorced. He lives in a beautiful house on an acre of land in the foothills of San Bernardino. You see the most gorgeous sunsets from his deck. How cool is that? Amber beamed with pride. It sounds pretty cool. Is he going to mind that I'm with you? Of course not. He's totally chill. Amber scanned the concourse. Nothing yet? I checked the time. They aren't due to land for a few more minutes. Amber continued without missing a beat. Anyway, someday I have to go to California and visit him again. It's been too long. Maybe after college I'll take a month off before I start at the academy and go hang out with my old man. I glanced at the arrivals board. A green light flashed on his flight's number. Looks like they just landed.
Okay, I need to use the bathroom before he gets here. I don't want to miss 1 second of conversation with Dad. I watched as Amber headed off toward the nearest ladies' room. Kate watched, too. She sure is excited. I grinned. Yeah, we both are. She's just easier to read.
Chapter 50. Robert. "This place should work," Robert said as Tony pulled into the gravel parking lot and parked. A blinking neon sign attached to the window under the portico flashed the word vacancy. Chances of it burning out in the next few hours were high. He smirked. "An out-of-the-way dive motel with 8 rooms and 1 car in the lot. I bet we just made their day. Why don't you go ahead and check in? I'm going to take a look around." "Yep, on it." Robert watched as Tony entered through the creaky door that led to the office. He turned away when the door slammed at Tony's back. The property sat along a frontage road adjacent to the highway. It looked to be one of those long, flat-topped, one-story roadside motels from the 60s that rarely got any business these days. Someone would have to seek the place out to take time exiting the highway and backtracking to the frontage road. Robert stared out beyond the parking lot. Highway 41 wasn't a particularly busy highway, even though it was considered an interstate in Wisconsin. He chuckled at the thought. There were much larger roads people could drive if they were in a hurry. Robert wasn't in a hurry, though. He wanted to see where she lived, what she did each day, and pick the perfect time and setting in which to kill her. He would finally be with her again after 10 years, and he'd savor every second of it. They would be alone, and her death would be very intimate. The sound of the door opening behind him brought Robert back to the moment. He gave the road a final glance. The truck will be visible from the highway, but like Tony said, nobody is looking for it. He turned to Tony. "Are we good?" "Yep, good to go." He laughed. "And only $49 a night." "Nice. That means we can afford to take our time. Let's clean up and order delivery pizza. We'll check out the area after dark." Chapter 51.
Keep your eyes peeled. We should be seeing him any minute.
"What does your dad look like? I have pretty good eyesight."
"The usual for a 55-year-old man named Tom," Amber said. "Dad has short gray hair, a goatee, green eyes, and average height and weight. He'll be the one with an ear-to-ear grin and waving like a lunatic." Kate pointed and laughed. "You mean that guy?" Amber jumped off the chair and ran into his open arms. "Daddy, you're finally here!" I grinned and stood up. "Yeah, that's the guy." I embraced my dad, too, then reached for his backpack and slung it over my shoulder. My dad was a force to be reckoned with, but still a softy when it came to Amber and me. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and gave each of us another tight squeeze.
"I love you, girls." He jerked his head toward Kate. "Who do we have here?"
"Dad, this is our friend Kate Pierce. She's staying with us for a few days. And don't say a word, there's plenty of room."
"Okay, if you're sure. Kate, it's nice to meet you. I'm Tom Monroe."
Dad offered his outstretched hand, and Kate shook it.
"It's nice to meet you too, sir."
I walked alongside my dad. "Do you have luggage?"
"A tan suitcase."
He nodded toward the escalator.
"Is the baggage claim still downstairs? I noticed there's a lot of remodeling going on."
"Yeah, it's still in the lower level." The digital sign at arrivals showed his flight had dropped the luggage on Carousel 3. We turned left at the bottom of the escalator. The conveyor was full of bags, and people crowded the area. Dad pointed.
"It's rounding the corner."
He grabbed his bag off the conveyor, then we took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The doors opened to the parking structure. Amber and I noticed Dad's frown when the cold air hit him. Amber locked her arm through his. "We scored a close spot, Daddy." He smirked.
"Oh, yeah. Now I remember why I moved to California."
"And all this time we thought it was because of Mom," I joked. Dad sat in the passenger seat, and the four of us talked nonstop all the way to North Bend. Amber updated Dad on the classes she was taking. Even though he had heard it all before, he seemed happy to listen again. They talked about her plans after school. Then Dad reminded her of his good friend that was a supervisory special agent in the serial crimes unit of the FBI. "You might get your foot in the door a lot sooner if I have a talk with Dave Spencer. Once you graduate from the academy, we'll discuss this again."
Thanks, Daddy. That would be so exciting. I'd be happy to start at any entry-level position he could get me into. At least I'd be in the FBI sooner than by my own effort.
Just remind me to talk to him about it in 6 months. I'll let you know what he suggests.
Tom looked over his shoulder at Kate. He wanted to know more about her psychic abilities. I glanced through the rearview mirror and saw her face go red. She cleared her throat and told him that her future goals were to be a legitimate psychic detective. She wanted to be in law enforcement and use her abilities to help solve cases. She told Dad how she'd worked with police departments in Nashville and Chicago in the past.
That sounds really interesting, Kate. Cops can't always figure things out through the normal and usual route. Believe it or not, even us old, hard-boiled fuddy-duddies don't know everything.
I looked through the mirror again. I saw relief wash across Kate's face. She seemed happy to have us believe in her dreams. At some point after we were home, I'd need to sneak away and have a private conversation with my dad. I wanted him to hear my plan, and I trusted and respected his opinion. I knew that in the next few days everyone would have to be told. At 1:30, I pulled into the driveway and waited for the overhead garage door to open. Here we are. What do you think of the outside, Dad?
So far, it looks great, and that deck just screams party.
We had one at Labor Day, but there'll be more. Don't forget our summers go by quickly. I pulled into the garage, and we exited the car. Let's get your stuff to the guest room. It's already set up for you.
Thanks, honey.
Amber opened the door, and we passed through. I'll make the coffee while Jade shows you around. I led the way to the guest room and set the backpack on the queen-sized bed. My dad wheeled in his luggage behind me.
Nice room. This condo looks new.
Yeah, it was built a year ago. Come on, I'll show you around. I glanced down the hall and saw Kate and Amber in the kitchen chatting it up. I turned to my dad and spoke quietly. Dad, I need to have a serious talk with you later. Just you and me.
Okay, honey. We'll figure something out. You can decide when the time is right.
I heard footsteps coming down the hall. Amber was heading toward us. Quit hogging Daddy. She gave me a playful scowl. Here are your dinner choices. Spaghetti and meatballs with garlic bread and a tossed salad, or enchiladas with a side of frijoles and Spanish rice. What's it going to be? With her arms crossed and her foot planted, Amber waited as Dad thought it over.
It's a tough choice, Amber, but since I do live in California and Mexican food is plentiful there, let's have the spaghetti and meatballs, if everyone agrees.
Perfect. Amber looked at Kate and me. Okay? Sounds good. I'll eat anything. Kate nodded. I'll help. Dad took a seat in the living room and I poured the coffee. I carried 2 cups and sat next to him on the couch. Amber and Kate seemed preoccupied, so I quietly explained the Robert Lynch ordeal and my idea. Dad took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
It seems awful risky, Jade.
But the case against them is circumstantial at best. Nobody has proof, and there aren't any witnesses that can put either of them at any scene except for the hooker. She can only say with certainty that she and her friend were assaulted. We need to draw them in. Look at Kate, Daddy. Do you see what I mean? Kate busied herself in the kitchen, unaware that we were sizing her up. My dad gave her a long look, then turned back to me.
Yeah, you're right. You actually could pull it off.
And you approve? I asked.
I didn't say that, but you're a sergeant in the sheriff's department, honey. Your job is to serve and protect. It's what you signed up for. I'll support anything you decide to do.
Thanks, Dad. I have to run everything past my lieutenant and my colleagues first.
I may even have to get the North Bend PD on board.
Chapter 52. Tony.
"It's this way," Tony said, waving his arm for Robert to follow. They crossed the footbridge over the Milwaukee River that meandered through town. Having the truck hidden in the dark parking lot behind all of the downtown buildings and across the river wasn't the worst idea, just in case. At 11 o'clock at night, the streets were quiet and the sidewalks were empty, no foot traffic to be seen. Faint music sounded from a bar on the next block. Most stores on Main Street were daytime retail spaces that closed at 5 o'clock on Saturdays. Big box chain stores had taken over most of the shopping in North Bend, but they were on the outskirts of town. Tony pointed at the hardware store. The nondescript brick building was among a row of similar-looking buildings on Main Street. They all appeared to be from the late 1800s, brick 2 or 3 stories tall, with retail spaces on the street level of each. "Keep your head down and stay 20 feet behind me. There's an intercom on the outside of the glass security door. Her name and apartment number are next to the buzzer. There are 8 apartments in the building. Hers is on the 2nd floor. I'll tip my head when we get to the entry, then I'll keep walking. I'll meet you at the end of the block." Robert nodded and stayed in the shadows as they crossed the street and approached the building. Tony cocked his head to the left and kept walking. He sat on a bench and waited in Settler Square. He saw Robert walking down the sidewalk toward him only a minute later. Tony got up and jerked his head. Robert followed. A block to the west, Tony turned left into an alley. He waited for Robert to join him. "So what's here?" Robert asked. "This is where the delivery trucks unload. And it's where the tenants of these buildings park. I'll show you where a parking spot is." They walked past the back of 3 buildings before they reached hers. "This is her building from the back." Robert looked up. "She's on the 2nd floor, and there's a fire escape back here. That's good to know. Which car is hers?" "I don't see it now, but she has a red 2-door Civic." He backed up and glanced at the 2nd floor. "She must be out. The lights are off." "Which apartment is hers?" Tony walked into the alley and pointed at 3 windows on the 2nd floor. "Those belong to her apartment." "So, she has to park way back here and walk through this alley every time she comes and goes?" Robert grinned. "Yep. Perfect, right?" "Absolutely. Look how quiet this area is, and it's a Saturday night, for Christ's sakes. We'll start tailing her tomorrow." They returned to the truck and slipped out of town. Tony drove the out-of-the-way country roads back to the motel. Gravel crunched under his tires as he pulled in and parked at the door of room number 6. "I still don't like being this exposed," Robert said as they entered the grungy motel room. "Nobody knows this truck, dude. If you want, we'll score some Wisconsin plates just to be safe." "Yeah, that sounds better. Any out-of-state plates might raise a red flag." "No problem. Get some sleep. You need to wind down." Hours later, Robert woke to the sound of keys jangling. He sat up and tried to adjust his eyes to the dark room. "Dude, what the hell are you doing?" "I can't sleep, and we're out of cigarettes. I'm going to run to that all-night Quick Mart we passed earlier. I'll get some donuts for breakfast, too. We're better off staying out of sight during the day." "Whatever. If you see a set of plates you can snag, go ahead and grab them. And stay out of trouble." "Yeah, won't be gone long. Go back to sleep." Tony crept out and closed the door at his back. He pulled out of the parking lot quietly, then turned on his headlights when he hit the blacktop. That country road was lined on either side with cornfields ready to be harvested. He turned on the radio, sat back, and relaxed as he tapped his fingers against the steering wheel. The Quick Mart was 5 miles away. He was halfway there when something along the road caught his eye. "What the hell? This could be interesting." Tony slowed the truck. His headlights shined on a white car along the shoulder of the road.
He checked the time on his cell. 2:57 a.m. A young-looking blonde woman in a pink fleece jacket paced back and forth next to her car. She looked his way, shielding her eyes from the approaching headlights. Tony patted his side. He and his knife were raring to go. Tony pulled up alongside the woman and rolled down the driver's window. "What seems to be the problem? It's awful late to be out here in the middle of nowhere." "Oh, thank God. My car ran out of gas and I have no idea where I am. Can I get a ride to a gas station?" "Yeah, hop in." She opened the passenger door and stepped up on the running board, then climbed in. "Thank you so much. I had to detour off the interstate back there a bit because of construction. I'm so turned around. Then my stupid car sputtered to a stop. I kind of went brain dead. Too tired, I guess. I'm Tamara, by the way." She held out her hand and shook Tony's with obvious gratitude. He noticed her turquoise ring. "I'm Tony. Nice to meet you." He checked for headlights in his rearview mirror. The night was devoid of lights from houses or vehicles. He had her all to himself. "I'm heading home after a few hours at the bar with my buddies. So you aren't from around here?" She chuckled. "I wish I was. I'd be heading home to a comfortable bed right now. Actually, I'm just passing through. I live in Minneapolis, and I'm going to spend Thanksgiving with my boyfriend in Port Washington. Have you heard of the town?" "Oh, sure. It isn't far away." "Yeah, he moved there recently for work. This will be my first trip here." "And your last." "Doesn't your phone work?" Tony asked. She groaned. "I don't get reception out here in corn country." "That's nice." Tony reached across the bench seat and grabbed her leg. "Hey, what are you doing?" She jerked her leg away. "I'll do whatever I want." He twisted his hand through her ponytail and yanked it closer. She cried out, "Stop it! Leave me alone! I want out!" He loosened his grip for a split second and pulled the knife out of its sheath. The door flew open and she jumped. "Son of a bitch!" Tony squealed the tires and ground the shifter into reverse. He saw her roll on the gravel shoulder as he backed up, then she disappeared into the field. He killed the engine and got out, then dropped the keys into his pocket. He headed into the cornfield. She screamed for help, but the only person to hear her pleas was Tony. He followed the sound of corn stalks being trampled. "I'm going to find you even if this takes all night." He stopped and listened as more stalks rustled ahead. He heard her pant, and he could smell her scent. She was wearing down, and he was closing in. He heard her fall and grunt. Tony moved forward another 20 feet, then waited, his ears perked. A noise sounded to his left. He turned and walked 10 feet. She bolted from a spot at his right. He lunged through the cornstalks just 2 rows behind her. He reached through the dark and grabbed her by the hair. It was too late for her, and the knife sliced through her neck like butter. He waited a few minutes to make sure she didn't move. He kicked her with his foot and waited some more. "Sorry, Tamara. I guess you'll never make it to Port whatever." He leaned over her body and wiped the sticky blood from his hands onto the back of her jacket, then stood up and walked out of the field. Something on the shoulder almost caused him to stumble as he neared the truck. He bent down to take a look. Tamara's purse lay in the gravel along with a shoe. Tony picked it up, pulled out her wallet, then tossed the purse into the tall weeds next to the cornfield. He fished his keys out of his pocket, unlocked the truck, and continued to the Quick Mart. The parking lot held only 1 car, which likely belonged to the clerk. Tony parked alongside of the building and kept his head down as he walked to the glass doors and entered. Several roof-mounted cameras aimed at the parking lot and the doorway. He asked the young man behind the counter where the restroom was. The clerk, who was preoccupied with his cell phone, pointed at his left. Tony nodded and walked around the corner.
Inside the men's room, he scrubbed his hands and made sure there wasn't any blood on his face or jacket. He tossed the paper towel into the trash can as he walked out. Tony browsed the aisles and chose a 6-pack of sweet rolls, 2 beef jerkies, and 2 bottles of orange juice. He took the items to the counter and asked for 4 packs of menthol light cigarettes. The clerk reached up and pulled the cigarettes from the overhead case. "That's $35 for everything," he said as he flicked his hair out of his eyes and bagged the merchandise. Tony gave him 2 20s and waited. He tucked in his pocket the $5 bill the clerk handed him as change and walked out with the bag of goods. Robert stirred when the creaky motel room door opened. "What the hell took you so long?" Tony smirked. "I had a little run-in with a nice young lady." He tore the foil wrapper off the cigarette pack and pulled out a smoke and lit it. He tossed the pack and lighter to Robert, who had now turned on the lamp and was sitting up in bed. "What young lady?" "I was being a good Samaritan. She was out of gas and wanted a ride. Out here and at this time of night?" Robert flicked the roller on the lighter and held the flame against his cigarette. He took a deep drag. Tony stood and reached into the leg pocket of his cargo pants. "Here, check her out." He opened the wallet and pulled her driver's license out of the plastic sleeve. "Pretty hot, babe, if I do say so myself." He handed the ID to Robert, then checked the contents of the wallet. "Nice score. This chick has $300 in cash." He pulled the money out and waved it in Robert's face. "Where is she now?" "Sleeping with the cornstalks in a field a few miles from the Quick Mart. Oh, and I pulled the plates off the clerk's car. He's just a dumb punk kid that probably won't even notice they're gone." Tony saw the worried expression on Robert's face. "Now what?" "Why did you bother? We're here to kill Kate Pierce. I don't want anything to screw this up. It's almost done. Like you said, I'm a ghost. I get a pass. My prints aren't on file anyway, and this was way too good of an opportunity to pass up." Robert squashed out his cigarette and lit another one. "Well then, tell me all about it." Chapter 53. Kate. Her eyes popped open with fright. Kate looked around in the darkened room before she remembered where she was. She was safe in Jade's home. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly to calm her racing heart. Her mouth was parched, and her body was clammy with perspiration. She needed a drink of water and a cool cloth against her face. Kate clicked on the nightstand lamp, slipped her robe over her shoulders, and quietly exited the room. The bathroom was directly across the hall. Inside, she turned on the cold water and cupped her hand under the stream. She slurped the water and filled her hand twice more, then wet the washcloth and held it against her skin. A tap sounded on the bathroom door. Kate cracked it open just far enough to see who was on the other side. "Jade, I'm so sorry I woke you. I just needed some water," she said in a whisper. "Kate, you're soaking wet." Jade stared at her clammy skin and damp hair. "Did you have a nightmare?" Kate's eyes teared up, and her voice cracked when she spoke. "Jade, they're here." "Come with me into the kitchen. I'll make you some tea, and I want to hear everything." Kate walked with Jade down the hall to the kitchen's breakfast bar. "Have a seat. You like chamomile tea, right?" Kate wiped her eyes and let out a deep sigh. "Yes, chamomile is fine." "I'm just going to heat the water in the microwave if you don't mind. I don't want the tea kettle whistle to wake up Amber and my dad." Jade filled 2 cups with filtered water from the refrigerator. She placed them side by side in the microwave, closed the door, and tapped the buttons for 3 minutes, then sat down. "Now, what's going on? You said they're here?" "Yes, here, as in here in North Bend. I can feel their evil presence weighing against my chest like an anchor, and that smell was in my dream. It's still the same after 10 years. Stinky cigarettes and grime. The dream was about the woman in the pink fleece jacket again. Now I know who the long-haired, bearded guy was in the dream. It's Tony Lynch. They're getting close, Jade, and they're coming after me. It's happening now.
The microwave beeped and Jade removed the cups of hot water. She dunked a tea bag into each cup and placed them on saucers. She set 2 spoons, napkins, and the sugar bowl on the breakfast bar, carried the cups of tea over, and sat back down next to Kate. "You do know I believe you, right?"
I know. I just wish this was over and they were locked up for good. I've been nervous for 10 years, Jade. I'm tired.
Jade reached out and covered Kate's hand with her own. "As soon as we find out where they're hunkered down, I'm going to put my plan into action."
"What is your plan?"
"Let's make sure they're here first. It's only going to work if they've arrived in North Bend. Drink your tea, honey. Hopefully you can relax enough to get some sleep. Don't forget, there's no way in hell they know where you are, and even if they did, they're no match for me and my old man." Kate apologized to Jade again for waking her and finished her tea. They said goodnight in the hallway, and each returned to her bedroom. Kate lay in bed staring at every shadow in the room. Before she drifted off, she remembered Jade's words. Robert and Tony Lynch were no match for Jade and her old man. Kate hoped she was right. Chapter 54. I woke to laughter coming from the kitchen. Cabinets banged, and the familiar sound of the cast-iron skillet clanked against the stovetop burner. Dad was making breakfast. I lay in bed and remembered what used to be our Sunday morning ritual. Dad always made fried eggs, sausage, and pancakes. I was certain Amber remembered, too, and she had already stocked the refrigerator with everything he needed. I smiled briefly and missed being a child. That was an easy time of life. No worries, no stress, just laughter, playing with the neighbor kids, and meals together as a family. I rolled over and looked at the other side of my bed. It was empty, which told me Amber was definitely up. The clock showed it was 8:30. It felt good to sleep in. My mind went back to last night and Kate. I wondered if she was awake too. I got up, washed my face, and walked out to the kitchen in my bathrobe. Dad was manning the stove, and Amber and Kate sat at the breakfast bar. Kate smiled and gave me a thank you nod. I poured myself coffee, then pulled up a seat next to the girls. "I could get used to this," I smiled dreamily. "What does that mean? You already are used to it," Amber said. "Oh, yeah." I chuckled and asked my dad how he slept. "Like a baby. That bed in the guest room is perfect." Dad scooped up the sausages and placed them on a paper towel to drain. "It should be," I said. "Those memory foam mattresses are expensive." "Well, I'm due for a new mattress. That's what I'll buy when I get home." He stirred the pancake batter and turned on the electric griddle to let it heat up. I heard my cell phone ring in my bedroom. I wasn't expecting any calls, and the phone was still on the charger next to my bed. "Hello, Jade. It is Sunday," Amber smirked. "Sorry, it might be important." I walked down the hall and closed the bedroom door behind me. I picked up my phone and sat on the edge of the bed. The caller ID showed it was Jack. A feeling of dread swept over me. I knew he wouldn't call unless something bad had happened. I pressed the answer icon. "Jack, what's up?" "Sorry, Jade. You know I wouldn't have—" "Cut the crap," I said. "You're talking to me. I know it's something bad." I heard his anxiety through the phone line. "Yeah, it's really bad according to the deputies on the scene. I'm on my way now." I put Jack on speakerphone as I ripped off my bathrobe and started to dress. "So are you going to tell me, or did you call for the hell of it?" "I know you're going to want to get in on this. You're on vacation, Jade. Too late. Now spill." A 911 call came in from a farmer about an hour ago. He was out with his combine harvesting the corn when he saw something in the furrow between the rows. I groaned, knowing what Jack was about to say.
Anyway, he shut off the tractor, got out, and checked to see what it was. He called us from the field. Jade, from the description the deputy on the scene gave me over the phone, I think it's the girl from Kate's dream." I sighed deeply. "I heard her in the bathroom last night, so I got up to check on her. She seemed pretty rattled, Jack. She said she had that same dream again and that they were here." "You mean the Lynch brothers?" "That's exactly what I mean. Where is the location?" "It's north of Rockfield Road on Shady Lane, 2 miles east of Highway 41. It's close to where the detour signs are." "Of course it is. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Who knows so far?" "Everyone." I clicked off the call, pulled my hair back in a ponytail, and slipped a sweatshirt over my t-shirt. A pair of jeans, warm socks, and hiking shoes would be my attire while spending the morning in that cornfield. I walked out to the kitchen, where Dad had breakfast almost ready. I gave a quick apology, grabbed 2 pieces of sausage, and wolfed them down. "Jade, is it work?" Dad asked. "I'm afraid so, and I can't let this one go by. I'm really sorry, guys. I'll call when I can." I strapped on my shoulder holster and put my stocking cap on my head and my jacket over my sweatshirt. I grabbed my chain badge, purse, and phone. Amber handed me my travel mug of coffee. "Thanks, sis." I kissed her cheek. With my keys in hand, I headed to the garage door. "Jade, wait up," Kate said. I turned to face her, and I was sure she could read my expression. "It's her, isn't it?" I reached out and hugged Kate. "It sounds like it, but that's all I know right now. Don't go anywhere unless you're with my dad and Amber. Promise me." "I promise." I arrived at the scene 20 minutes later. 4 cruisers, the forensics van, and the coroner's van sat along the shoulder. Jack's Charger and Clark's Camry were on site too. Horbeck, Clayton, Billings, and Jameson pulled up behind my car. We all got out at the same time and walked toward Jack and Lieutenant Clark. In the distance, I could see a large green combine in the field. A handful of people were near it. I jerked my head toward the field and shielded the sun with my hand. "Who's out there?" Jack spoke up. "Kyle, Dan, Lena, and Jason. There are a couple of deputies getting the farmer's statement." "Have any of you gone out there yet?" "Just got here, Jade," Clark said. "Anytime you're ready." I slipped on my gloves. I guess now would work. By now there was somewhat of a path. The cornstalks had been pushed down by people coming and going. Horbeck, Jameson, Clayton, and Billings stayed behind at the road to begin scouring the ditches and shoulders for evidence. I approached the deputies and asked them to block off the road from either side, a mile in each direction. Jack said he'd follow up with the farmer while Clark and I headed toward the deceased woman. Lena and Jason were kneeling over her body. "What have we got, guys?" Clark asked, knowing it was a redundant question. He lifted his sunglasses for a better look since the tall cornstalks shaded the sight. Kyle and Dan were photographing the woman and the immediate area. Lena looked at us over her shoulder. "Lieutenant, Jade, what we have here is a dirty, rotten shame. Take a look at the back of her jacket. This is how she was found, with most likely her own blood rubbed on her back." "The killer wanted to clean his hands? Why would he care?" I asked. "Don't know. Maybe so he wouldn't get blood evidence in his vehicle," Jason said. Lena rolled her over. "And this is what she looks like from the front." The young woman's neck was gaping open with a slit that went from ear to ear. Jack whistled. "Holy Mother of God, that's damn vicious." I stared at the young woman. This is something I'll never get used to. How can anyone have that much rage and brutality in them? Lieutenant Clark spoke up. "I don't think it's rage, Jade. I think it's pleasure. If this is the work of the Lynch brothers, they're doing it because they want to. Somehow she was an easy mark." "It's because her car ran out of gas and it's out here somewhere." I called Jameson from my cell phone. "Lee, get those deputies that are blocking off the road on the horn. Tell them to start searching a few miles in every direction for a light-colored, 2-door hatchback stranded along the shoulder."
It's somewhere close by, and it's out of gas. You got it, Jade. We found a purse and a shoe in the weeds. Any ID in the purse? Nope, the perp must have taken the wallet. Okay, get that stuff bagged and tagged. Keep us posted. I got more than enough stares from my colleagues in the immediate area. The only people that knew of Kate and her dreams were the lieutenant and the rest of us detectives. I knelt down close to the body. Through the blood, I saw the crown emblem on her pink jacket. I lifted her right hand and stared at her turquoise ring and her coral-colored acrylic nails. "What is it, Jade?" Lena asked. "Kate Pierce, the psychic." "Yeah, I've heard her name mentioned." "She told me about this nearly 2 weeks ago. She described this young woman down to every detail." "How is that possible?" "Some call it a gift. I call it a curse. I guess no matter how you look at it, it's something she has to live with, whether she likes it or not. Can you give us an estimated TOD, Lena?" I watched as Jason bent the victim's arms and legs. He nodded at Lena. "She's already in rigor, so middle of the night, I'd guess. I'd go with 6 hours ago, give or take a little on each end." I looked at the time on my cell phone. 9:45. Could it have been around 3 in the morning? "Yes, 3 a.m. would definitely fit into those parameters," Lena said. "Boss, can I speak to you privately?" Surprise covered Clark's face. Jack looked hurt. Sure. Let's move off to the side." Clark and I walked away, but still within sight of everyone else in the field. "What's up, Jade?" "I don't want to step on any toes, boss, but would you mind if I ran with this? I have an idea that would make charges stick against the Lynch boys. Right now, even if they are within a mile of us, we have no solid evidence against them that would justify an arrest. As far as we factually know, they haven't committed any crimes in Wisconsin." "What's your plan?" "Since no district attorney would try a case against them with weak circumstantial evidence, let's give them something that will stick. Right now, the only person that can identify Robert is a hooker in Chicago that said he assaulted her. That doesn't warrant murder charges." "Has anyone heard from Detective Branson?" I shrugged. "Don't know, boss. If that other hooker has already been located, dead or alive, they'd still have to put the Lynch boys at the scene. That's going to require fingerprints, forensic evidence, and so on. I say, let's find out where they're hunkered down and tail every move they make, but only with our personal vehicles. We don't want to spook them out of the state. We owe that much to Kate. I know how to get them with something that will stick." "Okay, I'm listening." The yell that came from Clark startled everyone. Their heads nearly spun off their shoulders as they turned toward us. I felt my face heat up. "There's no way in hell we're doing that, Monroe, so just get it out of your head." "But, boss, it's the only way. Please, Lieutenant, I know it will work. They have to be caught in the act." Clark ground his balled-up fists into his eyes, then squeezed his temples so hard I thought his head would pop. "Come on," he said. I followed Clark back to the group. "Lena, Jason, Dan, and Kyle, you got this under control?" Jason nodded. "Absolutely, Lieutenant." "Okay, let's go, detectives." Jack gave me the eyeballs. I shrugged. Back at the road, we met up with Jameson, Horbeck, Billings, and Clayton. "Have you secured that evidence?" "Yes, sir," Jameson said. "Okay, get 5 more deputies out here to help scour the area. The roadblocks have been put in place." "That's affirmative, boss," Clayton said. "All right, listen up. Right now, Billings, Jade, Jack, and I are heading in. As soon as backup arrives, I want you." He finger-poked the air at Clayton, Jameson, and Horbeck. "Back at the station. We're having a meeting in 30 minutes. Don't be late." Clark grumbled, headed to his car, and squealed away. "What the hell was that about?" Jack asked. "You'll find out in a half hour. I better call Kate and give her a heads up." "Why would you do that?" "Because she needs to sit in on this." Chapter 55. I called Kate's phone as I drove. I had to hurry, and she had to be ready to go.
Clark wasn't on board with my idea to begin with, and being late to the meeting would just anger him more than he already was. I pulled into the driveway and honked. Kate ran out through the front door. "Why can't you tell me what's going on?" She closed the passenger door behind her once she was seated. "You'll find out when everyone else does." I drove in silence as I thought about how the meeting would go. My idea wouldn't make anyone happy, especially Kate. I turned left onto Schmidt Road and then another immediate left into the Sheriff's Department parking lot. I checked the time. We had 8 minutes before we'd be expected in the conference room. There might be enough time to grab something from the vending machine. We exited my Cobra and crossed the parking lot. I pulled open the glass door and we walked into the building's vestibule. Once inside the main area, we passed the reception counter and entered the bullpen through the security door, then headed down the hallway. Kate knew the way. She had been here plenty of times in the last few weeks. I peeked around the corner of the conference room and saw everyone except Billings. I took a quick glance at the clock. I still had 3 minutes. "I'm going to grab a candy bar, boss. I'll be right back. Kate, do you want anything?" She shook her head. "I'm good." I was back in 2 minutes and found an empty seat. Billings walked in right after me. Clark stood at the head of the table with his arms crossed defiantly over his large chest. "It appears that Jade has an idea how to catch the Lynch brothers. Everything we know, see, and hear is telling us they're in the area. Normally, finding the perps, taking them by surprise, and placing them under arrest would be the usual modus operandi. But we have a unique problem here. Jade has graciously pointed out that we have no evidence in Wisconsin, Illinois, or Indiana that they've murdered anyone. We don't have an eyewitness that puts them at the scene of an actual killing." Clayton spoke up. "But what about the woman in Chicago? She described Robert Lynch perfectly." "She did, and that he punched her in the face. That's all she had." "What about the dead EMT?" Jameson asked. "No prints and no eyewitnesses that saw either brother. As a matter of fact, other than the hooker, we don't have anyone that saw them face-to-face at all. The back view of possibly Robert Lynch abducting Deirdre Nelson and a red and white truck at the scene is all we have. We were also told by prison personnel in Atlanta that Tony Lynch picked up Robert in a red and white truck, and he has long hair and a beard. There isn't a DA in any state that will prosecute them for murder, or even attempted murder. It won't stick. Circumstantial evidence won't put these two away for life." "What's your plan, Jade?" Horbeck asked as he turned toward me. "Boss?" "You have the floor, Jade. Go ahead and plead your case." Clark plopped down on his chair with a thud and sighed. I stood and took a deep breath. I was prepared to get vetoed. "First, we need to find them. Then we'll lure them in when the time is right. They can be the hunted instead of the hunters. There will be eyes on them at all times. They just won't know it. We'll follow every move they make in our personal vehicles so it doesn't raise suspicion. We know they're here for Kate, but unless they actually try to kill her, we have nothing. They're smart, but we're smarter. That's why I'm going to let them think I'm Kate. I'm going to dress like her, wear my hair like her, and go to and from her apartment in her car. I'm sure they know where she lives by now." I turned toward Kate. "I'm taking over your life until they're caught. That means I'm going to let Robert Lynch try to kill me." "The hell you are! I won't let you do this, Jade." Tears sprang from Kate's eyes. "I feel responsible enough already." "Kate, just because you dreamed about the killings doesn't mean you're responsible for any of it. These guys are extremely dangerous and they have to be taken down. I know I can pull it off. Look at me. I'm the same size as you. Our hair is the same color. It's cold outside. Everyone is bundled up this time of year. They won't know the difference." Groans and objections sounded from the room. My idea was stupid, it was too dangerous, and I'd never pass for Kate. It went on and on. "Save it. I'm doing this my way. It's the only thing that will work. Now, we need to find where they're hunkered down. Let's put our thinking caps on, guys. What would anyone be doing out there at that time of night? What's nearby that a person would be heading to? We'll know more when we find the woman's car, but for now, we need to find stores, gas stations, or motels within 5 miles in any direction of the crime scene. We can reevaluate our parameters when we find the car. We're going to look for an older red and white truck. I looked at Clayton. Chad, will you grab my laptop from the bullpen and bring it here, please? Sure, Jade. I'll be right back. Chad returned with my laptop a few minutes later and set it on the conference room table. I typed in the names of the closest roads to the crime scene and plugged them into the Maps app. A map popped up showing the location. We crowded around the computer. I typed in businesses within a 5-mile radius. The map brought up all of the businesses that were 5 miles in any direction from that intersection. Clark stuck his nose close to the screen. He'd forgotten to grab his reading glasses off his desk. Okay, there's a Quick Mart, a submarine sandwich shop, and gas station complex. And a roadside motel. If we go any farther out, we'll start hitting towns. I'm sure the Lynch brothers want to stay out of sight. Pull up the street view of the motel, I said. We need to see how that place is laid out. Clark tapped a few keys, and the street view of that address came up. What a shithole, Billings said. Yeah, perfect for them. And it's right off of Highway 41, Jack added. I looked over my shoulder at Kate. She sat with her head in her hands, staring down at the table. Kate, any opinions? This makes me really nervous, Jade, but I'd agree that's likely where they're holed up. Okay, do you mind if I take the lead, boss? Go ahead. Clark wiped his brow at the back of his hand. Jack and I will take my car and do a drive-by of the motel. Clayton, you and Billings go check out the Quick Mart, and Jameson, you and Horbeck check out the gas station and sub shop. Surveillance only, people, and stay invisible. We're looking for the red and white truck. Don't worry about plates. They're likely stolen anyway and can be from anywhere. I addressed Jack and asked him to check on the deputy's progress in finding the car. He got up and exited the room. I turned back to the rest of my colleagues. Remember, we don't want to spook these guys. There's no evidence against them yet that will stick. We need to do this right the first time. Jack returned a few minutes later. The guys found a white Ford Fiesta along the side of the road a couple of miles from the crime scene. The car has Minnesota plates on it. They're checking with the DMV for the owner's name. I looked at Kate, and she nodded. Let's go over that map one more time and spread our parameters out another few miles. We checked and found a junkyard on the far north edge of our search area. I'm not too concerned with that place, but we'll keep it in mind. Since we're using our personal cars, our contact with each other will have to be with our cell phones. Anyone that sees that truck needs to call the rest of us. We're going to put 24-hour surveillance on them. Okay, let's go. Chapter 56. Jack, do you want to take your car or mine? Either way, we have to drop Kate off at my house first. Let's take mine. It's a little roomier. Everyone knew the plan. We would check out those locations, hopefully find the truck, and then reconvene back at the station to set up our plan of action to draw them in. Can I go along, Jade? It's only surveillance, you said. I could be of some help. I jerked my head at Clark. It's his call, Kate. You aren't in law enforcement. Clark huffed but gave a nod. Don't you dare approach that vehicle if you spot it. Promise me. I promise, boss. I slapped my hands together. Okay, guys, let's go. Everyone took off out of the parking lot in their personal cars and headed north. I sat in the passenger seat of Jack's Charger and Kate sat in the back. The motel would take about 20 minutes to get to. We decided the safest way to look for the truck was to pass by the motel on Interstate 41. According to the satellite imagery, the motel was on a frontage road and the rooms faced the highway. We'd be able to see if a red and white truck was parked there. What if they parked behind the building? Kate asked. It's possible they did, but we're going to do it the safe way first. If they aren't parked out front, we'll backtrack to the frontage road and check behind the motel. 15 minutes later, my cell phone rang. Jameson was calling. No truck in the parking lot at the sub shop and gas station. I'm going to fill up with gas and take a quick look inside. Okay, after that, you guys can head back to town. Keep us updated if anything new pops.
Clayton would probably be calling soon, too. I doubted if he'd find the same clerk that was on duty last night, but he could likely get the person's name.
"The motel is coming up on the right," Jack said.
Kate craned her neck out the side window, obviously hoping to get a better look. "I don't see a truck in the parking lot." I turned in the seat and looked over my shoulder. Kate sat back with a discouraged expression.
"We're going to exit at the frontage road entrance and backtrack. We'll check the motel closer from behind. We'll be there in a few minutes."
"Okay."
Jack took the next exit off of Interstate 41. It seemed odd to me to call this highway an interstate. For my entire life it was considered Highway 41, and most of us still called it by that name. Nothing about it had changed in the last 20 years. Jack turned right at the top of the ramp, went a block, and then turned right again onto the frontage road. The motel was a half-mile back. He slowed the car to a crawl as we neared the building. Tucked in alongside the fenced garbage cans was a red and white pickup truck.
"There it is," Kate said as she grabbed the back of my seat and leaned forward. "I can't believe we're actually seeing it in person. It isn't just a part of my dream world anymore."
I checked the time. It was closing in on noon. "How do you want to handle this, Jack? Wouldn't they need to grab some lunch sooner or later?"
Jack looked around.
"Probably, which means I need to find a spot to park where we're hidden from view if they come out. Right now we're far too visible."
He backed his car under a stand of trees a short distance from the motel, but still within perfect sight of the truck and the driveway. He parked and killed the engine. We were hidden well enough that we wouldn't raise suspicion. I called Jameson and Clayton and told them the truck was parked at the motel. They could go back to the sheriff's department and get further instructions from the lieutenant. I wanted to get this plan in motion starting today. I clicked off and called Clark.
"Boss, we have eyes on the truck. We're going to sit here for a bit to see if they leave. If they do, we'll follow them from a distance."
"Damn it, Jade. You have a civilian in the car with you."
"We'll be careful, boss. I don't want to lose them."
"No way. Call Clayton and tell him to pick her up. She'll be at the station when you get back unless you want your sister to come and get her."
"I guess you're right, Lieutenant. I'll call Amber now. Who knows how long we'll be out here anyway."
I clicked off and sent a quick text to Amber, then called Clayton again and told him the change of plans. We'd have to get Kate out of Jack's car quickly and transfer her to Clayton's. I didn't want her accidentally seen in the process. I turned toward Jack. "Do you have any props in the car, just in case we need them?"
"Yeah, look through the glove box. You can always use the owner's manual. Put your stocking cap on and your sunglasses back on."
I nodded. "Yeah, good idea."
"This is like a real stakeout," Kate said.
"It is a real stakeout, Kate, and we take it seriously. Keep your eyes peeled and your head low." "Okay, sorry." We sat for 10 more minutes and made small talk. I looked toward the motel every 30 seconds.
"Shit, they're coming out. Kate, take a quick look, then lie down on the seat."
I grabbed the owner's manual off my lap and held it up to my face. Jack covered his brow with his hand. "Did you get a good look?" I asked Kate. "Yep, a few seconds was all I needed. I'm sure Tony Lynch is the man in my dream. Jade, my heart is pounding 100 miles a minute."
"I know, hon. Just keep it together."
We watched from the corners of our eyes as Robert and Tony Lynch sauntered to their truck. They clearly had no idea we were there, and I was thankful for that.
"Hurry and call Clayton. Tell him to hold back. They're heading out," Jack said.
I grabbed my cell phone out of the door pocket and made the call.
"Clayton, they're leaving. Stay out of sight. Where are you?"
I'm about a mile south of the motel on the frontage road.
Is there any place to pull off?
Yeah, I see a side road. I'll make a quick turn. Do you want me to take over following them if they pass me?
Absolutely. I'll call you right back and tell you which way they went.
They got in, Tony behind the wheel, and pulled out onto the road. They were heading toward Clayton and Billings. I made the call.
Clayton, they're coming your way. Keep your heads down until they pass, then tail them from a distance. We don't want them getting spooked. Tell Billings to keep us updated every few minutes. We're going to drop off Kate at the station and then join you guys. Don't lose them.
Roger that, Jade. I see them coming. Okay, they just passed by.
Good. Stay at least 5 car lengths behind them. I'd venture to say they're heading somewhere to grab a bite for lunch. Let us know when they stop." I looked to the back seat while Jack pulled out. "Kate, you can sit up now. I'm going to text Amber again and tell her to head to the sheriff's department. I'll go over everything with you later, but for now, you need to be safe." "Okay, I understand." My phone rang again. It was Billings. "Hey, Jade, according to the satellite map we printed out, it looks like they're heading to that sub shop. Is Jameson and Horbeck still there?" "I told them they could leave once we spotted the truck, but I'm not sure if they were going to talk to the staff first or not. Give Jameson a call. If they're still there, tell them to stay put, grab some food, and find a seat in an inconspicuous corner. I don't want them looking like 2 cops." "Got it. I'll let you know." Billings clicked off. I looked at Jack. According to Billings, they're heading in the direction of the sub shop. If they had half a brain, they wouldn't go into town until after dark. I agree. It's time to set up the 24-hour surveillance on them. The deputies can handle that while we cast the net. We were a few minutes from town when Horbeck called. "Jade, Brian here. Billings told us the Lynch brothers were heading our way. We were about a mile down the road, but we turned back. We'll grab a couple of subs and find a corner booth with a good view. The parking lot had a few cars and the gas station was busy. We shouldn't stand out from anyone else." "Great. I'm glad you were still close." "It's a good thing we didn't go inside earlier and talk to anyone. If those 2 had walked in right after we gave the staff their descriptions, well, you could imagine how that might have turned out." "Yeah, keep me posted. Once you have eyes on the truck, call Billings and tell them to back off. We're almost at the station now. I'll have Clark set up a handful of deputies to surveil them in unmarked cruisers going forward. I need to know what they're doing day and night." I clicked off and Jack pulled into the parking lot. He parked, and we crossed the lot to the building's entrance. Just beyond the bullpen, Clark sat in his office talking with someone on the phone. He nodded our way. We took seats at our desks and waited. The sound of Clark hanging up his phone and his chair being pushed back told us the call was over. He exited his office and grabbed a vacant guest chair from Clayton's desk. "Okay, Jade. The stab vests are on their way from Milwaukee. I asked the Metro PD to send 6 of them, and I requested the ones with the collars for neck protection." "Stab vest? Is there really such a thing?" Kate asked. A surprised and worried expression washed over her face. "Yes, there is," I said. "Ballistic-proof vests do nothing to protect against knife attacks. We know what the Lynch brothers' weapon of choice is, and we have to be prepared." Clayton and Billings walked in a few minutes later. Billings peeled off his coat, hung it over the back of his chair, and plopped down. "Who's up for pizza delivery? I have a feeling we're going to be putting in a lot of hours until this Lynch brothers ordeal is over." "Yeah, I'll second that. As a matter of fact, you guys decide on 2 large pizzas. My treat. Paying for pizza is the least I can do." I gave everyone in the room a nod. "Your support means a lot to me." At the beverage station, I heated water in the microwave for Kate's tea, then turned to Clayton. "Chad, did you hear back from Jameson? Do they have eyes on the brothers?" "They definitely do. He said they had just sat down with their subs when Robert and Tony walked in. They got a good look at them from 20 feet away. He said they're pretty tough looking." "Yeah, we saw them from 100 feet or so, but I know what he means. Hardened criminals definitely have an ugly look to them." "Boss, have you spoken to the North Bend PD yet about working together? We need plenty of people watching these 2, especially since I'll be putting myself right in front of them as often as I can." Clark responded as he cradled his cup of coffee. "Lieutenant Colbert is assigning 5 officers to work undercover in the downtown area until Robert and Tony are caught. You'll always have somebody covering you, Jade, whether it's us or the city boys." "Good to know." Jan entered the bullpen and apologized for the interruption. "Sorry, Jade, but Amber is here to pick up Kate." "Great, thanks, Jan. Okay, Kate. I want you to stay indoors when you get to my place. Don't wander around town, and don't go anywhere in your car. I'll be using it for a few days. Until these boys are caught, I'm you." I handed Kate her coat and gave her shoulder a squeeze. "It will be over with before Thanksgiving Day. Nobody is going to interrupt our holiday dinner." I smiled reassuringly and led her out the door.
Back inside, I sat with the guys and explained what I wanted to do. I want to make sure they see me come and go from Kate's apartment. With her car and our similarities in appearance, they'll think I'm her for sure. I doubt if they'll strike at all during the daytime. Too risky. Between tomorrow and Tuesday, they should have plenty of time to familiarize themselves with my routine as Kate. When the time is right, I'll put myself right in front of them and give them every opportunity to strike. Clark groaned and raked his hands through his hair.
Why did I ever advance you to department sergeant?
I grinned. Because you know I'm capable. My desk phone rang as I poured myself a cup of coffee. I sat down and answered. Hello, Sergeant Jade Monroe speaking. How may I help you? I winked at Clark, and he rolled his eyes and retreated to his office.
Jade, it's Joe Amoroso. I called your house, and your dad said you were at the station. I wanted to update you and your department on the most recent news.
Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Chicago PD found the hooker that was with Lucky. She was well hidden deep in Lakeland Park. Her throat was open from ear to ear, and duct tape was wrapped around her head twice to cover her mouth. Detective Branson said forensics checked the prints on the tape. They aren't in the system.
I leaned back in my chair. Then that must be Tony's work.
We thought the same thing. Here's a good one, though. Lucky reluctantly gave Chicago PD the $100 bill Robert gave her. Of course, there were numerous sets of prints on the money, and his were among them.
Damn it. That still doesn't put Robert at the scene of a murder, but it does prove he left Georgia. That won't make his parole officer too happy. As of... I checked the clock above the door. An hour ago, Robert and Tony were spotted just north of North Bend. This morning, a farmer discovered a young woman in his cornfield with her throat slit wide open. Our deputies found her car abandoned along the side of the road, and it had Minnesota plates on it. We're still waiting to hear on an ID.
Jesus, when is this going to end?
I'll tell you when, in the next day or two. We're implementing my plan and watching their every move. Soon enough we can all take a deep breath, because whether they realize it or not, the Lynch brothers' killing spree is officially over. Chapter 57.
Okay, I think we have everything under control for now. Jade, there are 2 deputies that took over surveillance. Jameson and Horbeck are on their way back in. The deputies will check into the motel as civilians and follow the Lynch brothers every time they leave their room. We'll have unmarked cars stationed at different locations all the way to Kate's apartment, and the city boys have officers downtown and extra units available at our beck and call.
Clark gave me a concerned look. Understood, boss.
All right, then. Go home and get Kate's car and apartment keys. You'll carry on for the next few days as her and stay in her apartment. You're going to wear a shoulder mic at all times, and any time you're not indoors, you'll have that stab vest under your coat.
I nodded. Thank goodness it's cold outside. I'd be sweating my ass off wearing that thing everywhere during the warm months. Jack's dimples sprouted on his cheeks when he grinned.
Yeah, plus you wouldn't have a way to camouflage it.
Smart Alec. All right, I'm out of here. What channel are we going to use during this operation? I grabbed my coat out of the closet and slipped it on.
We're connecting with the PD and using their channels. That way we'll all be on the same radio frequency. Just in case the Lynch boys have a police scanner, we've gotten the okay from the Public Safety Department to use the water utility radio frequency. Those brothers aren't smart enough to think of that. The radio frequency is 159.97500.
Clark stood, rubbed his belly, and sighed.
Be safe, Jade, and keep your head on a swivel. Here's your vest, radio, and shoulder mic. Have them on at all times outdoors.
I held the equipment in my hand. This will be over with soon, I'm sure of it. See you guys on the flip side. I grinned at my crew and walked out. The wind whipped as I crossed the parking lot and climbed into my car. I called my dad and told him I was on my way home. He was glad and mentioned how he hadn't thought I'd be spending my vacation time this way. Sorry, Dad, but you're a cop, you know the drill, and I'm sure you've interrupted your own plans dozens of times.
I know, sweetheart, and you're right. I can't even count how many times I've disappointed other people by canceling outings, dinners, and the like. How about a fresh pot of coffee?
That sounds great, and I'll be home in 10 minutes. I have a lot to tell you guys. A few minutes later, I turned into Ashbury Woods condominiums and drove to my street. I pulled into my driveway and pressed the button on my visor for the garage door opener. I waited as the door lifted. My Cobra would be snugged into my side of the 2-car garage and would stay put for a few days. Kate's red Civic sat parked on the driveway. I got out of my car and walked back to Kate's. I couldn't remember whether she had a manual or automatic transmission. I pressed my face against the cold glass and looked in. Automatic. That sucks. I thought you were way cooler than that, Kate. I chuckled and walked back into the garage where I slapped at the wall switch, lowered the overhead door, and entered the house. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee instantly made me sigh with relief to be home. The days would only get more intense going forward. I'd have a few hours to relax with my family and Kate as I went over the course of events planned for the next few days. After dinner and under the darkened skies, I'd head to Kate's apartment, hopefully being watched by Robert and Tony Lynch. Amber made a delicious beef stew for dinner. I was grateful, knowing Kate kept a sparsely stocked refrigerator and pantry. We spent a few hours enjoying my dad's stories, catching up with his life and his ailments, and then it was time for me to go. I asked Kate the pertinent questions I needed to know in advance. So at night you always have to park in the back, correct? Yes, Kate said, and my parking spot is number 2. During the day, it's the same as anyone else. You can park out front if you want. Oh, and the furnace sometimes clunks in the middle of the night. I've grown used to it, but it is startling if you don't know what it is. Good to know. Anything else? Will you be able to bring a few things back here tomorrow? Sure. Make me a quick list, but keep it short. If they're watching me come and go, I can't look like I'm hauling clothes out. 2 outfit changes and anything that will fit in my purse is all I can slip out of the apartment. Feel free to use my washer and dryer if you need to. Okay, thanks. I don't have my phone charger either. Let me take a look. Kate handed me her phone and I plugged my charger into it. It fit. No problem. Use mine and I'll use yours. Okay, hugs and kisses. I have to go. I said goodbye to everyone, told Amber not to forget to feed and water Polly and Porky, and took Kate's keys. I slipped on my stab vest, radio, shoulder mic, and a knee-length, lightweight coat. Kate stood at my side. The gold key is for the security door at the street, and the silver one is for my apartment. Be safe, Jade. I will. I have the city police and the county sheriff's department watching over me like hawks. I'll be fine. I climbed into Kate's Civic and left. For a moment, I felt entirely alone with a huge burden weighing on my shoulders. I shook it off and called Jack. It was time to put the plan into motion. Hey, Jack, it's Jade. I'm leaving my house right now and heading to Kate's apartment. Okay, got your vest on? I laughed. Of course I do. I'll admit this collar thing is a pain in the butt. It's making my neck sweat. Better than the alternative. I gave that some thought and agreed. Okay, I'm going to alert everyone that you're en route and we're live. I'll find out from the deputies where the Lynch boys are and call you right back. Jack clicked off. I drove slowly since I'd arrived downtown in less than 10 minutes. I wanted to know their whereabouts before I exited the car. My cell rang in the cup holder. Hi, Jack, what's the word? I just talked to the deputies that checked into the motel. The truck is still parked outside. Okay, then I'm good for tonight. I'll keep my cell phone close by in case anything changes. Doubtful that I'll go out again once I get to Kate's place. I'm about to pull into Pit Stop to get a few snacks and a donut or 2 for breakfast. Good enough. I'll check back with you at 10 o'clock. Just so you know, there are 5 city boys keeping watch downtown within a block of Kate's apartment. Unless you recognize them, you won't know who they are. Everyone has on street clothes. Thanks, partner. That's reassuring. I clicked off and went inside Pit Stop and filled the blue basket with snacks for the next couple of days.
Chapter 58. Robert. A TV news station played in the background while the brothers talked. The thin walls in that dumpy motel room couldn't be trusted. More guests had checked in since earlier that day, and a few cars were parked outside. The brothers spoke in hushed voices as they made their plans. Robert sat, his chair precariously tilted back on the rear legs. A pint of whiskey, half gone, sat on the veneer-topped table in the corner of that small room. 2 plastic cups from the bathroom were their rocks glasses for the night, minus the rocks. "How long do you want to wait?" Tony asked as he added another splash of booze into each cup. Robert glanced at the clock radio on the nightstand. 8:15. "Let's give it another hour. We'll enter town on North Main, cut over to that alley you showed me last night, and see if her car is there. We can exit the alley a few blocks away, park by the river, and cross the bridge. There seems to be enough dark areas along Main Street to watch from." Tony nodded and took a sip of the cheap whiskey. "Good plan." They both leaned back in their chairs and watched the nightly news. By 9:30, the brothers were restless. "Let's go. It's late enough and plenty dark. Downtown was quiet last night, but on a Sunday night it has to be good and dead." Robert led the way out of the room, and Tony locked the door at his back. They climbed into the truck and left. Tony clicked on the headlights as he exited the driveway. "How do you want to do this once we get her alone?" "She's definitely mine. I've been waiting too long to share. I have to give that some thought, though. Killing her quickly wouldn't be satisfying enough. I've thought about her for 10 years. I want to prolong her death and see the fear in her eyes, and hear her beg for her life." Tony jerked his head toward Robert. "I still want to watch." "Yeah, that's fine with me." Tony slowed at the city limit sign and drove cautiously into town. "Good thing we have Wisconsin plates. The cops don't have any reason to stop us," Robert said. Tony waited at the red light and checked his rear view and side mirrors every few seconds. The light turned green and he carried on. 2 blocks later, he turned right onto Washington Street. The alley was ahead on their left. He turned in and slowed to a crawl. "It's right up there," he said, and pointed at the next group of buildings. "There's her building and her car. She's home." Tony stopped the truck and killed the engine. They got out and entered the dimly lit alley. Her lights glowed from the second floor. "Come on, we'll have a better vantage point from across the street. She had a street-facing window, too, didn't she?" Tony nodded as he opened the truck door and climbed in. Robert stood on the running board and entered the passenger side. They continued through the alley for 2 more blocks, turned left, and crossed over Main Street to the parking lot behind the river. Just as they had the night before, they took the footbridge to Main Street, found a dark alcove at a building's entrance directly across the street from her apartment, and watched the second-story window. The orange glow from their cigarettes was the only way to know anyone stood in that space. They stared up and saw a silhouette pass by the street-facing window every now and then. "She's still up," Robert said. "What time is it?" Tony pulled his cell phone out of his back pocket. "It's 10 o'clock. Robert peeked out and looked both ways down the sidewalk. "There are still a few people milling around. We'll have to do this much later. Let's watch her for a few days and see if she actually has a routine. We'll strike when the timing is perfect." He took one last drag and dropped the cigarette to the pavement below. With his shoe, he crushed the glowing ember until it was dead. "Come on, let's get out of here." Chapter 59. I continued the phone call with Jack as I paced. Our plan was working exactly as we had hoped. The city police department's undercover officers had discreetly followed Robert and Tony through downtown once word came from our deputies that the brothers were on the move. As soon as the red and white truck entered the city limits, the North Bend Police Department was notified. With both law enforcement agencies working together, they weaved in and out of the area so that the Lynches never knew they were being tailed. So they saw Kate's car parked by the alley, then continued on to the parking lot behind Main Street?
That's what the undercover cops said. They crossed the footbridge by the jewelry store and backtracked a block, then stood across the street hidden from view, or so they thought. The city boys said they smoked cigarettes and stared up at you going back and forth in front of the window. Nice work. I smirked. Man, they're creepy. At least the sheer curtains gave me a little sense of privacy, even though we wanted them to see me. Knowing I'm up here at night will definitely keep them watching closely. I plopped down on the sofa and took a swig of the beer I'd purchased earlier at Pit Stop. Well, according to the PD, Robert and Tony are back in their truck and are heading out of town. Our deputies will continue the tale once they leave the city limits. I heard Jack sigh through the phone line. What's wrong? How are you picturing this going down? Are we hoping to take them in, or are we going to shoot them dead in the act of trying to kill you? I chuckled. No loss there, right? I'm serious, Jade. Sorry. I'd really like to take them in, if it's at all possible. Jillian Wiley is still unaccounted for, and her family needs closure. The Lynch boys have murdered people in Indiana and Illinois as far as we know, and it could be more. What is the count up to now, 5? Yeah, if you're counting Jillian, too. Okay, I'm going to hit the sack. Me too. Keep me posted when you get word on the identity of the girl in the cornfield. Her family will have to be notified. Yeah, I think Clark already has that on his morning to-do list. Good night, Jade. Night, partner. I clicked off the living room light, placed my beer can in the recycling container, and took the 5 steps down the short hallway to the bedroom. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, then went to bed. I woke the next morning to the sounds of wind chattering the panes of glass in the living room. Now I knew what Kate meant. Old Man Myers needed to do a major overhaul to the building. I thought back to last night. I remembered that clunking sound Kate had warned me about. The furnace was giving its about-to-die sound. I felt bad that Kate lived in this tiny apartment. Maybe once Robert Lynch was out of her head, she could feel more permanent in the community and find a nicer place to call home. I got out of bed, put on my robe and slippers, and made my way to the kitchen. I had set up the coffee the night before, since Kate didn't have a coffee maker with an automatic start feature. I pressed the button and sat at the table crammed between the kitchen and living room and stared out the window. The day was sunny and windy. That usually meant it was cold. Great morning to have 2 killers watching me. I shrugged and poured a cup of coffee, then opened the white bag containing my donut. My phone rang as I sat at the table and began eating. I checked the caller ID. It was Clark. Morning, boss. Morning, Jade. How did it go last night? Just like we hoped. They were watching me from across the street. The deputies and city boys were on it in a flash and monitored their every move. Good to know. Just don't forget. I cut Clark short. I know, boss. Put on all my gear when I go outside. Any word on the Minnesota girl? Yeah, just heard back from the DMV, and I've already made that unfortunate call to her folks. They live in Minneapolis. I groaned. That's always difficult, and it's something you'll never get used to. So why was she here, and who is she? I put Clark on speakerphone while I ate. Her name was Tamara Simpson. She was 23 years old and traveling from Minneapolis to Port Washington to spend Thanksgiving with her boyfriend. Apparently, he had recently moved to the area, and that would have been her first trip here. She wasn't familiar with the area at all and must have gotten turned around once she exited the freeway at the detour. That's a real shame. So the boyfriend lives in Ozaukee County, and that's likely who called when she didn't show up on time. That's right. The girl's folks said they'd contact him. So, what are your plans for the day? I took a swallow of coffee to wash down my French cruller. I'm taking a few things to Kate before I get word that the brothers are trolling the neighborhood. I wouldn't want them following me to my house. Good plan. The rest of the day, I'll come and go and make sure they have eyes on me. Okay, keep us posted. Remember, an entire city has your back. Thanks, boss. I clicked off and gathered the items Kate had on her list.
With the few things in a plastic garbage bag I'd found under the sink, I looked out the windows, made sure nobody was lurking in the shadows, then left the apartment. The cold morning hit me like a ton of bricks, which reminded me to talk to my dad in depth about opportunities in San Bernardino County. Warm weather was definitely on my wish list. The alley was directly to my right as I walked out and stepped down to the sidewalk. I peeked around the corner. Dead quiet and empty. Either way, I was glad I had martial arts training under my belt. I walked to Kate's car at a hurried pace, partially due to the cold and partially because the alley was dark and eerie. Walking that alley every time she came and went to her car was not only scary but dangerous as well. At least I was armed. I left the downtown area and headed south to my house. I called Amber as I drove. "Hey, Jade, how was your first night at Kate's apartment?" "Not bad, considering there were 2 killers watching me." I laughed when Amber gasped. "Seriously, it's okay. I'm on my way over. How's the coffee coming along?" "Hang on, I'll look. Okay, it's at 6 cups, so it's halfway done. Your timing should be perfect. I'll pour you a cup in 3 minutes." "Thanks, sis. I'll be there in 5. I arrived at my condo complex and parked on the street a half block from my house. I didn't want to take any chances. I entered through the garage and found everyone up and enjoying breakfast. "Want some eggs?" Amber asked. "I guess so, even though I had a donut already. Kate, I brought the things on your list." "Thanks, Jade." "How is your day scheduled?" Dad asked. "That's one reason I'm here, Dad. I need to know what you normally do every day, Kate. I can't go to someone's house and do a reading since I'm not actually you." "Yeah, we can scratch that off the list for a few days. Usually when I don't have any appointments lined up, I'll go to the library, the grocery store, the laundromat, or even to Regner Park just to walk around. Lately, of course, I've been spending time with you at the sheriff's department." "True enough. I probably won't shine around here for a few days. I don't want the Lynch brothers to follow me." I looked at the clock on the stove. Speaking of which, I need to go. I gobbled down my eggs and toast, gave everyone a kiss, and left. Back in the car, I called Clark. "What's the word, boss?" "Robert and Tony are having breakfast at Evans Cafe." "Really? I bet they're sitting at the booth facing the window." "That's exactly where they are, with a perfect view of the entry to Kate's building." "Then I'll park on the street. I'm sure they already know I'm not in the back. I'm on Main Street now, and I'm looking for a parking spot where they'll be able to see me." "Okay, I found one about 4 spaces from the entrance. Talk to you later, boss." "Be safe, Jade." "Will do." I parked and got out of Kate's car, then walked the short distance to the building's entrance. I was dying to look over my shoulder at the cafe, but I had to resist. My mic came to life, and Billings was on the other end.
"We have eyes on you, Jade."
I chuckled. "Good morning to you too, Adam. I can see this is going to be as boring as hell for the next day or so. I think I'll prod them a bit and go for a walk. We need to get this over with so I can go about my normal life, and Kate can too. Too bad I have to do this in the cold. I'm going to see if Kate has any gloves upstairs, then I'm coming back down."
"Roger that. We'll let you know when they leave the restaurant."
Upstairs, I noticed a box on a shelf in the coat closet. I pulled it down. A dozen or more scarves sat inside. I flinched with sadness for Kate. Here was the proof of how she always tried to cover her scars. A pair of wool gloves lay at the bottom of the box. I put them on and left the apartment. Outside, I began my walk. My plan was to go 5 blocks south until the retail area ended, turn and cross the street, then go north on the shaded side. A voice sounded on my shoulder. It was Jack. "The Lynch brothers are on the sidewalk, a block behind you. I'm behind them. Clayton and Billings are at the end of the block ahead of you on a bench. Do you see them?" "Yep, I have my eyes on them." "Good. There are 2 officers from the PD at the next intersection. One is wearing a plaid wool jacket. See them too?" "Uh-huh. I'm glad I remembered my sunglasses." "Because of the bright day?" "No, because I'm going to let the brothers get closer. The sunglasses will hide my identity a little more."
Don't do anything stupid, Jade. It only takes one move for them to be on you. I'm wearing my stab vest, remember?
I slowed my pace and began window shopping. At each store, I'd stop and look through the glass at the displays. From the corner of my eye, I saw the brothers stop and lean against a building. They each lit a cigarette and waited. They were 50 feet from me. A whisper of a voice came over the mic.
"Sergeant, Officer Simpson here from the PD. Is everything okay?"
"I'm good, Simpson, thanks." I continued on to the lights at the corner and passed by Clayton and Billings. I gave them the slightest nod. The light turned red and I had to wait at the crosswalk. The brothers were getting dangerously close. Clayton and Billings stood and filled the space behind me. Robert and Tony backed off. With a nonchalant look both ways, I saw them turn and head up the sidewalk, where they disappeared around a building. The cat-and-mouse game continued throughout the day. I played as if I hadn't noticed them at my back, always following me 50 feet away. When they'd get too close, someone would slip between them and me. I'd go through the same routine tomorrow, and then let them catch me at some point in the evening. Nobody would block their attempt to kill me. It was the only way. At the day's end, I entered Kate's apartment and stripped off my coat, radio, mic, and vest. I had probably walked 5 miles in the cold, brisk weather. I dropped onto the sofa with a beer in my hand and let out a sigh. The trap was set, and I was the bait. But it should all be over tomorrow. Jack called my cell phone right before I went to bed.
"We miss you in the bullpen, partner. I heard you were misbehaving most of the day."
I chuckled. Hey, I need to draw them in, don't I? Everyone did their job beautifully, and I appreciate our guys and the city boys so much. After dark tomorrow night, it's fair game. I'm all theirs. Let them give me their best shot. It's time to get those killers off the street and in a cage where they belong.
Yeah, I know. We have to plan where and how so you're well covered.
We will. But for right now, I'm signing off. Good night, Jack.
Night, Jade.
I slipped into my pajamas and brushed my teeth, then climbed into bed and clicked off the table lamp. I was hoping to turn off the constant gerbil wheel in my head and drift off to sleep right away. The sound jarred me awake, but it wasn't the furnace this time. I sat up in the dark and listened, then turned to the clock. 2:57 a.m. The noise sounded again, and it was something from beyond the window. I climbed out of bed in the dark and pulled the shears to the side. I peeked out, but it was too dark. The noise definitely came from below, somewhere in the alley. Chapter 60. I woke to daylight, knowing the process would begin again as soon as I stepped outside. I reminded myself of the movie Groundhog Day and rolled my eyes. I knew this journey of horror that had given Kate nightmares for 10 years was almost over. I felt relief. The sounds from last night came back to me, and I went to the window. Barely touching the shears, I gently moved them to the side and peeked out and downward. Something seemed different, yet I couldn't tell what it was. I went to the kitchen and ate my second donut, although it wasn't quite as soft as yesterday's treat. I showered and dressed for the day, then touched base with Lieutenant Clark. He explained that Tamara Simpson's autopsy was complete. We both knew her cause of death, but the autopsy documentation was necessary to go along with the murder case against the Lynch brothers. Her body was en route to Minneapolis, her home. With my shoulder holster and vest on over my clothes, I clipped the mic to the vest and attached the radio to my belt. I slipped on my coat and Kate's gloves, dropped my sunglasses in the coat pocket, and grabbed my keys and purse. I turned on the radio and activated the mic, then told whoever was listening that I was on my way out of the building. The mic crackled, and Officer Leeds from the police department spoke up.
"We see you coming down the stairs, Sergeant. You're all clear to leave. The Lynch brothers haven't left the motel yet, according to the deputies."
"Okay, thank you, Officer Leeds. If that's the case, I'm going to stop at my house for a few minutes. Have someone contact me when our criminals head into town."
Roger that, ma'am.
I clicked off and snickered. Ma'am? For Pete's sake, I'm only 31. I opened the glass doors and walked out into the morning chill. I turned the corner at the alley and began walking the darkened corridor between two buildings. Sunlight couldn't find its way into that narrow space. A change caught my eye and stopped me in my tracks. There's no way. This can't be real. I'm dead center in Kate's dream. My hands shook as I pulled my cell phone from my purse and took aim. To my right, against the brick wall and just below Kate's bedroom windows, stood a blue dumpster with graffiti on the side. It wasn't there yesterday. Could that have been the noise I heard last night? Would the city workers actually deliver garbage bins at 3 a.m? I looked from side to side and quickened my pace. The hair on the back of my neck stood up and bristled against the stab vest. I needed to get to my house and show Kate the pictures I took. This was definitely a sign. "Put the coffee on and make sure Kate is up," I said to Amber as I drove toward my house. "Done and done. What's wrong? You sound frazzled." "I'm more than frazzled. It's like I just entered the Twilight Zone." "Seriously?" "Yeah, I'll be there in 5 minutes." I made sure nobody was following me and double-checked with the deputies at the motel. They said the truck was still parked outside and they could hear movement in the next room. That was good enough for me. I clicked off and pulled Kate's car into my driveway and parked. I punched the code and walked through the garage. My dad was pouring coffee as I entered the kitchen. Amber and Kate sat at the table. "What's the matter?" Kate asked. Worry spread across her face when I sat down next to her. "Kate, you aren't going to believe this." I pulled out my cell phone and hit the gallery icon. "This mysteriously appeared in your alley." My dad and Amber leaned over my shoulder and looked. Kate wrung her hands. "It's happening. The blue dumpster is in the alley right here in North Bend. The brick buildings are my building and the one next door." Kate looked closer. "May I?" I handed her my phone, and she enlarged the picture by spreading her fingers across the screen. "Holy shit." "What?" She turned the screen toward me. Mixed within the graffiti tags was the number 257. "It's going to happen at 2:57 a.m. That time has been haunting me for weeks, and now it's all coming together. That's when and where they're going to strike." I ground my fists into my eyes. I woke up at 2:57 this morning. It's when I heard the noise, likely the sound of that dumpster being put into place. "You guys are creeping me out," Amber said. "I have to go to the sheriff's department and round everyone up. This is going down tonight. For now, Kate, your car can go in the garage. I'll take my own." Chapter 61. I could barely drive the speed limit as I raced through town. I called Jack as I punched my car through the gears. He said he'd get everyone on board. He clicked off after saying he'd call Clark. I reached the sheriff's department and parked in the closest spot to the building. I took the steps 2 by 2 and pulled the heavy glass doors open. Inside, I passed Jan and said hello as I entered the code at the bullpen door. Clayton, Billings, Jack, and the lieutenant were waiting. Clark said Horbeck and Jameson were on their way. A steaming cup of coffee sat on my desk, compliments of Jack. The bullpen door opened again and Horbeck and Jameson walked through. They filled their cups and took seats at their desks. Clark stood. "Okay, Jade, go ahead and tell us what you have." I thanked everyone for rushing in after the long hours they had all been working. I reiterated Kate's psychic abilities and how her dreams were connected to this rash of killings across 3 states. I explained how she'd had a dream several weeks ago, right after the dream of Deirdre Nelson, and said we all knew how that had turned out. The latter dream was vague, but it involved a blue dumpster, graffiti, and brick buildings. I told them how something about the time 2:57 was important, too. "Guys, this is really freaky, but last night I woke to a sound outside. I looked at the clock, and it was 2:57 a.m.
This morning, when I left the apartment and entered the alley, a blue dumpster had been placed there overnight, and it had graffiti on the side that included the number 257. It sat in a darkened, narrow area with brick walls on either side, exactly like Kate's dream. I swear, you can't make shit like that up. Jack whistled. Billings rubbed his forehead, and Horbeck raked his hands through his hair. Clark paced. I took a picture of the dumpster, went to my house and showed it to Kate. She thinks they'll strike at 2:57 a.m. How do we know it won't be in the afternoon? Jameson asked. I guess just probability. Who would attack someone in broad daylight with people out on the streets? In the middle of the night, the downtown area is like a graveyard. True, but why would they want to wait until that late at night? Billings asked. I smiled at Adam's stupid question, and his face went red. Okay, that was dumb. Sorry. They can't strike unless you're out there. Maybe you went to the bars and you were just getting home. That's right at closing time. Exactly. Now you get the picture. So what do you guys think? Is this some sort of psychic sign? Jack spoke up. You know we always doubted Kate, but since this ordeal began, I actually think she's legit. She can't help the hand she was dealt. I nodded. It could be a gift or a curse, as I've heard several people say, but for us, we're going with the facts and taking it as truth. I'm going to lead them through the cat-and-mouse game today, but it all ends tonight. Clark cracked his neck and let out a sigh. I'll set it up with Chief Sanders. He can go over everything with his officers. We'll be the ones surrounding the alley since we have the stab vests. They can set up the outer perimeter through town. Thank God this is going down at night when the streets are empty. Jade, we'll have you leave the apartment at 10 o'clock and head to Lou's Tap on the outskirts of town. There are plenty of places where officers can watch from that location. You'll leave there at 2:45, putting you back at the alley between 2:55 and 3 o'clock. We'll have the alley surrounded from all sides. But, boss, we have to give Robert the opportunity to get close to me and pull out his knife. Don't remind me. That alley is pretty dark at night, isn't it? True, but there are plenty of spots where you guys can crouch down without being spotted. One yelp from me and he'll be taken down in a second. My mic will be on, and I'll be armed, too. Okay, guys, keep in mind there's two of them. Clark slapped his hands together. Let's get this day rolling. Monroe. Yes, boss. Put a heavy scarf over that stab vest collar. I want to make sure it's plenty padded and standing up. Yes, sir. Chapter 62. Robert. They walked back into the motel room with their fast food order after an entire day of following her around town. Something is off, Robert said. Tony took out his double cheeseburger and fries and handed the bag to Robert. What does that mean? He bit into his sandwich and swirled a fry in the pool of ketchup in his styrofoam tray. I can't put my finger on it. I feel like we're being played. Who wanders around outside all day long like that? It's like she's leading us around by our noses. I think they're on to us. I think you're getting paranoid, brother. I'm hanging back later. I want to see what happens after you drive away. Don't you think it's odd anyone would stay in this shithole for more than one night? Sure, but we are. That's because we have a job to do. Those guys next door always get back shortly after we do, no matter how many times we leave. Yeah, you have a point. What do you want to do? We'll turn out all the lights, but you'll leave by yourself. Call the room 5 minutes later, and I'll let you know if that blue sedan leaves after you. I'll call a cab and go into town alone. If anyone is actually following the truck, they'll think we're both in it. Lead them around on a wild goose chase while I take care of business. Take one of the walkie-talkies so I can tell you where to find me later. Sure, no problem. They ate their food in silence as they watched the news. By 9:15, it was time to put the plan into motion. Robert had already ordered a cab to pick him up at 9:30.
"Let's do this," he said as he turned out the lights and watched Tony climb into the truck and pull away. Robert stared out the window from the darkened room. A few minutes later, the door opened and closed from the room next to theirs. 2 men climbed into the blue sedan and sped away. "Son of a bitch, I knew they were following us." He gathered his knife and the room key and waited for Tony's call as he watched out the window for the cab. The room phone rang and he answered it. "It's Tony. I see headlights a half-mile behind me." "Yeah, it's them. I think the call to their room worked. They were distracted just long enough not to notice that you got into the truck alone. They pulled out a few minutes after you. I don't have time to screw around and enjoy her prolonged death. I'll finish her off for good this time, and we'll get the hell out of town. After I kill her, I'll call you on the walkie-talkie. Make sure you have it on. My cab is here. Lead them somewhere out of town so they aren't watching her apartment. Got it?" Robert climbed into the cab and told the driver he wanted to be dropped off at the footbridge behind Main Street. "That's an odd request. You don't have an address you want me to take you to?" "No, I like walking around town at night." The driver shrugged. "Suit yourself. Money is money." Robert pushed back the sleeve on his jacket and checked the time. 9:48. The driver pulled in behind the retail stores on the east side of the river. Robert handed him $15 and climbed out. He waited on the footbridge until the cab driver pulled away. Then he continued in the shadows until he reached Main Street. He looked each way down the sidewalk, nearly empty. A couple walked in the other direction on the next block, and a few teenagers mingled with each other at the Settler Square. He was good to go. Robert jogged across the street and entered the alley. He ran to the other end and peeked around the corner. Her car was still parked in spot number 2. He slipped back into the darkness where he lay in wait next to a blue dumpster. Chapter 63. "Yes, I'm leaving now. Who has eyes on the truck?" Jack responded that the deputies from the motel were following from a distance. He said he was told the truck was still a mile out of town. "I need to wait at a pretty visible intersection so they'll see the car and follow me." "Yeah, sit at the entrance to Regner Park. We'll let you know when they're close. You can even pull out right in front of them." I chuckled. Yeah, they're probably stupid enough to think that was a coincidence. "Okay, I'll have my mic and radio on. Talk to you in a bit." I clicked off the call. I put my vest and holster on, then weaved the cord from the radio to my mic over my clothes and clipped the mic to my vest. I inserted the full magazine into my gun, tapped it against my palm, and racked the slide. A live round was ready to go, and I slid the pistol into my holster. With my coat on and my phone in the pocket, I walked out of the apartment with my purse and keys in hand. My mic came alive, and Horback was on the other end. "What's up, Jade? Have you left yet?" I locked the apartment door and walked down the stairs. "I'm just leaving now." "Okay, I guess we're all going to station ourselves near Lou's. Got your vest on?" "Yes, Dad," I chuckled. "See you guys in a bit." I clicked off and opened the outer door. A gust of wind blew in, and an instant shiver went up my spine. I turned the corner and entered the dimly lit alley. I stared at that dumpster as I neared it. It gave me the creeps. I stepped up my pace as I passed it. His movement was so quick I didn't know what hit me. He leaped at me fast and hard, knocking me to the ground. My purse flew, and my phone fell out of my pocket and spun along the alley wall. He pinned me to the ground face down with his knee on my back. His breath reeked of cigarettes as he whispered in my ear, "Nice to see you again, Kate. It's been far too long." Robert tried to pull my head back so he could expose my neck to the knife in his hand. I threw my head back and butted him in the face as hard as I could. He lost his balance and stumbled. I had just enough time to scramble to my feet before he had me again. I tried to scream into my mic, but the scuffle had disengaged it from the radio. I was on my own. "You stupid bitch. You won't be so lucky this time. You're dying tonight." His thick arm was around my neck, but I reached back and gouged his eyes, then stomped my heel into the toe of his shoe.
That gave me just enough time to spin out of his chokehold and grab my gun. I backed up 3 feet and braced myself against the brick wall, using it for support. My service weapon's laser sights were pointed at his face. "Don't take another step, or I swear to God I'll shoot your head off. I'm a cop, and I'm not planning to die tonight. Get on the ground and put your hands behind your back, now!" The corner of his lip curled into an evil grin, then he lunged at me. I pulled the trigger twice, and the ear-piercing sound bounced off the brick walls. Robert fell to the ground, where he lay motionless. I kicked the knife away from his hand, then ripped off my coat and found the cord to my mic and connected it. I yelled into it for someone to get to the alley at Kate's apartment, then I slumped to the ground and waited. Sounds of sirens got closer, and tires squealed to a stop on Main Street. A safe, familiar voice yelled out my name. It was Jack. "I'm over here on the other side of the dumpster. Somebody has to get Tony. Robert is dead." Jack called over his radio for the deputies and officers that were following the truck to surround it and take the driver into custody. He knelt by my side. "Are you okay? Let me help you up and get you in some light." Jack jerked his head to the right. "Guys, over here. We have a body. Cordon off this area and get some more people in. Come on, Jade. Let me take a look at you." My purse and phone are in the alley somewhere, along with Kate's keys. I held my aching head as I sat on the building's stoop. "Okay, don't move." Jack disappeared around the corner, then returned a minute later. He held my head up to the light and looked carefully at my face. "You have abrasions and a bloody nose. Does it feel like it's broken?" "No. I think everything is just scuffed up. Check the back of my head." "For what?" I headbutted him pretty good. Jack chuckled. "Here's something else, Monroe. And the back of your head looks okay. I feel a bump, though. I'm taking you to the hospital so they can check you over thoroughly." I nodded. "Detective Steele?" Jack turned. "Yes, officer. We have the sergeant's purse, phone, and keys." The officer handed me my items, and I thanked him. Jack took my arm. "I'll help you to the car. I think you should call home and tell them what's going on." "Okay, but can I use your phone? The screen on mine is shattered." "Sure." Jack handed me his phone, and I made the call. Amber said she would round up my dad and Kate. They'd meet us at the hospital in a few minutes. Chapter 64. The back of my hospital bed was raised, and the room was full of people. "You guys are fussing way too much. They're only keeping me overnight for observation in case I have a concussion." Clark piped up. "Well, thanks to you, one of the bad guys is off the street for good, and the other is in a jail cell. We'll interrogate him tomorrow. Maybe he'll feel remorseful and give up Jillian Wiley's location." I smirked. Don't count on it. There isn't much we, Illinois or Indiana, can offer him. 100 years in prison instead of 200? No matter what, we have him dead to rights. Apparently, his and Robert's wallets contained the driver's licenses of all their victims, Jack said. Amber groaned in disgust. "Likely trophies, those freaks." I agreed. "Do you guys mind if I have a word alone with Kate?" "No problem," Clark said as he ushered the group to the door. "Come on, everyone. Let's wait in the visitors' lounge. Tom, you and I have a lot of catching up to do." Jack was the last one out, and he turned back before closing the door. He gave me a wink and told me how proud he was of me. My eyes clouded with tears. "Come here and sit by me, Kate." I watched Kate as she grabbed a chair from the end of the room and slid it over. She sat and reached for my hand. "How are you really doing, Jade?" "I'm okay, just a little banged up. Par for the course as a cop, you know." "You sure you're up for the challenge?" "Absolutely." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Your life is going to take on a whole new meaning now. You're going to blossom with that weight off your chest. No more Robert or Tony Lynch to concern yourself with ever again. Hopefully the nightmares will taper off, too. You don't have to hide anymore, Kate, and I'd really love it if you'd stick around North Bend. This town could use your help." She smiled. I'd like that a lot. Jade, I'm so grateful to you. I'll never forget what you did. I shrugged. Nothing to it. It's all in a day's work. Right. You aren't fooling me. We both laughed, and she gave me a gentle hug. So what do you think the 257 actually represented? I asked. I have no idea. Being a psychic isn't an exact science, but sometimes it works so well it's eerie, I'll say. Kate gave me a thoughtful smile. I love you, Jade Monroe. Back at ya. She stood and pushed the chair to rest against the wall. I'm going to let you get some sleep. Would you like me to pick you up tomorrow? Sure, I'd like that a lot, thanks. Good night, Jade. I watched as a reborn and confident Kate walked out the door. Chapter 65. I sat at the table with my dad, my fingers entwined around my coffee cup. I was thankful. Tomorrow was finally Thanksgiving, and that was what the holiday was all about, thankfulness. Amber and Kate burst through the door from the garage, their arms loaded with groceries. I chuckled when they came in, and I watched as they dumped the bags onto the breakfast bar. My dad and I got up and helped put the groceries away. Seriously, guys, you aren't feeding an army, yet you have 5 pies here, I teased. We all love pie, so I bought everyone's favorites. Amber grinned and brushed away a loose strand from her eyes. I smiled at my sister. She was a beauty. It seemed that Amber and Kate were getting closer every day, and that made me happy. My aches and pains were diminishing with the help of aspirin, and the only evidence of a scuffle were the scrapes across my face and a few bruised ribs. My cell phone rang on the end table, and I crossed the living room to answer it. Jack was calling. Hey, partner, how are you holding up? Pretty good. A few aches and pains, but nothing I can't deal with. Good to hear. I wanted to let you know about Mandy's case. The trial is over, and she's going to an institution instead of prison. I sighed with relief. That's really good news. Yeah, and Clark interrogated Tony. He isn't talking about Jillian yet, but since her vehicle was found in Indiana, we reminded him that Indiana carries the death penalty. We'll let that simmer in his brain for a while. I huffed. I hope she's found for her family's sake. The holidays are going to be so tough for a lot of people because of the Lynch brothers. Speaking of holidays, what are you doing tomorrow? You know, the usual, a frozen dinner in front of the TV. You are not, I chuckled. Nah, dinner with the family. Same thing every year. Good. Have a great Thanksgiving, Jack. You too, partner. I clicked off. It was time to relax and start the vacation I was supposed to begin last Saturday. That night we all turned in early. Amber said she was getting up at 6 o'clock to start the turkey. Kate promised to help her. As I climbed in bed, I clicked off my lamp and said a prayer. I was thankful for my friends, family, and my town. I was thankful for my job and everyone who risked their lives to do the right thing. I snuggled against my pillow and closed my eyes. I woke up, startled by a sound. I rolled over, afraid to see the time. I rubbed my eyes and tried to focus. If that clock read 2:57, it was going to get thrown against the wall. I squinted and looked. 6 a.m. I grinned and got up. The sound was coming from the kitchen. I remembered that Amber and Kate were going to start the turkey at 6 o'clock. I slipped on my robe and walked down the hall. Everyone was up, including my dad. Can a girl get any sleep around here? I chuckled and filled my coffee cup. Not today, Amber said cheerfully. My dad sat at the table, drinking his first cup of coffee. I hugged him, kissed his cheek, and clinked my cup against his. I walked around the breakfast bar and kissed both Amber and Kate, then clinked cups with them, too. I even kissed Spaz. I gave each of my loved ones a thoughtful smile. Today is going to be a great day, and I feel truly blessed. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. This concludes Premonition by C.M. Sutter, narrated by Nicole Zanzarella, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2016 by C.M. Sutter. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with C.M. Sutter and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.